Good morning, and welcome to the County Third Day Tour of this Northamptonshire County Championship Division 2 match against Sussex, sponsored by Sussex. The time we today is our official primary sponsor, Stefan's Jewels, that start at just about 10 minutes time at 11 AM, with 96 over scheduled to be played today. On day one, Northamptonshire won the toss and elected to field first. The one play start, Sussex will resume their second innings on 83 for 2, a lead of 129 runs.
Good morning. Welcome back to Northampton. It's day 2 of the County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire County Cricket Club and Sussex.
One of the other games, the venue of that escapes me at the moment. There were 23 wickets that fell yesterday. Just the 22 here. And they came in clutches, didn't they? Northamptonshire lost all of their 10 wickets in a spell of 14.3 overs, which I'm not sure that's been bettered or worsened. Is that a record?
I mean, you've spent a bit more time here than I have in your career. You'd struggle to think of many other opportunities or many other times, particularly in 4-day cricket or 5-day cricket, that would have been that would have happened at least once, and then for it to have happened twice.
We got bowled out twice in a day at Durham by Chris Rushworth in 2014. That was that was a difficult watch.
Yeah,
as was yesterday.
It was just really quite complicated, I think, to try and comprehend and understand as to what had actually happened, because you look out the window here and you look on the stream and you think, oh, it's green, the pitch has done loads, there's been overheads, and everybody's been got out. And how many were got out yesterday?
Yeah,
that would be the question. But Ben Sanderson opens the bowling this morning from the Lynn Wilson centre end. The 2 not-out batters overnight for Sussex are Tom Alsop. He is the man on strike. He's 23 not out of 67 balls. And he is joined by Sean Hunt, the night watchman. Faced 19 balls last night, protecting James Coles and the rest of that Sussex middle order. He did his job and he did it very well. And Tom Alsop as well. He's been the standout, really, in this fixture so far. Not huge scores. 25 in the first innings, 23 not out of 66 in the second, but he certainly looked like he's tried to play a different game to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, it shows that you can play on this pitch. That's the first thing to say. And Tom Alsop and others have shown that sporadically, but for any period of time, Tom Alsop is the one. He's faced more balls in his 2 innings than fans faced in their innings in total. And he's just played tight, hasn't he? He just played like a good standard number 3 batter. Played well.
Left that one well alone as it carries through to Lewis McManus. The lead overnight is 129, based on what we've seen so far. be considered to be enormous. However, we both think there are no real gremlins in this pitch. Actually, 129 could easily be chased down. Plus a few more as well. The outfield's quick. The ball comes onto the bat quite nicely. Don't necessarily think there is one with your name on it.
No, and a couple have bounced a wee bit. The pace is staying on the ball. Maybe, I'd say it's maybe been a little too paced. You know, some have sort of skidded off the very green live grass that was there. Certainly yesterday, it looks like it's lost a little bit of its greenness, as you'd expect, starting to die off a wee bit. But there's been a lot of edges, haven't there? And that suggests either a lot of seam movement and or pace on the ball and the ball getting to the batter slightly quicker than they've anticipated. So I think there's been a little bit of that. But people have played lovely cricket shots on this pitch as well. Not for long enough, I guess.
Left well alone by Tom Alsop. Yeah, you're exactly right. There's been some fantastic shots throughout the course of the day, or the course of the first day. Tom Haynes in that first innings made 45. It was 45 or 48, which, well, it's not slow, is it? Even in the modern era, that's fairly sharp. But they're proper cricket shots there. Prithvi Shaw's innings of, what did he get? About 30, didn't he? In Northampton's first innings, 31 off 22. Proper cricket shots.
Yeah.
That's a beauty. Well, I talked up Tom Alsop. Said he looked like he was trying to play a different game. He's gone in the first over of the morning. Ben Sanderson just runs it across the face of the left-hander. Have a benefit of the replay here. See if it moved. Looks like it swung from the hands rather than anything off the pitch, would you say?
Yeah,
Phil?
I think I would say so. Yeah, kind of carried on its line, didn't it? Started to go and then carried on that line across the left-hander. One thing Tom also had done extremely well up until that point was his decision-making on play leave. And I think on reflection, he may think I could have let that one go through. He's left very well. But in the context of the game, it's not just that he's got 23. He's batted for about 70-odd balls there, I think, something like that without looking.
71,
70,
hour and a half.
Okay, so he's taken newness out of the ball. He's had a partnership with Haynes that was very productive yesterday afternoon. And he's certainly done his job, and it does show the way that he's played that you can play on this pitch. I think it has also been the case that batters have been concerned about the number of wickets that have fallen and have taken it upon themselves to say, well, I need to play a few more shots than normal. And that has led to a quicker scoring rate. And it's also led to more dismissals. So to some extent, Tom Alsop has bucked the trend and said, this is just a cricket pitch. We can play on this. And that's what he's done. And he's done it pretty well. Well bowled by Sanderson, the genius at getting left-handers out, just what Northants needed to start the day.
Yeah, exactly what the doctor ordered. The new man for Sussex, who will be at the non-strikers end, will be James Coles.
He looks short compared to...
Did you know, I was just about to say he looks pretty miniature in comparison to Sean Hunt. Bearing in mind, James Coles kind of towered over the stumps, didn't he, during that first innings yesterday. Only made 7 off 7 before he was caught at mid-wicket, trying to work one from 6th stump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Through the leg side. Looked fairly innocuous in the end. It was a simple catch for Matt Bretsky in at mid-wicket. Sean Hunt continues the defence that started last night. Rafi Weatherall's going to open the bowling from the David Capel ends. Northants at the moment are without Jack White.
Yeah, that's a blow, isn't it? It's a blow for everyone, whether you're a Northants player or supporter or part of their coaching staff, because Jack's played very infrequently this year with injury, due to injury, I should say. This is his first game back, and clearly he's not well.
Nice shot by Sean Hunt. That just leans on it through the covers, up towards the ComSave stand and the signal box. And Sean Hunt gets off the mark. 4 off 21. Takes the score to 87 for 3 in the lead, 133. Yeah, Jack White picked up the wicket of Daniel Hughes at the start of this innings. LBW, the Australian opener. 4 for 23 yesterday. Weatherall just drags that length back a little bit. Sean Hunt, as a night watchman here last night and this morning, I know he's only faced 3 balls, but last night in particular, it just looked like he had all the time in the world to get in behind these and defend them back to the bowler.
He did. The only thing that troubled him was the bat was a short, wasn't it? He did get hit quite hard on the head. Thankfully, no damage done. Obviously, he's pulled up okay this morning, which is good to see. But he didn't play that short ball from Rafi Weatherall very well. It really did him for pace.
That one flick down the leg side. Michael Finan does the fielding. He is the substitute fielder on for Jack White. Down at long leg. Just keeps it down to 1. So James Coles will face up against his first ball of day 2. Got 3 slips in place, Northants. Vasconcelos at first, Emilio Gay at second, Justin Broad at third. And there is that catcher who's around the corner at mid-wicket. This time it's Prithvi Shaw, though. Short ball from Rafi, which James Coles lets run over, almost over his shoulders, wasn't it, that one?
It might surprise people coming into the ground to see Sussex with a lead of 134, only 3 down, and Northants with 3 slips. But there's been a lot of balls carried to slip, hasn't there, in this game? I think Northants caught some, dropped 4. Sussex caught 3 or 4 in that cordon as well. So it is the most common mode of dismissal in this match. So it's understandable that they've got them in.
Confident leave to end the over by James Coles. 88 for 3 off 25. 5 off the over, coming from the bat of Sean Hunt.
Yeah, you got a feel for Jack White. First game back at this level, grew into his work in the first innings and ended up bowling nicely, very nicely. He will have wanted more than anything else to get off the field, put his feet up, and have a day or so off watching his mates bat. What he had was 20 overs off the field. Then he was back on, and I'm sure that has not helped. Whatever niggle he's picked up, let's really hope it's nothing too serious, Jack. But only 20 overs from one innings to another in terms of bowling has not helped the young man.
Sanderson into bowl. And Sean Hunt just defends that one off the back foot, back down the ground. Sanderson gets a fingertip to it, dribbles back to Luke Proctor for a dot ball. How what is the game plan, Rowie? Day 2 yesterday was, I think you used the phrase an outlier a couple of times, but it was an outlier for both of these sides. Sussex are ahead, and in the context of the game, well ahead. 134 run lead. That one just shapes away from Sean Hunt.
And that last ball, I will come on to that last ball, indicates what I was talking about earlier, where that really gathered off the wicket. That hit the keeper's gloves really hard. So I think there is a two-paced nature to the pitch. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, I'm just going to go on to say, from both camps here, Sussex and Northants, what do you think would have been those kind of conversations overnight? And then also, what would have been the hopeful plan for the day, really?
I think this probably won't surprise you a great deal. I think from a Sussex perspective, I'd say let's not get too far ahead. Overnight, they have a lead of 130, best part of for 2 down as they were when we started. For me, it's just a question of play what's in front of you. They've got shot makers. If Northants bowl balls to hit them, don't take unnecessary risk. Just play. I know, and that's something that coaches say a lot. Just go and play. This is the perfect opportunity to just go and play.
So it wouldn't be as aggressive as the Daniel Hughes 13 off 6 balls yesterday.
You could see Daniel Hughes' intent, couldn't you? You could see that, no doubt. The shots that he played were authentic cricket shots. So, and in the end, he missed probably a half volley, an in-swinging half volley that another day he'll get good bat on. So, yeah, he was looking to strike the ball. That's probably the way he plays. And I think think the way the wicket plays will, to some extent, dictate what gear Sussex, the individuals in the Sussex batting lineup, choose to play at. If they see it nipping, seaming all over the place, they might decide to possibly play a little bit more aggressively. But I think it's currently they'll take their cue from the way that the ball behaves, I think, Dan. But essentially, just play, just bat time, pick up runs. They score quickly, don't they? These guys, Coles, Carter, Simpson. They want to score, but down the order, McAndrew, Carson, Robinson, they want to score as well. So I don't think Sussex need to do too much funky here. I think, they're 134 ahead, 3 down. The worst thing they can do, try to get the game moving forward, get ahead of the game, take the game to the ball, all those kind of statements that coaches like to talk about, because they could find themselves all out for a 200 lead, and Northants could get that. So
with 2 days and 2 sessions left to play.
So the ambition will, they probably won't have a number in mind. It'll be, for me, it's a case of just play.
Yeah.
Just play 5 overs, then play for another 5, and then another 5. 2 good partnerships, and this game is possibly out of sight. So that I wouldn't, if I was Paul Farbris, I'd be saying just go and play. And from what we've seen so far, that is what has happened.
Yeah, Coles gets off the mark there with a quick single into the offside, and I think a hand offering apology to Sean Hunt as the big fast bowler. Well, it would have been close, wouldn't it, if Rafi Weatherall managed to kind of underarm, reverse flick that back onto the stumps. But as it is, Sean Hunt got through and James Coles got off the mark.
Coles is apologising to Sean Hunt there, and that's very polite. And I think there was a run there, to be honest. It was a slow response from Hunt. Rafi Weatherall he picked the ball up on the 3rd wicket across from the match wicket and flicked out the side of his hand. So, that takes a long time to do those 2 things. Hunt should have got in. Well, it's not carried.
First one, isn't it? It's not carried. Chance at the non-striker's end. McManus does the tidying up. Vasconcelos, the man at first slip, and has just bounced just in front of him.
Yeah, so to sum up, I think Sussex say, we don't throw this away. Put more positively, just go and play. If it's in your area, score.
Yeah.
But we don't want to be 200 ahead and all out. That's our ambition is probably it starts with the 3. But we're in no rush. Day 2, go and play, go and bat.
Yeah.
Get yourself in, because it's a pitch you've got to get yourself in on, and then build on that. Don't throw it away.
Coles defends at the top of the bounce, drops it to Luke Proctor. Also brilliant as he was, it was the first over of the morning. You could be forgiven to get a good one from Ben Sanderson with a relatively new ball.
Yeah.
And as you said, maybe there was a bit of indecision there as the play leave. But it has also proven that you can bat on this pitch and you can occupy the crease.
I would expect it to be a bit flatter than it was yesterday. And we can see just in terms of the colour, it is not as green, not a darker shade of green as it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's had the heavy roller on it twice, didn't it?
Yeah.
Throughout the course of the day as well, which would have taken just a little bit of life out of it. And as you say, although it wasn't sunny, there were a few moments where there were patches of blue sky above us. It's pretty overcast again today. But to be out of the covers or out from under the covers, that live grass just starts to die off a little bit, doesn't it? And then Northants.
And it's dried up a little bit. The pitch looks like it's dried up a wee bit. It had a sort of a sheen to it yesterday.
Yeah.
Like a newly watered lawn. Clearly it wasn't a newly watered piece of grass. That would be crazy. But it did have sort of a sheen to it. But that's also gone. So, yes, so Northants, yeah.
I was about to echo those points. Those footmarks and footholes around the square just look a little bit dustier than what they did yesterday as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
They were fairly dark, and now they look a light shade of almost sandy brown. Coles turns that one into the leg side. Northants at the moment trail by 137 now with that single picked up off the last ball of Rafi Weatherall's second over of the day. The best way for them to stay in this game is not necessarily to control Sussex's scoring. It's just to bowl them out again, isn't it?
Yeah, 7 balls, isn't it? 7 wickets. hence the 3 catches that we've seen employed so far. You wouldn't normally see 3 catches with a lead of 137 for 3 effectively. You'd probably see 2. It's a matter of, they will have an eye on the lead, clearly. And it's a matter of perhaps that we start positively in terms of 3 catches and 5 men in the ring, as it were. In addition, there's only 1 man out on the boundaries at long leg. As the game progresses, we might see more in-outfields. So keeping your catches in, but a couple of boundary riders. But at the moment, this is positive from Northampton. They know that we obviously have tumbled during the game so far. They've got to try and take advantage of whatever movement is available for as long as it's available.
Yeah, and without Jack White, which will make Luke Proctor's task just that little bit harder, a little bit more complicated as to what options he's got. He's obviously got Sanderson, Rafi Weatherall, who we've seen both with the ball this morning. Luke Proctor, the captain himself, who bowled very well yesterday morning from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and particularly when he changed that angle and came over the wicket. Justin Broad only bowled 2 overs in that first innings. Picked up the wicket of Tom Alsop, almost strangled down the leg side, wasn't it, the ball before lunch. So he's got 4 seamers available to him. He's got off spin from Rob Keogh.
Sanderson's gone wide of the crease, first 2 balls to Coles. And again, that's good bounce and carry through to the keeper. Nothing extraordinary, but for Northampton, that's good to see. The pitches so far at Northampton this year have been very flat and lacked a bit of bounce and carry out points. And this one doesn't do that. Yesterday, maybe, perhaps a little too pace. This looks like an increasingly good cricket pitch, unfortunately for Northampton, because Sussex are currently 137 ahead.
Yeah.
Also, I guess there's something in Sussex's mind about what happened to them last week. Last week they won. Let's not get that wrong. They did win the game, but conceded 450 in the 4th innings of that game.
So you think there could be a bit of a hangover there? And I mean, Sussex have got so much time available to them. They can, if they have the ability and the skill to do so, they can bat for as long as they want, essentially, and put whatever number they want. They could declare on 700 if skill and time allowed.
Well, it's nearly a Ben Stokes,
I was just
not quite.
Look out the window there. Didn't quite hit the middle of James Coles's bat, did it? I think that was Matt Bretsky doing the fielding with the shy at the non-striker's end, but fortunately didn't add anything more to the score. So they've got time. They can add, they can score whatever they want.
Yeah.
If obviously they have the ability to do so here at Wantage Road.
I guess the way they go about this innings, their 2nd innings, the 3rd innings of the match, with that recent experience against Leicestershire in their minds, they're not going to cut. They're not, to use a cricket parlance, they're not going to cut a jacksie here.
Yes.
It's unlikely. They're going to have to be got out. They're not going to throw this away.
And that declaration might come 50 runs later than what it might have done 7 days ago.
And that doesn't, as you're saying, Dan, that doesn't matter because there's going to be enough time. One would think there's going to be enough time.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about things traditionally, you'd say you'd declare with 4 sessions and you'd go, we 4 sessions to bowl Northampton out. If that's the case, Sussex have got 5 to bat if that's what they wanted to do and if that's how the game played out. But plenty of cricket left to play. Rafi Weatherall continues. And that's just nipped back into James Coles.
When in his first innings, James Coles just looked like a man who was on 150. Everything he did was with extreme confidence, and perhaps 5% more than confidence. And I think that led to his downfall because he flicked a ball sort of arrogantly into the leg side. He is an attractive stroke-making player. I do like watching him bat. He started differently today. That's a great shot.
There is one of those attractive stroke-making shots, isn't it?
Just a beautiful shot.
On the tiptoes, rides that bit of extra bounce from Rafi Weatherall. Almost drops his hands on it and just times it beautifully down through the offside.
Oof.
Coles gets his first boundary, moves to 7.
You know, to be balanced, that ball should be hit for 4, and most professional batters would generally hit that ball for 4. But the way that Coles does it, there's a touch of class about it, isn't there? Very stylish player.
Yeah, very, very enjoyable to watch. That one slightly less so. Just went a bit straighter than what he was hoping for. Sussex supporters will be hoping that they'll get a day of watching James Coles bat at Wantage Road. And it certainly feels possible, doesn't it? I think the way that Sean Hunt has batted, 31 balls he's faced, he's only really been beaten a couple of times by Sanderson in those 31 balls.
Yeah.
And respectfully, with Sean Hunt, he batted 11 in the first innings. If your number 11 is covering up against your best seamer,
so
it's going to be providing a bit of optimism.
Sean Hunt, 31 balls, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay, so none of the Northants batters batted any more than 23 balls. Vasconcelos, 23 balls. 50 Shaw, 22 balls. Yeah. Well, that tells a story.
Certainly does. 96 for 3, Sussex. And Coles has a bit of a waft at that one. No appeal from the bowler. McManus, Gay and Vasconcelos went up for it, but it looked a long way from the bat from here. Benefit of a replay. Whether there was a noise, creaky bat handle maybe. What do you reckon?
I think we watched the Gloucestershire game here, and James Bracey, the Gloucestershire keeper,
yeah,
we noticed his enthusiasm for an appeal. I'll come back to that after this ball. And it became, what's the word I'm looking for? It became, well, it certainly wasn't helpful, I think, because every time the ball beat the bat, and every time when Bracey took the ball up to the stumps, he flicked the bails off, and every time there was a big appeal with seemingly extreme confidence from Bracey. And what that says to the umpire is, well, I can't, I don't mean this word in terms of true or false, but I can't trust that keeper.
Yes.
Because he clearly doesn't know. He's just going to go for every single thing the same way. So when I see a confident appeal, that's not going to tell me anything.
Yeah.
And I think Northampton have to be careful of not falling into that trap. There was an incident in the game at Glamorgan, an attempted run out. There was attempted stumping followed by, within the same delivery, an attempted run out in that game. McManus pulling the stump out with the ball in his hand, having underarmed the ball at the stumps, dislodged the bails. The batter was in, then went to fetch the bail, and McManus then picked the stump up with the ball in his hand. And I think Lewis needs to just curb that a little. He is a very good young man. He's a very good young cricketer. I really enjoy his cricket nous that he brings to the party. He wants to win. I like that a lot. Just make sure, Lewis, that you don't just step over the line. Just give yourself a little bit of thinking time from time to time.
Yeah, he was high on confidence last week, wasn't he? With a new career best, helping Northampton set up that 4th innings against Glamorgan. Nice shot by Sean Hunt. Can't get it past Rob Keogh, who finds himself mid-on today. But it wasn't the greatest looking bit of cricket I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And if it had happened at Lords in an Ashes series, dare I say, might have copped a little bit more flack than an Australian wicketkeeper. And
I'm going to say it was over exuberance. His team were behind. He wants to show grit and fight and determination. He's a young man. He just went, for me, just the wrong side of that line. That's out.
Sanderson gets his second of the morning. Sean Hunt's stay as the night watchman ends after 35 deliveries. Can't Strain himself, just has a drive. He felt like he maybe should have scored off the ball before. That one there, Sanderson just hangs it outside off stump. Whether it moved a little bit, didn't show a huge amount, but enough of an edge on it. That one carries through to Vasconcelos, and Sussex are 96 for 4.
Yeah, and that's why Sean Hughes bats at number 11 rather than number 8, I guess, because of judgments like that. There was no danger on the line of the ball, but it was a length that was dangerous. It was the length that was dangerous. Sanderson's been going wide of the crease and just getting the ball to just offer to go. He's angling the ball into the stumps and then pitching and leaving. That one did. And because it was away from the body, then Hunt couldn't control the bat face, essentially. And he nicked it, carried nicely through to Vasconcelos, who pouched it comfortably. He'll be feeling better about life. Having had one go in nicely, it does bring Ollie Carter to the crease.
Yeah, Ollie Carter, the new man, joins James Coles. Carter in the first innings, 15 off 37 before being caught behind off the bowling of Jack White. Batted for nearly an hour. 3 fours in that innings of 15. So I don't think it was the most comfortable Ollie Carter's ever felt at a cricket pitch, but he certainly applied himself. He gave himself chance, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he did. He got stuck in. Good to see.
And leaves that one alone from Sanderson straight away. That's the same ball, wasn't it? That
he
bowled to Sean Hunt.
One's a batter, one's not. That's the difference there. Yeah, just to finish off on Lewis, he's not a bad guy.
No.
And the cricket has very few bad guys, and he's not one of them by any means. He's a long way from being a bad guy. He, just doesn't want another incident like that. He doesn't want to get known as a guy who appeals for every single ball, and he's not trying to remove doubt from the umpire. He's trying to put doubt into the umpire. So I like his enthusiasm, his commitment to the cause. And there are times when Northants maybe haven't shown enough of that.
Yeah.
And he wants to win for his team. He's part of the leadership group, and he wants to demonstrate, that we're in a battle, lads. We've been struggling a wee bit in 4-day cricket, and we're not going to leave anything undone. I like all that. Just keep an eye on that, though, and he will do. He's a good guy.
96 for 4 after 30 overs. Lead for Sussex now up to 142 with 6 wickets remaining. This game just continues to move on at, a pretty quick pace, would be fair to say. But sooner or later, there has to be a partnership for one of these two sides. Is it going to be Coles and Carter? Coles leaves it alone. Rafi was bowling with good pace last night, wasn't he? Really had his tail up. The bumper to Sean Hunt looked quick. It looked awkward to play, and it looks like he's getting a nice bit of carry from the David Capel ends.
Yeah, Hunt went to get under that bumper last night, didn't he? He went down sort of vertically, bent at the knees, and his head was going to go straight down, but it was only down about a foot when the ball hit him on the head. He just really did do him for pace. It was a nasty blow.
Oof. There's a bit of lift. Well left by Coles. His hands and bat well out the way. Lewis McManus has taken that on the jump at the very, very top of his reach.
And a good bit of batting as well. When you get your hands out of the way, get your hands out of the way. It may have looked a bit extravagant, but the ball really did bounce. So, it was good judgment to really get those hands very much. He got them above the head. They needed to.
Luke Proctor electing to go with 2 slips for Rafi Weatherall, offering a little bit more protection in the outfield for the young man. First nod maybe as well that Northampton, Luke Proctor just got one eye on the fact that lead's creeping towards 150.
Very, very easy to be captain, isn't it? Cricket captain by remote control, but I'd probably have kept the third in for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see a very different Northants batting unit, aren't we, than what we saw in that first innings. Try and remove any of the baggage, any of the scarring that might be there from that first day.
Well, yeah, those things, that they do hurt you as a team. Your confidence will be low. That said, if we can, there's 6 balls required, six deliveries
Mm.
to knock over. So if we can get a lead of under 250, that number is chaseable because the wicket will be improving all the time.
Certainly the form of which the Northants batters have been in this year. Coles covers that one up, defends into the offside. When you look at Vasconcelos, 633 at an average of 70. Emilio Gay, 786 at an average of 65. Luke Proctor, 720 at an average of 65. Prifty Shaw, fair enough, hasn't hit the ground running yet. He's only had 3 knocks in England since he's arrived, but we know the quality of him. Matt Bretsky hasn't played first-class cricket since February. Last time he did play was 188 off 333 down in the domestic first-class setup of South Africa. There's quality in that Northants batting unit, and Sussex will know that as well. They'll know that 142 isn't going to be the number that they want.
And 242, even with the wickets that we've seen so far and the 97 all out, if Northants had to come out right now and chase 242, I think it's even money. Because the wicket will be improving all the time. It was very, very green yesterday. It's less green today. It's only going to get better. And 242, you get a couple of good partnerships, that number can be chased down. I'd say it's even money, possibly slightly Sussex, but even money at 242.
Carter triggers forward against Sanderson. Sanderson just drops his length back, whether that was a note to seeing Carter move. Yeah, let's get off the mark. He has only faced 3 balls, but you're right. I mean, 250 with 2.5 days to go is not an intimidating number in the slightest.
Well, you've got international cricketers, 2 in the top 5 for Northants. Yes, and there's case in both of those cases. They haven't really played much in England this season, and that's true. But they're international cricketers, and there is a difference. There is for me, it's the biggest step up in level is between domestic and international, and you see that more and more. You see the international level is just that cut above. Northants have got 2 reasonably recent international cricketers in Shaw and Bretsky, both in the top 5. So there's reasons to be positive, but we've got to get batting before any of that is relevant, really.
Yeah, got 6 more wickets to pick up as well. Made slightly more complicated by the fact that one of those 4 wickets to fall is the number 11. So Sussex, in the context of this game, will end up batting a bit deeper than what they would have done originally. But then that being said, Sean Hunt scored 67, I think, across the course of 2 innings against Leicestershire last week. So
yeah, he's a good bloke to have at number 11, isn't he?
I don't think there's a bunny in that Sussex lineup.
No. Robinson's on a king pair.
He is. He is. As it stands, the other worry for Northants, and I appreciate you'd hope that the job was done by the time that Jack White put the pads on and walked out to bat in the middle, but he's currently not at the ground. So
not even here.
Well, I don't believe so.
Oof.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, I suggest he keeps his eye on the score and does get here, should he be required.
That's a beauty from Sanderson.
What a delivery that was.
That beating the inside edge, isn't it, from Carter? Couldn't quite get across to cover it up. 5 dot balls in the over so far. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that delivery.
Something I never did, and I can't believe I didn't do it, was have a sweepstake on how many double teapots Ben Sanderson would deliver in a session. We did a sweep once on how many times David Murphy would touch his kit between deliveries. Put him on the other side.
Sanderson at his very best. There's only a single teapot that time, so that one doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
Maiden over for Ben Sanderson, 96 for 4 after 32. The lead is 142.
Yeah, so David Murphy, formerly wicketkeeper batter here, he was a nervy batter, as many have been, and he would touch his kit, bang his bat, pads, hat, helmet, whatever it would be. What do you think the record was? We didn't count every ball.
What, between deliveries?
Between deliveries. You're not going to get close, by the way.
16?
Yeah, you're not even halfway.
Oh,
37.
that's
30
outrageous.
Yeah. 37 different connections with his hand and knees and helmet and whatever else. Anyway, back to this game. Weatherall's steaming in, isn't he, from the Davy Capel end? He's a lovely runner, isn't he? I don't know what his athletic history is, but it wouldn't surprise me if he'd been a very good 400-meter runner. He's just got that kind of that gait. He's not Michael Holding. Let's hope he becomes something akin to Michael. But the way that he covers the ground is not dissimilar to Michael Holding.
I don't think Wantage Road is big enough for Michael Holding's run-up, is it?
I don't think so. The nice angled approach from the young man. Generally operates a bit around mid-crease, which is lovely. Starting line is kind of middle and off, and he looks to swing it out from there. That's his standard delivery. Inviting Coles to play forward defensive to that one, and Coles obliges with a textbook forward defence. There's no run. Yeah, I feel very privileged actually to be able to, watch Rafi Weatherall's entry into the professional game and watch his development. Oh, that's nicely bowled and nicely played. The good length delivery, bringing Coles forward, and found a thick outside edge, but we might see on replay. Technically, that's very good from James Coles.
There's been a real, we've had getting on, this is the 10th over of the morning, and looking at the bowling figures of Weatherall and Sanderson, there's been a real noticeable change of intent from Sussex as well. Sanderson 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 2. Weatherall 4.2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12, or none for 14 now, I think. But I think if we'd have rolled the clock back 24 hours, we'd have seen a much more enterprising and attacking James Coles.
Yeah, for sure. And we did, in the first innings, he did play flamboyantly, I think. But the thing about the 4-day cricket, the domestic game, is you'll be required to play in a variety of ways as a batter. And if you can do that, great. If you can't do that, you better be extremely good at the one way of playing. The shorthand I have is, if you're a genius, well, go and bat. But if you're not, well, then work out how you're going to make a score in this innings on this pitch today. And it's about, Graham Gooch used to talk about not scoring runs, but making a score. I mean, he did make batting sound hard when he talked about it. But he made plenty of runs in his way. Slightly wider on the crease from Rafi Weatherall, just slightly too wide. A good length, good pace. But Coles can let that one go through. The score is 98 for 4. That's a lead of 144. Coles getting himself in, which you need to do on this pitch. He's 9 not out. Carter yet to score. He's been done a couple of times already by Ben Sanderson, once on the inside and once on the outside. And he'll be thinking, well, this guy's quite good. This guy Sanderson, he's quite good at this bowling thing.
On screen there, you can see the, certainly not the original scoreboard, but the one that's slightly older than the digital screen to our left. That's about my favourite area of the ground, that, with that signal box. If that had like an old-fashioned score box, with the kind of real heavy kind of numbers that you have to turn over
with the tins.
I could really find myself maybe a holiday let or something down in that corner in Northampton. Timeshare.
Well, you could probably convert this top floor of the signal box.
Could do.
Make the club an offer. Sanderson is all over Carter. Carter shuffles forward, trying to take length away. Hits him on the pad, runs off down the leg side. They're going to come back for a second. They get there comfortably. That will be leg buys. So Carter will remain on 0. But we saw their intent to just nudge down the wicket a little bit from Carter. Just trying to take length away. Those 2 leg byes bringing up the 100 for Sussex, 100 for 4 in the 34th over. They were 50 off about 8 overs, I think. So the scoring rate has slowed very significantly, as you say, Dan. That was banged in. It's taken on by Carter, gets it down very quickly. There is a man on the long leg boundary who is the very good fielder that is Rafi Weatherall, sent in a lovely return. I like to see that, Dan. I'm very old school. I'm not going to apologise for that. I think it's just good standards. Throwing from the outfield has in the modern game is pretty awful. I'm sure it used to be better. Sure it did. And to be fair, Rafi Weatherall, who's very new into the professional game, right over the top of the stumps there. I see the keeper running all over the place to take returns. For the matchup that Northampton really want early in Cole's innings, they want Sanderson bowling at Cole's. Cole's is a big part of this Sussex batting lineup. Sanderson did him on the outside there beautifully.
Sussex also know that Ben Sanderson's possibly got 3 to 9 balls left before before he takes a break. He bowled 2 spells, didn't he, in the morning session yesterday? So whether Proctor will look to do the same.
Yeah, if you look at Sanderson's figures, he's got 1 ball left of his 13th over. So let's round that up for argument's sake. So 13 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 34. Okay. 13 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 34. After 2 overs, he was 2 overs, 0 for 24.
Yeah.
So he's bowled 11 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 10. That is the respect that he's being shown. And actually, he's challenging as well. It's not just they're patting back. He's going past. That's a nice cricket shot pushed into the offside. They're going to take on the arm of Luke Proctor. It hits the stumps, but Coles is comfortably in. A good run, good bit of fielding, good cricket, good position from the umpire as well. Credit where it's due. Got himself into a lovely side-on position there.
Yeah, just Sanderson. I'm not saying Sanderson's done anything wrong here. He's been perfect there. He doesn't have to get out of Coles' way. On another day, if James Coles has had to run around Ben Sanderson at the end of his follow-through, and you see that quite a lot in cricket, that is out. That was gone, I think.
You think?
I think so. If the batter then had to run around a bowler.
I see. Okay. So yeah, sorry, I've just tuned in. So, okay. Yeah. So Ben Sanderson stays on the wicket. Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Yeah.
Because he was only just in, wasn't he? So yeah, any deviation from that line that he ran. Yeah, and you do see that a lot. There's one case that springs to mind. I'm trying to remember who the bowler was, who he's absolute past master at accidentally getting in the line of the batter. Got a change at the David Capel end. It nearly brings a wicket. First ball for Justin Broad, who has replaced Rafi Weatherall at the David Capel end. It was a wide-ish ball.
You touted him with a bit of a golden arm yesterday, didn't you?
I did. I did. I think he has got that ability. I think, and I did use the phrase golden arm, and it can be, it almost says he's a bit fortunate. I don't really mean that. I just think he's got some good wicket-taking capability. That one banged in, and Prithvi Shaw made a bit of a meal of that, trying to field that at mid-wicket. In the end, he got nowhere near it. It looked like he was in quicksand, trying to go to his right. And Justin Broad just gave him a little look, as if to say, "Oh, Prithvi, I was pretty clear that was in your vicinity," but he didn't stop it. A further 2 to Coles. He's on to 12.
I suppose Justin Broad would be the bowler in a full strength Northampton attack that the opposition would look to target. Whether then that kind of adds weight to that golden arm argument and you create an opportunity through an increased bit of aggression from one of the batters, maybe.
Yeah, it's possible, isn't it? Certainly as a batter, you get through Sanderson and White. They're 2 of the best in this division, in the domestic game, let alone this division. 2 of the best. Get through that, and I guess I guess you may, whether it's target or whether it's just relax or whatever, that might contribute. I guess Justin Broad doesn't think like this, but I might do if I was him. I'd be thinking, oh my goodness, if Sando and Whitey can't get this bloke out, what chance have I got? But Justin Broad doesn't think that way, and he does pick up wickets, and Northampton desperately need him to do that right now. It's a ball that should have been hit for 4, and Carter will feel fortunate that he missed it completely. It did bounce. He played under it. It's trying to hit a very square. It's a short boundary there. Any bat on that goes for 4 square of the wicket on the offside, and he just missed it. There's plenty of times when you just get a thin one on that, and you do feel that you've been strangled a wee bit. And that ball really did pick up pace off the wicket. Carter tucked it away very fine down to Michael Finnan. He's on the field. As we've said, Jack White is not on the field and looks like he won't be taking the field in this innings. If you're listening, Jack, why, I would say firstly, but if you are listening, all the best with whatever it is you've picked up yesterday. And let's hope you're back as soon as you possibly can be. Is it going to be a double change, or are we going to see one more? Have you got one more, Sando? One more? Yeah, of course you have. Takes his hat off. He doesn't walk particularly quickly to the end of his run, Ben Sanderson, at the best of times. So it's a studied walk. Let's say he's thinking, how am I going to construct this over? This will, I'm pretty sure, be his last over of this spell, and he will want to get another wicket, take his tally to 4. That's very nicely defended.
Yeah, Carter and Coles will know exactly that, won't they?
They will.
Almost count them down.
Yeah.
So, well, it looks like it's going to be Rob Keogh next from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
He's doing a bit, isn't he?
Well, there's a fair bit to aim at, isn't there, out there?
The shorter boundary to the leg side. I might encourage you sweeps. Bit of bounce in the pitch, that can be a dangerous shot. It's a good contest, this, between Sanderson and Carter. Is the helmet coming on? Yes, it is. So Lewis McManus has decided he's going to come up to the stumps. Carter's response to Sanderson nipping one through the gate and going the other way in consecutive balls, he has hitherto walked down the wicket a little bit, just to try and negate any movement. As a result of that, up comes Lewis McManus to the stumps. So Carter won't leave its crease. Sanderson can operate in his business area. And guess what? He does. Straight on it. Beautifully defended as well. It's nice cricket, this.
It is. McManus took a couple of great takes, didn't he, up to the stumps of Sanderson yesterday. Ones that really took off, relatively speaking, in the context of what we've seen so far. Yeah. Down the leg side as well, weren't they? One of them. It's go unsighted for a long time.
Danny is president of the Keepers Union, if anyone is wondering. But yeah, quite right too.
Why would you not love a wicket keeper?
I do. I mean, I still think it's the hardest job in the game. I used to tell Rips that I think it is the hardest job in the game, and he would say no. Oh, he doesn't actually talk like that. But let's pretend he does, because it's funny.
No, it's a great accent.
He'd say up and no, opening batting. That's toughest job, lad. Doesn't speak anything like that. But it is a tough job, no doubt. And Lewis McManus is very good at it. And Ben Sanderson's very good at that, which is landing the ball where he wants to. And Ollie Carter's up to the job at the minute. There's a change in the field for what will be, I'm sure, Ben Sanderson's last ball of this spell, unless he gets a wicket.
Yeah, that's just sending the man out at point, isn't he, I think?
He is.
Offering Ollie Carter that single. If he gets through this, he'll be 2 off 20, and I suppose Northampton would probably be they'll be looking to bowl at Ollie Carter rather than James Coles.
Well, an extravagant square drive attempted by Ollie Carter, which was not in keeping with the rest of the way he played that over. That was a bit of odd cricket.
Mm.
You know, as a coach, which I'm no longer, but when I was, I'd be looking at that thinking, what's happened there? Has someone had a little nibble at him? As Sando have said, can you hit this? Can you hit this one? Or something, because that was out of character with the way he played that over. So it's one that you just put that one in the back of your mind as a coach and make sure you remembered it next time you had an opportunity to gently inquire. It led to a dot ball. So Carter has done the job, which is seeing Sanderson off. We suspect there might be a change next over. I think Sando's probably done for now.
Yeah, Luke Proctor's getting loose as well. So probably going to be Luke Proctor, isn't it, from the Lynn Wilson Centre end rather than Rob Keogh?
I would be very disappointed if it wasn't Luke Proctor. You know, what have we seen? 24 wickets fall and we're nearly halfway through the fourth session, and they've all been to see him, and there's still plenty of movement there. So we wouldn't want to be bowling Rob Keogh unless we've got a master plan that no one else has ever seen in the history of cricket. We might have that plan.
Maybe Rob just wanted a bowl. Maybe that's why he was getting loose.
I'd love that to be the case, but he's stopped his limbering. There is more limbering. Oh, Prifty Shaw's limbering. I like that. He needs to limber because he wasn't very flexible on the last time he tried to field the ball. Broad not happy with his line there. He looks disappointed with that. Couple of balls start of the over that he's bowled sort of 7th, 8th stump. The length's been fine, but the radar is off, and he was disappointed with that one. You could see in his face, on his follow. I said, "Oh, come on, Justin, can play, make him play."
I think particularly with this change of mindset and attitude that Sussex have applied so far, they're going to be quite happy just to let that one go by, aren't they, today? Yeah. Whereas yesterday, that line could have brought about a catch at fourth slip with a bit of a flirty drive at a wide one. But Coles and Carter offering a lot of discipline for Sussex at the moment.
Nice kiss off the surface again. And I do feel the ball's gone through to the keeper at different speeds. Maybe that was an effort ball, possibly from Justin Broad. Let's get the line right, Justin. And that's better. That is better. That pitched and left Coles. A very good delivery. Another day, he nicks that. That was a very good ball. Coles hasn't had many balls connect with the bat. Not that he's played a miss. He just let a lot go. He did play at that one, and it went significantly off the wicket. That was more lateral movement than we've seen on average. That was significant movement away from the right-hander, slightly back of a length. Pitches that, what did I say about third slip, Dan?
You did. It was interesting there. Coles, I think the ball before didn't trigger across. That one, he got himself outside off stump, didn't he, to combat that movement away the outside edge. Did it carry?
Yes, it did. It did. It's comfortably into third slip, that. It's a fine, fine line. And I said at the time, it's very easy to make these calls from up here. What happened was with Rafi Weatherall, he didn't get his line particularly right, and it led to the captain taking third slip out and putting him into extra cover for a bit of protection. When Justin Broad started his spell, we then started with 2 slips. And we said earlier that Northampton's best chances of winning this match, obviously, is to bowl Sussex out as soon as possible. Coles is a big part of that lineup, and that ball did carry into the vacant third man area. So, well bowled, Justin Broad. That's a shame. And it's a fine judgment that, you know, there'll be plenty of other people saying you can't have 3, Phil, for the fourth seamer. And, you know, that's a fair argument too. So I'm not saying that's a howler.
Yeah.
Personally, I would rather make the mistake by being attacking generally rather than being defensive. And that said, finally, my final caveat amongst caveats is I think we have at times this season had too many catches in for too long. Yeah. So I can't have it always.
No. But it's nice to be able to say that you can, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I think I think in this circumstance, this partnership between the two of them is now 14 or 46. And at that point there, with the amount that had been left and defended by Coles and Carter, to be ultra proactive, I think you're looking at, let's put another one in the cordon if that edge does come, because they're not taking us on at the moment.
Yeah, and it's not gone flat, has it, by any means? We said only the ball before. We said there was extravagancy in movement from Broad, but it's you choose your poison, really. This is good though. Proctor started well again. He has bowled well this year. I'm not sure that Luke Proctor's stats this year will reflect how well he's bowled, because this is in terms of consistency. This is as well as I've seen Proc bowl. His workload during his time with Northants won't reflect his potential as a bowler. I say potential, his capability, not potential. There is potential there, but he's very, very capable already. But he's had quite a number of injuries that have allowed him to play as a batter, but not as a bowler, side strains and the like. That's nicely bowled. I do have Northants stats about my person somewhere, so I shall look them up, try and confirm.
I've got some good news, Rowie, as well.
Oh, you have?
We've had an email in,
Oh,
which allows us to speak about wicket keepers more.
Oh, God, that's great.
We'll save it. We'll save it, because I think your stat or your bit of information you're looking for might be directly relevant to what's going on.
Okay.
But you can get in contact with us if you'd like to throughout the course of the game. You can do that via Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or via email, which Ash has done so, which is stream@nccc.co.uk. Did you find what you're looking for?
39. He's got his wickets at 39, which does not reflect. Well, it reflects stats don't lie over a period of time. I think thus far, I think he can count himself unlucky to be averaging that number. Okay, keeping.
So the email from Ash. I was having a discussion yesterday with some friends about who, in my opinion, was the best wicketkeeper of all time. I said, in my opinion, it's Jack Russell. Who do you think is the best wicketkeeper ever?
Okay, I mean, it's a great question, isn't it? I'm going to firstly say this, is that on a question like that, I'd probably defer to a wicketkeeper, to someone who's done it for a living, to see what they think. I grew up watching Alan Knott. I thought he was a wonderful keeper. I think Jack Russell was a fantastic keeper and brought a lot to that role as well. In one-day cricket at Gloucester, he was a beautiful shot through the covers from Coles. Overpitched by Broad, struggled to find a consistent length. Not bowled badly, struggled to find a consistent length. That was a half volley, and it was latched onto and punished very quickly from James Coles. He's on to 21, the lead, 160. Yeah, I'm going to say, I'm probably going to say Alan Knott, because it's kind of nostalgic as well. Yeah, and I also know a story about Alan Knott, which I'll tell you about in a minute, just to back up what a great bloke he was. It's not my story, but I like to tell it. So, so David Ripley, very early in his career, is keeping wicket at Northampton, and they're playing Kent, and the Kent wicketkeeper is APE Knott. And at the close of play, with no announcement at all, there's a knock on the changing room door, and they open the door, and Knott is there. I'll call him Knotty. I have met him, but Knott, I shouldn't really. Mr. Knott is there with 2 pints. Says, is David Ripley? Yeah, so it's Jack. Can I have a chat with him? Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. I mean, people have changed and about to leave the ground or go to the bar or whatever they did in those days. And Alan Knott comes in, sits down, says, well kept today, mate. I thought this, I thought that, I thought the other. And what do you think? And they had a couple of hours together, totally unscheduled, off the cuff. And I thought, there's a good cricket man right there. So as well as loving watching him keep wicket for England when I was growing into cricket in the 70s, I think that story makes him my favourite. Whether he's the best, I don't know.
Yeah.
but he's my favourite. Yeah.
Yeah, I think favorite is a easier question to answer, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think best always becomes very very subjective and ultimately does boil back down to a lot of favoritism, I guess. And
Yes.
as you say, nostalgia.
Yeah. How about you? I mean, you're a man who straps them on every week.
Yeah, I love it. Favorite part of the game for me. So my kind of baptism into cricket, as you probably guessed, came slightly later than yours. So
Just a bit, yeah.
Alan Knott was slightly before my time, as was Jack Russell. There was the one that always stood out, and for obvious reasons, and I think that's because not only as a wicketkeeper, but also just changed the way that cricket is played, and that would obviously be Adam Gilchrist. I didn't start watching cricket until 2005, and he was obviously an enormous part of my kind of first viewings, really, first kind of levels of interest in it. Out off the back of him being a Sussex supporter as well, Matt Pryor from that same blueprint. Had a very good international career as a wicketkeeper batter or a batter wicketkeeper. I suspect would probably be the way to go around it. And of course, he kept for so long at Sussex to Mushtaq Ahmed. And I think you have to be a pretty decent gloveman to keep up with what Mushy was serving up at the time. In terms of an out-and-out gloveman, James Foster.
Yeah, he's beautiful, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah. A good first over from Proctor's been spoiled with the first ball of his second over from the Lynn Wilson end. It was short, it was wide, and just what Ollie Carter needed to make himself feel a bit more comfortable, and moves on to 6, his first boundary. Yeah, he's good, isn't he? Folks, very good.
No, James Foster.
Oh, Foster, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, Folks
sorry.
is brilliant, but James Foster was...
You said Foster, I heard Folks, yeah. Interesting.
Both good.
Both good, both start with an F. That's well bowled. Well played. They're pushing pretty sure, but he just manages to catch up with that as it runs across the square. Yeah, Foster. Oh, crikey. If you had a combination, and the one we haven't mentioned, who goes unmentioned often, I think, yeah, Foster's fantastic, is Chris Reed. You had a combination of Foster stood up, Reed stood back. I think you've got perfect wicketkeeper there.
Yeah, no one can forget certain Mahendra Singh Dhoni as well. What a cricketer. What a cricketer he still is, actually. He's still not hung the gloves up, has he? But anyway, thanks for the email, Ash. Appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in.
What was Ash? Did Ash volunteer his favourite?
Yeah, Jack Russell.
Yeah, okay. Well, why not? Yeah. And he a bit like you said with Adam Gilchrist, who kind of moved that skill on to a slightly different place. I think Jack Russell did that as well, particularly in one-day cricket, standing up to the seamers.
Okay.
He made, he was I was going to say he was the first. He was a very early guy to adopt that, to get up to the stumps in one-day cricket to the seamers, and crikey, he did it well. And Gloucestershire in that era were a phenomenal one-day side, and a big part of that was Jack Russell standing, particularly that guy called Lewis, who swung the ball back in, left armour, swung the ball back into the right hand, and Jack Russell would often go up to the stumps there, so it negated the batter coming down the crease to try and avoid LBW. They had to stay at home because Russell was there, and it was a big part of that successful Gloucestershire side. Right question.
Very good question. Always enjoyable just to talk about favourites and your bit of, because you can't help but, as I said, throw a bit of nostalgia in there and what that cricketer or what that moment meant to you as an individual.
Alan Knott, well, I don't know which channel it would have been or how I came about it, but I remember watching some cricket from Australia, Ashes series, and Alan Knott was ahead of his time with batting. You might wonder nowadays whether he was getting out of the way, but when they bowled short of him, he was very happy to flay that ball up and over the offside, and now it's regulation.
Yeah.
There are not many people doing it back then. In fact, very few.
No, that uppercut now is played pretty consistently, isn't it? It's a genuine scoring option, whereas, as you said, in that era, it would have been I'm not sure what page on the MCC coaching manual that one was ripped from, but you can tell how much this game has just calmed down, can't you, over the last 10 minutes, 5 minutes, because we've had an opportunity to talk about wicket keepers, whereas yesterday it was there's another one gone.
Yes.
It
was a procession.
There's another one gone.
Yeah.
it's nice to see we're getting a bit more normality.
Alan Nott's son is a very good cricket coach, and he was a good wicketkeeper himself. James was on the Surrey staff for a while, and then moved into education. They played cricket for Bedfordshire. They were minor counties, now called national counties at the time. But James runs cricket at Stowe School. Some of the Northampton lads find themselves there from time to time. Graham White, Ben Duckett, probably a couple. Ben Howdigo came through that pathway.
Broad continues from the David Capeland, and a nice looking drive from James Coles, who's just starting to look a little bit more comfortable at the crease, which is good signs for those of you joining us on the South Coast, and slightly more worrying for those of us joining from the Midlands. He's 22 off 54. Just the 3 fours, but the partnership now worth 24, and they've importantly faced 64 deliveries between the two of them. One defended into the offside, and a quick single taken. Just caught Weatherall and Keogh. Split them nicely, picked up the single.
Weatherall was slightly slow off the mark, and then he had to really accelerate from nowhere. And he just felt the back of his right leg there. I don't know whether you saw that, Dan.
No, I didn't. Keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on Rafi. Hopefully all is well. He's adopted the Ben Sanderson pose, the double teapots. Big drive from Ollie Carter. Just enough shape away from the Sussex batter not to get the edge, but through to McManus.
I mean, that could be an example of something we were talking about earlier. Does he play that shot to Ben Sanderson?
Well, based on what we saw, no.
Yeah, based on what we saw, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, maybe there's something in this relaxing, golden arm, whatever it might be. That's well played.
Left alone that time. Just looked to shape up towards it. Withdrew the bat at the last moment. I mean, 7 off 30. He's got 1 boundary. You said he absorbed a lot of pressure from Ben Sanderson. And the whole point, really, of going out there with a cricket bat in your hand is to score runs, isn't it? So if you're not going to try and score off Sanderson, you are going to have to try and score off someone. That last couple of shots has just prompted Broad and Proctor to strengthen that cordon off the last ball of the over. And that one is cut away nicely off the back foot and well fielded by Rob Keogh on the bounce. The half volley. Timed it well, didn't he? 41 overs, 121 for 4. The lead now 167.
You know, I wonder if when we look back on this, and it's too early to say this right now, but it's a question that I'll put out there and for us to muse on for the remainder of this game, is whether the wicket was a day early. Because and it was that shot really that made me think that's a good bit of cricket in terms of a Northampton bit of cricket. That ball bounced. It had pace on it. It was cut. It was cut nicely. It was not really the outcome that's the point. But I've been keeping an eye on, as you know, as we all have really, is the increased bounce and pace in this pitch, and I like that a lot. Whether we were just a day ahead of schedule, maybe yesterday, possibly.
Proctor on the money. Coles, the man on strike, defends that one back down the grounds. Yeah, I don't know enough about manicuring lawns and pitch preparation to even be able to come up with anything further than I've no idea how you would end up with a day early cricket pitch, to be honest. But yeah, I think there's certainly something there worth thinking about and potentially discussing as this game goes on. That one's
a good run.
Played into the offside. Good single. And these two have batted well together.
Yeah,
Northants have picked up 2 wickets. Tom Alsop fell on the 6th ball of the first over of the morning. And as well as Tom Alsop has batted, you could forgive anybody for getting out so early on in the piece, regardless of the fact he was 23 not out overnight. You do essentially start again on 0, don't you, after a night away from the ground. And the other wicket to fall, the man who you would have expected to have picked up early in the piece on day 2 was that of the night watchman. So it's been pretty even, I think. But these two in particular Yeah, 26 off 71. Not exactly going to start writing newspaper headlines about it, are you? But it's a good partnership so far.
Well, it is. And they've just played, haven't they? You know, we talked about what the Sussex plan would be, and it just play. Just respect what's in front of you. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Nice shot.
It's well fielded at mid-off by Rafi Weatherall, I think. Diving away to his left there. Have I got that right?
It was Rafi, yep.
That's a really good stop. Said a few times he's a good young athlete. And yeah, he did a good job for his captain there. Diving away to his left. I think he's just hurt his elbow slightly, but no great damage. Well fielded young man. That was going for 4. He saved 3 there. That's a good run.
Cole's just feels like he's just settling into this now, doesn't he?
It looks to me that he's happier to go at this kind of pace than he's, you know, this is good. He's saying, yeah, I'm playing well. I'm on 25 and he's rotating well. They've run well, these two, as you've said. In the first innings, I think he wanted to hit boundaries and impose himself. And that led to his downfall. It was a soft dismissal for him. But he looks to be applying himself very well to the task today.
Good bumper from Proctor, which Ollie Carter was happy just to watch go over his bat. Dot ball to finish the over. 42 overs have been bowled. 124 for 4. Run rate 2.95. 77 overs remain in the day. Looks like we've got a few more people in today on a Monday morning than what we had yesterday, didn't we? I know there was a football game going on, but it was pretty sparse, wasn't it, yesterday afternoon?
It was the excitement of the England game that kept people away from the excitement of the cricket, wasn't it? I was able to get home after the close of play in order to watch England somehow win that game. Crikey, Gareth Southgate copped some stick, didn't he?
Oh, I don't think that's a conversation we need to have on a county championship live stream, Rowie.
Okay. Just in broad. He doesn't cop a lot of stick. I think he's a very well thought of young man in and around the Northamptonshire setup. He's been a good signing so far. It's early in his time. We don't know what he's going to train on to become. And I think he and the club are finding out what his best role is. But he's certainly got a number of strings to his bow. Where he ends up, for how long, we'll see. But he's got some talent, as has James Coles, and there's an example of it. He's a tall guy. He does get a big stride, and that means that his range of half volleys is slightly different to others. His partner in crime being one of those, but that is a full half volley, and he has hit that incredibly hard and very nicely through extra cover for 4. I feel like you've shut me down there on the Gareth Southgate. And I guess we should be talking about cricket rather than football, shouldn't we? That's probably a fair comment.
I think can of worms
okay.
comes to mind, I think.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, let's not go there. This is not Talk Sport, is it, or whatever that thing's called, where they deliberately open cans of worms.
Exactly. Imagine someone like Jeffrey Boycott on one of these modern day radio phone-in.
Oh, gee whiz.
He'd have a field day, wouldn't he?
Don't suggest that to someone.
It's something I'd tune in for.
Would you?
Yeah. Just imagine someone called Terry phoning in from Dudley, big Aston Villa fan who's not happy with the recent performances in the FA Cup, and you've got Boycott sat on the other end of the phone, just telling him that they're rubbish.
Yeah,
I could get on board. Might even pay a subscription for it.
I mean, you've probably covered it there, haven't you? That would be the nature of the call. I don't really see him with himself now, Sir Jeff. I don't see him cropping up in many places.
No, I'm not sure. I would imagine he still gets up to Yorkshire to watch the cricket.
He did divide opinion, didn't he? In everything he did, as a player, the captain as an administrator, or a committee man, I should say. Almost got to think it was deliberate.
Enjoyed it. End of the over, 43, 128 for 4. Partnership worth 32 off 80. So not huge by any stretch, but feels like Northants. But they need a wicket, don't they? They need to break this because it's edging its way up towards 200 now. The lead is worth 174. And it's just a little bit quiet out there at the moment.
Yeah, you use the term edging their way, and I think that's Northant's best chance of a wicket is finding that outside edge. And the way to do that is to keep your catches in. They've got 3. The captain's got 3 catches in, which is interesting. Broad only was afforded 2. But keeping the ball pitched up, trying to keep the guys coming forward as much as you can. About there. That one was angled in. But caught behind, caught in the cordon has been the mode of dismissal in this match so far. And there's nothing I've seen so far to suggest it's about to change rapidly. But certainly what has changed is the regularity with which wickets have fallen. And there's a combination of factors. I don't think the bowling's worse than it was, but I think the batting is a lot better. The pitch is a wee bit flatter. Oh, that's drop kicked is the current parlance. Square of the wicket. Has it gone all the way? It has. For 6 down to Dan, your favourite part of the ground. It was full. It was angled into Midland leg, and it was a drop kick shot. Bang. Nice balance from Ollie Carter.
Yeah, it's short that side, isn't it?
It is.
Over the leg side. So there's no real risk for Ollie Carter. There's 3 men out on the leg side, one of which is at mid-on. Prithvi Shaw, one of the shorter men in world cricket at mid-wicket. And then I think that's Michael Finan, isn't it, down on the boundary rope at long leg. Bring about a change in the field. Prithvi Shaw is going to go out to square leg where that ball ended up.
Northampton's got 2 12th men on at the minute. I think the guy with the ball now at extra cover is probably fine. And
oh, it is, yeah.
And I think there's
apologies.
I think Ben Sanderson's off the pitch at the minute.
You're absolutely right. Well spotted.
Nicely bowled. Got a bit straight, hasn't he, Proc? He can operate straight. He's gone at the poles so far in this over. Or he can go channel and look to get the ball to go away from the right-hander. Looks like he's going more stumps to Carter. I mean, I would suggest a mix of that, but also, as I said earlier in this, I think channel is the way to go. Not wide channel, just 4th.
Yeah, maybe it's a nod to the fact that the ball isn't doing as much as what it did yesterday. Actually target that front pad. Carter so far has covered up really well, isn't he?
He has. That one came off the wicket quite slowly, didn't it? Hit the bottom of the bat.
It's been good about Carter here as well. He's got that 6 off the second ball of the over. Brought about the field change, and we've gone straight back into the box that he was operating in before that. You'd call it a release shot, wouldn't you, really? A 6 over square leg flicked off middle stump. But actually, I mean, it was a bit of a half volley. And when you come out of a T20 blast campaign, I don't know whether Ollie Carter would have played much of the blast or not without going back through the games that he would have played in. But it's a good time to play a flick over square leg for 6, isn't it? When you've been practicing it for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I get, that's it's kind of instinctive, isn't it? Another day he'll hit that along the carpet, and he won't necessarily know why one he hits under and one he hits along the deck. It was very nicely played, though, wasn't it? His balance was superb.
Yeah, he struggled to have timed it much better. 3 Northants cricketers you can see in your shot there. Justin Broad with ball in hand. Sanderson with the sun hat on. He's back on the field, and see the man with the back to us. The number 2 was Luke Proctor. The think tank. It's well wide of off stump. Through to Lewis McManus.
40 minutes till lunch. Lunch is going to taste a lot better for Northants if that score moves on to say 4-6 rather than 4-4. I think at the moment, if it, it says 40 minutes is a long time. There's 2 wickets fallen in the session so far. If that remains the case at lunch, Sussex have won the session, as you say, one of them being the night watchman as well.
Oh, has that gone down?
That has gone down.
Keogh's thrown himself at it at backward point. Coles is, well, he couldn't have played that much better, could he? Timed it so well. Keogh full length dive, couldn't bring it in safely. James Coles get to life on 29. I was just about to say, when you mentioned 40 minutes to go, it's been a period of play where it hasn't felt like Carter or Coles are about to nick off. And that would have been a wicket out of pretty much nothing, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. I mean, the most extraordinary thing there is that Rob Keogh didn't catch it, because he is an amazing, amazing fielder. He's one of the best fielders in the country. It was to his right, to his strong side, and you could see from his reaction that he was disappointed to have not held on to that. He is a bowler's dream in the field, wherever he fields. Rob Keogh, he does some extraordinary things. Unfortunately, that one didn't stick. Oh, and that was uppish from Coles. It's getting a ripple of applause, but really that was one of the poorer drives that he's played. He went after it in terms of width. It had width about it, but he wasn't able to get any momentum over the ball, and he hit it on the up, and he didn't middle it. It went square of the wicket. It probably landed exactly where a square point would be fielding.
Yep.
You can't have men everywhere. Rob Keogh was behind point and nearly caught him 2 balls ago, but that was not in control.
No, as you said, there are gaps, aren't there, through the offside? There is a bit of real estate to play with.
So that's the 5th drop in the match so far that Northants have afforded Sussex, and 4 of those drops were in the slips. They were all very catchable slip chances. I mean, I think slip is a tough place to field. There is an easy slip catch. It's off the glove and pops up. Otherwise, they're all difficult for me. But in terms of, they were regulation for fielders who field there. And then that one for Rob Keogh was fairly regulation for him. You know, had it stuck, we wouldn't be saying that's an extraordinary catch. We'd say, yeah, nice catch, tumbling away to his right. Getting a pat on the back, Rob Keogh, from Emilio Gay. Get the next one, mate. Words to that effect, hopefully. Hopefully something encouraging.
Yeah, I think the 2 of them get on pretty well, don't they?
Yes, I think they do.
Yeah, and Keogh, so I'm sure it would have been well wishes rather than anything sinister. Proctor will continue. What are the spells here? Broad has bowled 6 overs now, none for 21 from the David Capel end. This will be Proctor's 5th from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Can't see anybody else getting loose. Is Broad going to carry on?
Ben Sanderson has lost his hat.
Yeah, it just picked up a bit of breeze. Fell off his head as Proctor started running in. Sanderson looked at it as if to get it and then thought, oh, I can't really be bothered. I'll get it in a minute.
I'm surprised the batter didn't notice that. I mean, you should be watching the ball rather than mid-offs.
Yeah.
But it was, it would be in your peripheral vision, I guess. Someone's warming up. Who's at backward point? Is that Britsky?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just doing.
It's Matt Bretsky. Carter takes the single, takes on the South African, who has a shy at the non-strikers, and Broad does well to get around backing that up. He's quick across the outfield. He did have a bowl, actually, in the warm-ups this morning. Had a run through, I think is the technical term, isn't it?
Yeah.
He is a wicket. Well, his profile on the Crick Info page does say that he is a wicket keeper, Matt Bretsky.
Is he your favourite?
He's not. He does have 1 first-class wicket to his name, though.
Oh, okay.
1 for 13.
How many balls has he bowled?
255.
Okay, 40 overs.
Career
Okay.
figures of 1 for 159. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW, and it's been given. Proctor gets the breakthrough, and Coles has got to go. It wasn't caught behind. We reckon he might have nicked it.
It sounded a bit double noisy. They had a lot going for it.
Yeah, it looked like it was back pad, wasn't it? In front of the stumps. We'll get a replay from behind.
Oh, it's jagged back.
His arm, it certainly moved. Proctor, the captain, gets his first wicket of Sussex's second innings, and that partnership that was worth 43 has been broken.
It was nice delivery, wasn't it? It wasn't the mode of dismissal that I was sort of expecting. It was probably a catch behind the wicket, but it was in the right area, bringing Coles forward, and it nipped back off the seam. We said that, yeah, I mean, it's hit him in front. It's going on to hit the stumps. I think there's no doubt about that. The only question was, did he get a thin inside edge on it? And the batter looked a bit disappointed. It didn't indicate necessarily that it hit it, but there was a very good delivery. And there'll be a couple of people feeling very good about that. One will be Captain Luke Proctor, because he's picked up his first wicket of the innings, and that's an important wicket as well. James Coles. And the other one, of course, is Rob Keogh, who only 4 runs earlier had dropped a very catchable chance from James Coles. So, you know, the damage was only 4, which is, it threatened to be a lot more than that. He was playing very well.
Yeah, he was timing the ball nicely, wasn't he? Fortunately for Northants, won't have to deal with him anymore. John Simpson, new man at number 7 in the end for John Simpson. 680 runs in the campaign so far at an average 75. Got dropped twice, didn't he? His innings of
dropped on
8,
6,
wasn't it?
Yeah, he got 8. He was dropped on 6, and then he was dropped on 7, and he was eventually caught on 8.
8 off 29 before finally being caught by Justin Broad. But he's in form, is John Simpson. And the two of them that he's just watched, Carter and Coles, have just proven the fact that it's not impossible to bat here at Wantage Road. Captain to captain. Starts with a dot ball, defends back to Luke Proctor. So 139 for 5. The lead is now 185 for Sussex. There's no real minimum, is there, that Sussex need, if that makes sense?
Well, that's well bowled.
Carried,
Well bowled, well played, well fielded. I say well played, and he edged it, but he got it down. And you'll see why, is because he just controls the bat face very well. The furthest thing forward are his hands here. The blade of the bat is behind the hands. The knee is bent, and often you get away with that when you do that. Well played, very well bowled. Proctor continues to be in good form with the ball.
Leaves that one alone and doesn't carry quite as well as what it has done throughout the course of the day. Dot ball to finish, successful over, 1 run coming from it, and of course the wicket of James Coles. I was just saying, so there's a 185 run lead. Yeah. Sussex don't want to be bowled out now, do they? And have a lead of 185. But with McAndrew, Robinson, Hunt, they'll go, well, we'll back ourselves.
Well, Hunt can't come back in.
No, but with the ball.
Oh, with the ball. Sorry.
That's what I mean.
Right.
They said they don't want a lead of 185, but if they were to be rolled now.
Oh, okay. I'm back in Northants at 185.
Yeah.
That might surprise some people because it's almost 100 more than we got in the first innings, but I would back Northants at 185. I think it becomes even money for me.
Yeah.
It becomes even money at around 230 and then past then. Actually, I think 250, you know.
Yeah.
I'm backing us. I think 250. I am optimistic, I am optimistic.
No,
and,
I think,
but I do think 250 we could chase.
Yeah, I think what I was meaning is if the lead was only 185, Sussex would back themselves to take those 10 wickets.
Yeah.
With what we've seen throughout the course of this 3 3.5 sessions just
Yeah,
over that
no,
we've had so far.
I agree. And Ollie Robinson is a phenomenal bowler, and they've got other options as well.
Yeah,
So it's a nice balanced attack.
Nicely played by Carter. Runs it down through the vacant third slip. Will add 3 to his tally. Emilio Gay does the fielding. The long chase down towards the Lynn Wilson Centre, the indoor school here at Wantage Road.
I'm going to start plotting. I'm not, by the way, but I would like to have the concentration. Start plotting where Lewis McManus takes the returns that are thrown in from the outfield. That one was 2 strips away and short. Okay. No, I couldn't. I think it may have been thrown on the turn to try and prevent the third run.
Yeah.
So, okay, get the ball in the air for it. And I didn't see the release. But when the fielder's facing the keeper, it'll be interesting just to note that. I know another man who'll be keeping his eye on that is Graham White, who, as well as being the second team coach and the spin bowling coach, also looks after fielding. He was doing some this morning.
Broad into bowl against John Simpson. Simpson yet to get off the mark. He's going to start with 3 slips as well. It's Vasconcelos at first, Emilio Gay at second, and obviously Justin Broad. He can't be everywhere, can he? So he's got Matt Bretsky in at third slip. 142 for 5. Surely Sanderson comes back before Bretsky gets thrown the ball, right?
I would say so.
Get another spell out of Ben Sanderson before lunch. And equally, surely Rafi Weatherall comes back before lunch as well.
Well, so, I mean, I would say I'm just going to have a look and see how many overs Ben Sanderson has bowled in this match so far. But my phone won't allow me to do that for some reason. Okay, it's playing now.
Simpson off the mark, turns it round through square leg, gets it wide enough of Prithvi Shaw to allow the Sussex skipper off the mark and start his tally with a 2 into the leg side.
Someone put lead weights in Prithvi Shaw's boots. He really didn't move well towards that ball again, the second time in the field. So Sando's bowled so far 14 overs in this innings, and he bowled 14 overs in the first innings. Okay, so yeah, with the lefty in, let's get him back on before lunch for sure. Nicely bowled, nicely played.
Yeah, nice shot. But with the caveat of that, 28 overs in a day is a lot, isn't it?
Yeah. I keep forgetting that.
It's a tough balance because you'd say 14 overs should be fresh and ready to go, but
yeah,
actually it's about 28 overs in just over a day,
yeah,
which you wouldn't normally get, would you? You wouldn't expect Sanderson to bowl 28 overs in a day and a bit.
Yeah, that's very well remembered.
What are we?
You've remembered yesterday.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well, it was an intense day. There was plenty going on. And I think you and I both felt pretty exhausted by the end of it. It was hard to keep up with it, really, at times. Proctor is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. We've got 27 minutes till lunch. Carter plays that one into the offside, picks up the single, takes on Bretsky. Gets down the other end. He's 19 off 45. He certainly looked a lot more organised, a lot more comfortable, Ollie Carter, than what he did in that first innings.
Yeah, he was jumpy, wasn't he? There was a little ripple of applause then, and I'm looking at the scoreboard trying to work out exactly why.
It's just well running.
Well, very good. People tuning in from Sussex won't have a clue what you're saying there.
I think many people have a clue what I'm saying most of the time, Rowie.
Keogh's getting loose. Oh, that's a nice straight drive.
Well fielded by the skipper off his own bowling. So maybe we are going to see some spin. It's about time, isn't it? We've seen pretty much everything else.
Yeah, why not? But don't overdo it.
Yeah. But if he comes on, it's unlikely he'll bowl from the David Capeland. He doesn't normally do that, does he?
No, that's right.
Does have a longer warm up than others in world cricket. But that being said, Broad has bowled 7 straight now from the David Capeland, so they will be looking for a replacement for Justin Broad before too long.
Yeah, I mean, Rob Keogh just bowled that one across to Ben Sanderson, who's now polishing it. It suggests that he is going to have a go. Yeah, he does have a long walk. He's got an ongoing back issue, Rob Keogh has had for many years, so he likes to look after that, does the right stuff.
To the thigh pad, drifting significantly down the leg side. One leg by added, and Rafi Weatherall's lost his hat. For a moment there, the umpire thought, I could be helpful and I could stop. And then he went, no, actually, I'll get over the other side.
CBA.
Pick it. Pick your own hat up,
It
Rafi.
was. I saw exactly that. So, there's a hat. Now I've got a long walk ahead of me.
It will be interesting. If Keogh does come on from the David Capel end, it isn't an end that he normally operates from. And in my time here, has almost been exclusive from the Lynn Wilson Centre and the end that we're sat, the end that Luke Proctor's operating from now. But I did see him in that game against Kent last year, the one where Daniel Bell-Drummond scored the 100 and Muyeye scored 180. He did bowl from the David Capel end and he got Jack Leaning out with an absolute peach of a delivery.
He did, yeah.
Possibly, in my short stay here, the best ball that I've seen Rob Keogh bowl. And I've always wondered why he doesn't, after that, bowl a little bit more from the David Capel end. Nicely played. Ollie Carter. We saw the ball a couple of overs ago, went over square leg for 6 with a flick through the leg side, and that one's gone straighter even, timed as well, and it brings up the 150 for Sussex, and the lead is now 196.
Something happened there that I've never seen before, as the umpire forgot to signal 4. He did eventually signal 4, but it was an afterthought. I think the runs are already on the board before he signaled. But we are going to see Rob Keogh, as you say, unusually from the David Capel end. I think there's something about breeze, which as I look at the flag, the breeze, as we look out from the Lynn Wilson end, the breeze is going from our right to our left, which is where it pretty much always comes from. So if you were bowling off spin from this end, that would help drift away from the right-hander. And I think that, as much as anything else, is why Rob Keogh generally operates from this end. But today he's going to have a go from the other end. He's up against a lefty. Now I'm going to be intrigued to see what sort of field he has here. This is not going to be straightforward for numerous reasons. One of them being the lead is nearly 200. The other one being that the Sussex players will not really want Rob Keogh to settle.
Yep.
And may look to play slightly more positively against him than they may otherwise do at the beginning of his spell. It's the current way. Don't let the off spinner settle. Don't let the spinner settle. He's got one slip. He's got a man on the point boundary, a backward point extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a man on the 45 and a man on the sweep square of the wicket. So it's a fairly rego field, you might say. Sweeper either side. Nice start, Rob Keogh.
Would you expect it to turn with what we've seen with?
No, I wouldn't.
None at all.
No, I wouldn't. Well, it'll offer something if he lands it particularly well on the seam. He does give the ball a good tweak, but I think it'll offer a little, I suspect, but not a great deal. That's not a good start. That's not going to spin because it got to the batter on the full, and you could hear through the effects, Mike, how well timed that was. We said earlier, John Simpson is a man in form, and that's a shot of a man in form. Came down the wicket to meet it on the full. It was a low full toss, and wow, he timed that well. Luke Proctor's a good fielder at mid-on, and he wasn't able to get across to that. Well, that looked like it offered something. Simultaneously watching the cricket through the window and trying to watch the monitor, and you can't do both. I'm going to watch the monitor, I think, to see, because we're behind the arm on the monitor. Yeah, that second ball of the over, third ball, when Simpson was the second ball, came down, that we just offered down the wicket a little bit of intent. I'm not going to let you settle, Offie. Showed there a little forward press to say, I'm coming. He had no intention of coming, trying to get Rob Keogh to drag one down, but Keogh's played this game before. Well, very straight, Rob Keogh. This one a little too straight, it's tucked away. So sort of uneventful first over from Rob Keogh. We didn't see, and I don't expect it to spin particularly, but if anyone will get the ball to spin, any finger spinner, Rob Keogh is that man, because he does give the ball an enormous rip. He's got really long fingers and wraps around the ball. It's going to be a double change. So we're going to see Rafi Weatherall from the Lynn Wilson end. He's replacing Luke Proctor. Proctor 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. Weatherall into the attack. He's currently in this innings bowled 8 overs, 3 of them maidens, 0 for 15. And I think that sort of tells the tale, really. He's bowled some good overs. He's bowled some good deliveries. His consistency in this match, I guess, not just in this innings, hasn't quite been there. He can be absolutely forgiven for that. He's a very young man finding his way in the game. But what we do know is that he has good pace and he can get good players out. Bowls wicket-taking deliveries. Just what his captain wants him to do now before lunch. That was a little floaty. Very long delivery in Simpson's pads, a little floaty.
It's been a marked improvement from the first innings, hasn't it? From Rafi, who was expensive, really, particularly in the context of that game. He was going at just under 5s. Yeah,
he was. But he's got an opportunity to drag all that back now. And that one's banged in and hit very, very hard down to long leg by John Simpson. He thinks his bat is just middle at the minute, I think, John Simpson. He hit that very well. Straight to the man. Substitute fielder is on. So there's another Northants fielder who's not currently on the field. The 12th man has got to do long leg to long leg. Trying to spot who that is. It's not who that is who's off the field is what I'm trying to identify. Haven't got it at the minute. This is a nice matchup, I think, to Carter. Played that nicely off the back foot, just bounced on him a little bit, got it down quickly.
I think it'll be Justin Broad having a change of socks, won't it, after his 7-over spell from the David Capel end.
Yeah, well spotted. So, yeah, Rafi Weatherall hasn't, in this match so far, grouped the ball quite as he would want to do. I don't think he's bowled capital B badly, but he's not been quite at the level that I've seen him operate before. But that one ball can change all that. That's where he needs to be more of the time. Carter just indicating that one offered back in. He showed very early in his time in first-class cricket, Rafi Weatherall, that really the occasion didn't particularly seem to bother him. He obviously loves bowling, loves cricket, and he loves getting people out. His main mode of dismissal is to move the ball away from the right-hander, but we know that he goes the other way as well, and it's that one that you got to look out for.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of skill from Rafi. I chatted with Graham White ahead of one of the Blast nights and just chatted about Rafi and how well he'd done, and just said about like the fact that not really anything phases him. He's not intimidated by any situation. We've seen those two Blast games that went down to the last over, and Dave Willey threw the ball to the 19-year-old and said, "We'll get the job done." The other 19-year-olds in the world that could be forgiven for being a bit nervous there.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's well played as well, actually, by Ollie Carter. That one looked like it nipped back in, and had Carter pushed at that, it may well have gone past the inside edge, hit the pad, and he would have been absolutely plumsky LBW, but he didn't. He didn't push at the ball. He let the ball come to him, and they got part of the inside edge of the bat and ran away, and he gets a single. So nice bit of judgment, but it's not a bad first over from Rafi Weatherall. Just 2 off it. And the first time we're going to see Rob Keogh to the right-hander this time. So for the right-hander, he's got 3 boundary fielders, one at point on the point boundary. There's a man behind square on the leg side and a deep mid wicket. A man on the 45 at leg side and mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, and Prifty Shaw is at slip. There's not going to be a lot of rough there. Outside the right-hander's off stump, the left arm seamer Hunt operated, I think, exclusively from the other end. That one just running in on the angle.
Would this be a move from Luke Proctor to pick up one of these 2 wickets here? This is we're going to get a wicket bowling Rob Keogh, or is this there's 20 minutes until lunch? Let's get through. If we can get one, brilliant. But actually, let's get our feet up. Let's have a rest, and let's make sure that Sanderson and then himself or Broad or Weatherall are firing ready to go for that afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's got a bit in both camps, but particularly the latter. I think I'm a seamer down. I need to bowl my offie now. I wouldn't really want to, considering the nature of the game and how people have got out. But actually, it's not a bad option to go to, and they may try and dominate him. Try and get him off. I mean, this is, as Simpson chassis down the wicket, this is where you need to play in the context of the game. John Simpson's played a lot of cricket. So the traditional thing about not letting the offies settle, I think you just got to row backwards slightly from that position and say, what do Northants want? They want me to come at him here. Don't need to come at him. You know, I know what this is about. This is to rotate him. Okay, if we knock him around at 3.5, 4 and over, no risk, we're happy. We're happy with that. Even 3 and over, we're happy with that in the context of the game. We don't need to overplay this situation.
No, particularly where the lead is 204, and that could be a match-winning lead.
Absolutely.
And with so much time left as well, there's not a need to accelerate because Sussex are running out of time here.
I was having a conversation with David Ripley recently about this kind of, not exactly this situation because it's a fairly unique situation, but we're talking about young cricketers chasing scores and
individual scores.
No, to team scores.
Yeah, okay.
So chasing a total, and David still works up and down. David Ripley still works up and down the pathway, and he was talking to me about he went to a game and it was a lowish number that was needed to be chased. It wasn't a straightforward pitch. I mean, I'm making this up because I've forgotten, but I don't think Northants were chasing about 160. And the coach of the game was saying, "Oh, we need to chase this down in 20 overs. We're going to 20." And Rips was saying to him, "Well, hang on a minute. You know, there's a real skill in chasing runs here, and we don't need to take that risk. And it's about managing risk, and it's not an easy pitch, and more subtlety required." And I think that subtlety, that nuance is what's required here. And what we will see, I feel fairly sure, from Sussex will be in the context of the next 15 minutes since Rob Keogh's been on. We don't want to get out to him. We don't want to let him bowl 4 maidens at us. But actually, we're going to, we might just have a little wander down the wicket now and again.
Yeah.
If he bowls me a cut ball, I'll cut it. If he bowls me one that I can paddle around the corner, I'll do that. But, I'm not going to run past one or get caught whacking one somewhere because I don't need to. That's hit very, very hard from John Simpson. It was a drag down ball from Rafi Weatherall. It wasn't banged in. He dragged it down, missed his length. And Simpson has hit that, as I said earlier, a few of his shots, incredibly hard. Oof.
It's a shot of a man in form, isn't it?
Really is. And the fielder was not far away. The fielder on the boundary there, I think is Matt Bretsky, was not far away from the line of that ball, had no prayer of stopping it. It would have run. I mean, eventually it hit something. That ball would have run 100 yards over the boundary rope before it stopped.
Sounds like one of your tee shots, Robbie.
Running 100 yards. Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah.
Out of bounds as well.
Hey, come on. We don't talk about things like that. We don't talk about that. I'm not hitting it far enough for it to go out of bounds at the minute. But enough of that. Let's get back to the cricket.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the ball bowled across Simpson a wee bit more. It's too much there. Too straight. We've bowled too straight to Simpson overall. Very nicely fielded. So the fielder got the ball away quickly there. The wicket keeper caught the ball one pitch away from the stumps. 6 out of 10 for that return. It had to come in quickly because they were pushing for 2. So once the ball's in the air, generally the batter won't push for 2 because you can't be exactly sure on the line of the ball. So getting it away quickly, there's a balance there, isn't it? So he got it away quickly, prevented the second run. So in that respect, did the job. But even better if it'd been over the top as well. But he did the job, preventing the second run. It seems to me that the ball is reaching the bat a little slower than it was yesterday, particularly from this end. There's a slight, very slight incline at Northampton, and Rafi Weatherall is bowling into that. You can't call it a slope. It's a very, it'll be a couple of percentage points, I suspect, up the hill to get out of this over with a good delivery. And does exactly that. That's what bowled. Bringing Carter forward, challenging the outside edge. Carter was up to it. Carter's played well here, you know. He's moved to 25. He's never absolutely looked in, but he's had some opportunities to score boundaries. And when they've come along, he's climbed into those. He's run well, particularly ran well with Coles in that partnership. And he's played pretty well. He's very quietly gone about getting himself up to 25. The lead, you know, quietly has crept up to 210. And quietly is how Sussex have gone about their business this morning, and rightly so.
Yeah, it's been an incredibly different day so far for those of you that tuned in yesterday. It was all action, wasn't it? There wasn't really a moment to even take a breath or gather a thought. But today, Sussex have, well, had the benefit of a night off, haven't they? And they've taken the opportunity to regroup and reassess and figure out where they actually are in the context of this game.
Oh, that's well fielded by Emilio Gay on the 45. It was a fine sweep shot from John Simpson. Emilio Gay, not only did he dive, but he moved well before he dived. Had he just dived, I don't think he'd have reached it, but his footwork was good there. Rather like a keeper. We complimented Lewis McManus on his footwork yesterday. Oh, it was a full toss. Another one from Rob Keogh, and hit very hard to mid-off, straight at Ben Sanderson. But I like that run. It's a run that I think more players should take on. When it's hit that hard, the fielder, it's a hard job to get that into the hands. Had Sanderson picked it up, he would have got a throwaway. Simpson's quick, I think he would have got in. But very rarely does the fielder field that ball, get it right into the palm of the hand, because it was hit very, very hard. And he took off immediately. Good run.
I'll caveat what I say here, but that's picking your fielder as well, isn't it?
A little bit of that.
Sanderson, brilliant, but he has bowled 28 overs in 4 sessions.
I think there's a little bit of that. I don't think he runs to Rob Keogh there.
Or Justin Broad.
Yeah.
Or Bretsky.
That's nicely played. A little bit of width on offer from Rob Keogh. And Ollie Carter waited and waited and waited, and then hit that ball when it was nearly past him. They're going to get 3. John Simpson has run very, very well there. You know, he's a cricketer that does the basic things very, very well. He's been very busy since he's got to the crease, in particular running between the wickets. And that third run got a lot of applause from the Sussex balcony. Good intent. Keogh gets out of the over with a hit ball. So his 3 overs have now gone for 13. And, you know, Sussex are going to be very comfortable with that. They're knocking Rob around at about 4 and over. They're happy with that. He will probably not get another over. What are we now? We may do. There's 6 minutes to go. My watch is a bit fast. We're going to see a bowling change. Rafi Weatherall, having bowled 2 overs in that spell, 2 overs 0 for 7. He's off. And it's not, well, it's the over before lunch, isn't it? There's probably going to be 2 overs before lunch, but there's going to be 1 from this end. And that is going to be, for the first time in Northamptonshire colours, I think, Matt Bretsky.
Yeah. Should be some pretty, in the context of the game, pretty gentle seam up, I think, from Matt Bretsky.
Well, the clues were there about how occasional Bretsky is, because Lewis McManus wasn't sure whether to come up to the stumps or not. Bretsky is now jogging his run up. So there's another example of that he's an occasional. So he's almost certainly going to get a wicket. the clues are there. You're going to bowl a dirty long hop and get caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary or something.
That is normally how it works. Yeah, 5 minutes to go till lunch.
Yeah, that's occasional, isn't it?
Gentle run up, strong shoulder as you'd expect from a man that can rifle the ball in from the deep in the T20 blast nights.
Testing the batter's patience, really, this. There was oohs and ahs there for no reason at all. I think even if Simpson misses that, it's going down the leg side, that ball. But it poses its own challenge, doesn't it, facing a very, very occasional bowler. You know he's going to bowl one over before lunch. And Simpson having a long chat there between deliveries with his partner, Ollie Carter, and maybe saying to him, 4 ugly balls and you walk off not out.
Mm.
I don't really know what he said to him, but it might be something like that.
In the state of the game, I don't really think Sussex want another over after this. Could it have been a conversation to say, well, let's just try and take our time here? As it is, we've had 3 balls in 2 minutes, so we are almost certainly going to get another one. But
we are. Britsky needs to invent a long run up.
Yeah.
But he's loving it. He's ready to go. No one else is ready, but the bowler's ready. So he's not got that memo. He's found his line and length. Offered a little swing away from the left-hander. Very, very gentle.
Saying he should have bowled earlier.
Get him on.
Prithvi's gutted, look. He's rolling his arm over at cover.
Mm.
Furious the fact he's not been given the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'd encourage Prithvi to work on his movement in the field before he works on his bowling, to be honest, because he's been ponderous in the field a couple of times this morning. I'm looking forward to watching him bat in the second innings.
Yeah.
Because I feel he's due. He'll be hungry for runs. Oh, well, pleasant little over from Matt Britsky. Six balls in and over, aren't there?
Normally.
1 over.
Not when I
Not
bowl.
always, no. 0 for 3. So he's done the job that was required of him. And the Sussex guys have certainly done the job that has been demanded of them from the match situation. They've played a very good hand, Sussex, this morning. Yes, they've lost 3 wickets, but they've moved that lead on to currently 218. It started on about 137 or something like that. So they've edged up with about 80. It was 129 overnight, actually. So it's 90. 89 they've added this morning. This will be the last over. Rob Keogh to the Sussex captain, who cuts that away just for a single.
Sussex's morning.
Sussex's morning.
By a distance?
In the context of what Northampton needed to do, yes. Yes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Northampton needed to turn up and pick up 5 wickets.
Yeah, they needed to really, really win this session comfortably, and they've just narrowly lost it, I'd say. So, yeah, so therefore, they're a long way from where they needed to be.
Yeah, the lead for Sussex now worth 218 with 5 wickets remaining.
Oh, so keen is Simpson to do the right thing that he wanted to call his partner through for a single there. I think that would have been tight.
Mm.
But it does show, even though it's the last over for that Simpson's still doing the inverted commas, the right thing. Yeah, that's well left as well.
I think the one huge positive for Northampton here is the time left in the game.
Oh, for sure.
Between the two sides. There is going to have to be a lot of cricket and a lot of runs scored for Sussex in this 3rd innings for the visitors to get to a number that Northants won't want to chase.
Yeah,
if that
for
makes
sure.
sense.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
You said about 250 is
Even money, I'd
even
say.
money, but actually 350, fair enough, very much that you'd put your 50p in Sussex's half. But it's not a massive number when you've got 6 or more sessions left in a game.
Right.
450 at that point there is still not a huge number when you've got maybe 2 days left.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a positive. And it certainly does give you the impression that it's got a little bit more sociable to bat on this morning, or in the morning session at Northampton. And that is it. That is the morning session complete. 1 minute past 3, and the score for Sussex, 173 for 5 of 55 overs. So they lead by 219. Ollie Carter not out on 29. The captain, John Simpson, not out on 19. The partnership already worth 34 of 55 balls. The wickets to fall this morning. Tom Alsop fell in the first over to Ben Sanderson, caught by Lewis McManus. The night watchman, Sean Hunt, was caught in the slip cordon by Ricardo Vasconcelos, and James Coles was adjudged LBW by Luke Proctor for 33. Let's go and see what the caterers have served us up, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes.
For food break during lunch interval, the Steel Back Cafe is open. Also open is a heavy soup restaurant serving refreshments at a 2 or 3 course lunch. And for superb coffee and snacks, it is nursery and coffee on the club lunch by the start of the day. Next to those ice cream and available from the right office and stand. The Northamptonshire Supporters Club welcome all our members to the ground today. Scorecards are available in the supporter signal box. And the other popular spectators club bowlers now taking place on the Monday the 9th September, so all prize donations are welcome. We're just over a few minutes until play starts again. Here's a reminder of what quick occurred the start of the county ground Northampton. Vitality Glass returns under the lights on Friday as the steel back host Lancashire Lightning. You can save by buying your tickets in advance at mccc.co.uk/glass. Then the World Championship of Legends is coming to the county ground next Monday. From the 8th to the 12th of July, Sussex Cricket's finest return for some epic T20 cricket. There are a few days left to purchase your early bird tickets. And for the young ones, our still active community summer camps are now available. We have a variety of camps for your kids so they can have a good time and enjoy the summer holidays playing cricket. To find out more, go to mccc.co.uk/community-hashtag.
Yes, I bumped into Will.
Yeah.
And Will's back. I know Will well, and he's very balanced with me. But he was. This is a short show.
At Wantage Road, the county championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Sussex. The stream here at the county ground is powered by Daffabet. And Sussex, the visitors, 219 runs ahead. Northamptonshire, they're 173 for 5. Ollie Carter's 29 not out. John Simpson, the captain, 19 not out. He'll be the man on strike. Sanderson bowled the first ball of the afternoon session. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. It's a bit gloomy out there, Phil.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, since wandering back round from lunch, stopped for a coffee, and then set off again. As I looked towards the coffee van, the Grey Nichols advert on the old scoreboard is very, very bright, which tells us how gloomy it is.
Oh, it could have gone anywhere. What a start that would have been to the afternoon for Northants. The Sussex captain nearly chopping one on from Ben Sanderson. But I would say this is as dark as it's been throughout the game so far. We learned yesterday that the floodlights aren't available in this fixture. We don't want to bring back any flashbacks to any Sussex supporters for the opening round down at Hove when those floodlights weren't available. And actually, a couple more minutes might have been quite handy for Sussex. But 173 for 5. Umpires haven't looked at each other, have they? There's been no kind of talk about light meters. Whether there's a bit of weather about, maybe. Lovely shot. What a shot that is by John Simpson.
Wow.
Top of the bounce. Nobody moved through the offside. And that is the opening runs of the afternoon session off the bat of John Simpson.
I think we can safely say that John Simpson is seeing it pretty well. He certainly was before lunch. He's on 23 already. And it's not just the shots that he's played, it's how often the ball has hit the middle of that bat. He is seeing it like a football out there.
Prompts a change of angle from Ben Sanderson straight away. Simpson up to task. I did have a look actually, and it does. Well, there are radars, aren't there? And it tells you that there are. Well, for a while there was rain starting at about 1:30.
Okay.
We're not going to get it by the looks of it. It doesn't look dark enough out there. The cloud's not low enough to get anything. But if it is nearby, it would explain why it's just got that little bit more gloomy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's coming down from Birmingham, Nottingham way, but it is. I think it parts and misses us by the looks of things. Well played.
Nicely, yeah, very nicely played by John Simpson. That's Matt Bretsky doing the fielding.
He of the one-over spell.
Well, you never know.
Well, I mean, it has been a 1-over spell, hasn't it? Because he's off, but he might come back and bowl more again. Yes, this is nothing about Matt Bretsky. I thought he might be more of a bowler than he is, and he's a very, 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 very occasional bowler. I thought he might be a little more than that. I was hoping.
Yeah, well, if this game goes a bit further in the distance and Sussex continue to bat, then Matt Bretsky could be one of the Northampton cricketers that we will see a little bit more of. I guess the plan A will be that Rob Keogh bowls from one end, and then Luke Proctor's able to rotate his 4 available seamers from the other. Although I think that was Justin Broad, wasn't it, at third slip?
Having a warm up.
Getting loose, so maybe we're going to go seam at both ends. Nicely played by Ollie Carter.
Just for that last ball, another fielder came across from the offside who was extra cover and reinforced the leg side, and the leg side fielder went back to the boundary. So it suggests that there's been a bit of chat over lunch as we may go straight to Carter. I thought we were a little too straight to Simpson. Actually, he played a lot of balls off his pads through the leg side. I thought we were a little too straight, maybe a stump too straight to him. But it looks like the plan was to go straighter at Carter. We are going to see, as you predicted, Justin Broad.
Yeah, what's his figures so far in this innings? 10 overs, no maidens, none for 44. So someone that Sussex were able to score from fairly frequently. His figures would have been slightly different had Rob Keogh held on to that catch off James Coles, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. He bowled a few cut balls, didn't he? Bowled a few release balls, but his radar wasn't quite there, or terribly by any means.
Broad into Simpson, onto the hip. Simpson gets down the other end. There were 2 men out on the leg side for that first delivery to John Simpson, and I think, have they just been told to go back or not? Rob Keogh certainly has. He's going to go stay out at deep point. Pretty sure he was the man down at long leg as well, ambling his way in towards. That's almost a fly backward point there, isn't it, for Prithvi Shaw? 2 slips in place. Man at deep square leg. There's a man at fine leg, although he's a good 20 or so yards off the boundary rope. So are we going to see some short balls from Justin Broad? We're not. We're going to see a bit of width. Ollie Carter, who has batted now for 66 deliveries, that being his 67th. Says, thanks very much. I'll just run that through point for 4.
Yeah, I find that whole passage quite frustrating, I have to say. First over, the second over after lunch, there's been time to talk about who's going to start. There's been time to think about fields. Northampton took an age to set that field. Eventually, 2 men who were out on the boundary came in, and then on the offside, and the first ball is short wide and gets hit where one of them came from. It just didn't look like very good cricket from Northampton, that all round, I have to say.
Nicely played again by Ollie Carter. He's 33, not out now. 3 fours and that brilliant 6 that he whipped over square leg off Luke Proctor in the morning session. But he's been very watchful. He's continued that kind of watchfulness from the first innings, similar to Tom Alsop. Both have been prepared to bat time on this pitch, which has been challenging, without being a minefield. But it's interesting. We spoke quite at length, didn't we, about the pitch this morning? And you mentioned about the fact maybe could it be considered to be a day early, as it has played better today. We had an email from Bob in Hastings early on in the day and went on to say about this providing equal opportunities.
That's trimmed the bail. What a ball that is.
I thought he'd nicked it for a second.
What a delivery that is.
Justin Broad gets the wicket of Ollie Carter after lunch. It was an expensive over, or was looking that way, wasn't it? 5 runs had come off it. And that is, well, it's the top of off stump, isn't it?
Well, that's it, yeah. If anyone wonders where the top of off stump is, there it is. A beautiful ball. When Carter's played very watchfully in defence, he's played well. That one was just too good for him. I think it would have been too good for many people. It pitched, it squared him up. pitch looked like it was running into sort of top of middle stump, and just moved away enough to miss the outside edge, but not enough to miss the top corner of the off bail, which it dislodged. And well bowled Justin Broad. We said he can bowl wicket taking deliveries. We've seen that in the short time that he's been in the side and has been in the side as an all rounder. He's just leaked a few runs. He had a little bit of bad luck here and there as well, but that's a good delivery. A good one was required to get rid of Ollie Carter. And I like the way he went about his innings, but just what Northants needed at the start of the afternoon, because it just felt flat.
It did, and it had done for an hour up to lunch, hadn't it? That Sussex did lose the wicket of James Cole's LBW to Luke Proctor, but that hardly gave Northants a perk up, did it, so to speak? They knew that there was still a lot of work to do. Finn Hudson-Prentice is the new man for Sussex. He will join his captain in the middle. Got a good delivery from Jack White, one that kept on the lower side, but it did move. It did move in significantly from Jack White, but not going to have Jack White to contend with. He'll have Justin Broad instead. And I believe the two of them were teammates once upon a time at Esher in the Surrey Cricket League.
All right, okay.
Hudson-Prentice. Solid in defence, dot ball to end a successful over. 5 runs came off it, but the important wicket of Ollie Carter, who proved tough to remove, and it took a great delivery from Justin Broad to remove the Sussex batter. So Bob went on to say about the pitch and said about there may be sanctions in preparation of substandard pitches, blah, blah, blah. That's not blah, blah, blah to discredit what you're saying, Bob, but much prefer to watch a match on a surface like this than one that Sussex played on at Lords at the end of May, where 18 wickets fell in 4 full days of cricket.
Agreed.
This has provided an equal opportunity for batters and bowlers. And certainly couldn't be considered dull, which there have been a few championship fixtures throughout the course of the summer so far that have turned into pretty high-scoring, long draws.
Yeah.
Because of what we've seen over the 4 sessions so far here now, we've seen 26 wickets fall at Wantage Road. With the pitches that we have seen around the country and all those rounds of Kookaburra games at the start and the rounds that followed that didn't exactly kind of follow suit, did they? What you'd expect with a Dukes. Nice delivery from Sanders, and he just drifted away from Simpson. Are we being swept along here that this pitch is bad? Or is it because we've seen a lot of very good batting pitches so far in the championship this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think my own view is that it isn't a pitch that I would expect to have the pitch inspector called up and have a look at. I don't know how it's going to be marked. Alec Swan is the match referee. He'll make that judgment. Former Northants player, and for those who don't know, Alec is the elder brother of Graham.
Oh, okay.
Swan. Yeah,
I didn't.
Both obviously local lads. I know them both. Know them both very well, and their daddy was a fine local cricketer as well. So Alec will make an informed and balanced judgment. I mean, some of the questions that he will be posing to himself will be: has there been excessive sideways movement?
Yeah,
I don't think there has. Personally, has there been variable bounce that has been too much? I don't think there has. Has it turned from day one? Or no? Is the short answer to that. Has it been dangerous? No. So I don't know on what grounds you would mark the pitch such that it would have a sanction. So I know it's an open question for Bob. I'm not arguing with you, Bob. I'm kind of agreeing with you. It might not sound like that, but I'm intending to at least. So I don't see that. Is it below average? I don't even think it is really. I think the ball has dominated the bat, but that's more about the comment of some of the application we've seen. I think it may be with hindsight that it was a day early, or a day late getting it into shape or whatever. You know, if the game had started today, we wouldn't be talking very much about the pitch, would we?
No.
At 183 for 6. So you got to judge the pitch over the period of the game, not just where it starts as well.
With obviously, I gave you a full introduction yesterday when we were talking about something quite specific. I can't remember what it was, but Phil Rowe sat next to me, was the former assistant coach here at Northamptonshire for a long time. Thrifty Short gives chase and gets that one back inside the rope, so it isn't going to go for 4. John Simpson's going to add a couple of runs to his tally at the end of the over, so it's 185 for 6 off 58. But you were the assistant coach here for a long time, successful red ball, white ball team and coach. So we can add a little bit more kind of, this bloke does know what he's talking about.
You know, I mean, they're my opinions.
Yeah, with the pitch marking with Alex Swan, is there an opportunity for John Sadler, Paul Farbrace to share their thoughts to the match referee, or is that purely down to the match referee's viewings and opinions on what he's seen over the however long this game lasts for?
It is
big drive from Finn Hudson-Prentice.
That wasn't there to drive, was it?
No, thick outside edge, flies down through what would probably have been a gully if there had been one, but he gets off the mark and moves to 4.
Yeah, so I mean, there's the process, if you like, and then there's what happens in reality. The process for marking the pitch will be, that's with the match referee, and there will be match referees who will turn away any thought that a coach might try to influence that, and they might do that. Some match referees might do that pretty bluntly. In general, the match referee will be open to the conversation. Whether that match referee will be influenced by that or not, but it may be that, it may well be, and this is not about Alex. Alex is great, and they're all good guys, but it may well be that the match referee is thinking, look, how on earth do I assess this? Because I've seen 22 wickets fall on day 1, and a team got bowled out in 14 overs effectively on the first day of the match. So how do I? What are you seeing, Paul Farbrace? You've seen a lot of cricket. What are you seeing, John Sadler? You've seen a lot of cricket. How am I seeing this? You know, and now he wouldn't necessarily ask those, but why not just broaden the amount of input that you get beyond yourself? And I think that would be good practice. So long as you're not overly influenced one way or another by that, why not gather some other thoughts? And then generally, what I'm trying to say is, generally that's what happens. So I've spoken to match referees, inverted commas, off the record about the performance of umpires, for example, and they've said, look, I've looked at this decision, I've looked at that decision. What are your lads saying? Is there confidence there? And it's all unattributable. And clearly, I'm not going to mention the name of the match referees in question. But I think that's good practice, so long as, and I always felt this was the case, so long as the match referee is not going to be managed by one team or another. Yeah, but why not lean on some other view and other experience? You can do with that what you choose to do, but I think it's a lonely decision point otherwise, to just put it all on your own shoulders. And I guess the final thing might be, another thing would be a chat with the groundsman. Yeah, and say, how this is not. I mean, I would say this, Alex. A question that Alex might ask Craig Harvey and his team would be, this is not a normal Northampton pitch. I don't usually see it this long in terms of the grass, and the carry's been very good. What have you done differently? And you're trying to get a feel for, have Northampton tried to prepare a wicket result here? Have they gone too far? Yeah, okay. And so those sort of things. Yeah. But I stick with, in terms of the assessment. So that's the kind of how it works. Generally, the assessment for me, there has to be factual. It has to say there was excessive movement, and there'll be clips available to Alex. He watches every ball is tagged. He can say over 23.6 that ball pitched outside leg and hit off, for example. There'll be low balls that there'll be high balls, and he will make a note of those numbers so that in his report,
it's a beauty.
That one has bounced.
Speaking of a high ball.
Yeah. So that in his report, he can say there were 15 incidents of excessive bounce in the first session, and it was that ball 1.4, 7.3, and so on. Yeah, it's not this happens. It's not. Have you got anything to back that up? Well, no. Well, it was a bit up and down. Yeah. Or was it? Yeah. How often was it?
What does that mean?
And I'm going to say this as well about this pitch and assessment of this pitch versus other pitches. And you have too, seen plenty of games here and elsewhere, so not just here, but and elsewhere, where the ball hasn't carried to the keeper in the first session of the day.
Yeah.
Those pitches haven't been marked substandard.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's always interesting, and it's always great to have you here on the live stream with me, because you are able to provide that extra bit of context, because you've been there, you've seen it. I appreciate things might have changed a little bit, but that's a beauty from Sanderson and a fantastic lead from John Simpson as well. So it's always, I find anyway, and I hope people watching and listening at home find it interesting to be able to add that bit of context, and I hope then obviously helps increase an understanding of what that process might be like, rather than, as you said, well, it's been a bit up and down.
And it gives me a platform to chat cricket.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is lovely.
And what would you rather be doing on it's a Monday afternoon, 1st of July as well? Feels it, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's freezing.
Rob Keogh's down in front of us in a big long sleeve jumper, as is Prithvi Shaw, as is Luke Proctor. The umpires have got their coats on. Well, I think they wear coats all year round, don't they, umpires?
Yeah, I think so.
They pop to the shops in Barbados wearing a Mac, don't they, I think?
We have had some rain in the World Cup, haven't we?
Just a bit. I think India might be stranded in Barbados at the moment.
Is that right?
Yeah, worst places to be stuck in the world, but a bit of a hurricane going on. Nicely played.
If you're going to be stuck somewhere, that would be in the top 3 or 4, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would certainly be in the middle positions. Simpson looks like he's got a lot of time to play cricket at the moment. 28 off 50 balls, 193 for 6. That lead for Sussex now 239. The over before, whilst we were chatting about pitches, was pretty eventful, wasn't it? There was the 4 through gully for Finn Hudson-Prentice, then picked up 3 with a sloppy bit of fielding, really, from Michael Finan, and it wasn't particularly well backed up on one of the wicket ends, allowed Hudson-Prentice to come back through for 3. There was a moment as well. It took a while for Northampton to get their field right with the change of batters. Just wonder whether it's just building up against Northampton a little bit.
Keep believing here, Northampton. Got to keep believing. Got to keep pushing. Got to keep your individual standards as high as you possibly can. Because 4 balls time, we could be batting. That's unlikely, isn't it? But 4 wickets time, we will be batting. And we got to be ready to try to put a show of chasing that number down, whatever that number becomes. I don't think it's out of the question that we can win this game. I mean, Sussex are favourite by some distance. Of course they are.
Yep.
And they've got pedigree this season. They are the form horse. 4 wins out of 8 games. Of course they are. And they've got a very good balanced bowling attack. But the pitch is getting flatter. It's currently 239. If we can keep that, it's not going to be 250 now. So if we can keep that under 300, then
particularly with the time left,
we're still second favourites at that point. But there's a chance.
There's still 8 sessions left in this game. If it were to go the distance, that's a nice shot from John Simpson, but can't get it past the Indian overseas. Prithvi Shaw, he finds himself at cover at the moment. So it's going to be a dot ball to finish what was a maiden over for Ben Sanderson. 60 overs now have been bowled in this innings. That's another thing just to think about. 20 overs to go until Northampton get a second new ball, if it goes that far. But it certainly gives the impression that it's got a little bit easier to bat, doesn't it? As that ball's got older, I guess it's got softer. If there is a bit of moisture in the surface and around the ground, then potentially it's got a little bit soggy. I don't think it has. It's not really been hit too far, has it? And the heavy roller's been on it twice. And by the time Northampton get to bat on it again, the heavy roller would have been on it for another time. Plus, obviously, however long Sussex stay out there for, the blazing sunshine that we have at Wantage Road today just continues to bake the 22 yards. Square drive from Finn Hudson-Prentice.
I want a gully, and I don't say that very often. I want a gully. The ball is, for me, from what I've seen, I think the ball is bouncing more when bowled from the David Capel end. And Finn Hudson-Prentice has jumped on a couple of drive-ish length balls. That one he got down, the previous one he didn't. Now, do we go 2 and 1? I think we go 2 and 1 rather than 1 on 1. So 2 slips and a gully. I don't know where the gully's coming from, but he's got to find him from somewhere.
Yeah. Solid defense.
Where does he come from,
Well,
Dan?
there's a deep square leg and there's also a fine leg as well.
Yeah, he comes from deep square leg.
And unless Justin Broad's going to start dropping them in at Finn Hudson-Prentice, which he would be perfectly entitled to do so and would certainly have the ability to bowl a good bumper as well.
Again, that's very easy to be attacking from up here when you haven't got to control the run rate. But I would like a gully.
That one potentially just kept a little bit low. Carried through to McManus particularly well. Hudson-Prentice eyeing up that square drive again.
It brings you in, that short boundary on the offside. Kind of brings you in a bit, doesn't it? That really did swing once it had passed the bat. The ball, at Northampton, the ball has always swung past the bat. And I think the more I watch, the more it's been doing it.
Square drive again. This one behind point. Races down across the outfield. It's going to be another 4 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Moves to 11 into double figures.
And that's the area really that Justin Broad needs to improve on. He's bowling too many release balls. That one was short, it was wide, it was struck very firmly. But it's just where, as a fairly new bat to the crease, you want one there. Any bat on that, it races away. I'm sure he's back in the ring. I thought he'd stayed out. But that's the story of Justin Broad's 12.4 overs. He's bowled some very good deliveries and a brilliant one that accounted for Ollie Carter, but he's also gone at the best part of 5 and over.
Yeah, certainly offering Sussex to score. Pull shot. Has he got it over Proctor? He hasn't. Well, Hudson-Prentice has to go for 11. Off 11, he was, well, he's rehearsed the uppercut, the square cut that he wanted to have played there. He's played it straight down the ground. And he's picked out Luke Proctor at mid-off. Not the best ball that Justin Broad will bowl or has bowled in his career.
It was a very soft dismissal, wasn't it?
It was a raise of the eyebrows there, wasn't there, from Phil Rowe?
That was a poor bit of cricket from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's a young cricketer that I do like. Well, I like most of the young cricketers, actually. So, they're usually pretty good fellas, and as is he. But he will be very disappointed with the method of that dismissal. It was a nothing ball, really, from Justin Broad. I think it was an attempted bouncer. It got to about shoulder height, but on the line of about 9th stump. And I'm not entirely sure where Finn Hudson-Prentice was trying to hit that. Initially, I thought as he tried to pull it, as he tried to flat bat it square, I wasn't sure. And I think, to be honest, I don't think he was too sure either. No. And in the end, he ended up sort of looping a flat-batted mishit to the Northants captain, Luke Proctor, at mid-off. That's a very soft dismissal. The lead 243, 7 wickets down now. I'd like to see better body language from Northants. I want them to feel they're in this game. Put McAndrew under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, well, it's certainly been a change in momentum after lunch, hasn't it? 2 wickets for Justin Broad to take Sussex to 7 down, and that lead 243. You mentioned a moment ago about 300. Actually, McAndrew, Carson, Robinson, all very, very competent, all very capable cricketers, very capable batters. Lightning's possibly not going to strike twice from out there. Justin Broad, dot ball to finish the over. Another successful one for the Northants seamer. He picked up the wicket of Finn Hudson-Prentice.
So the question, oh no, that was the wrong ball. I thought that was the wicket. Where was he trying to hit that? The ball before that, he'd hit sort of angled cut shot for 4, and then the fielder who was at point went back on the boundary. So there was a fielder on the deep point boundary for that dismissal ball. It was banged in. I think he dragged it wide. It was a shoulder height 9th. I'm not sure. Where do you think he was hitting it then? Yeah, okay. So that tells us a lot, doesn't it?
Speechless. Yeah. I don't know. Did it get stuck in the pitch? Maybe. Or was it the fact that shorter ball from Broad actually isn't going to be the quickest shorter ball in world cricket? Could be another likely reason. But anyway, Northants won't mind. 7 down, Sussex, 243 runs ahead. There's an appeal for OEW behind the stumps. There's a big, big inside edge from John Simpson. Feels like it's all on Simpson's shoulders now, really. They kind of feel like McAndrew, Carson, Robinson could add runs quickly, but equally could disappear fairly quickly as well.
Yeah, they could well do. I mean, it's the nature of this game, isn't it? Wickets have gone pretty quickly. But if you're going to have effectively a 9, 10, 11, which is effectively what they are because of the night watchman, they're 3 pretty good guys to have at 9, 10, 11 because they can all bat number 1.
Yeah, sure.
And they can all score number 2. They don't just occupy the crease.
Certainly saw that from Carson, didn't we? In the first innings was very exciting to watch. Was Jack Carson made 29 off 28 deliveries, 4 fours, and the 6. The 6 came off Sanderson, wasn't it? It was like a reverse ramp over the cordon down towards the Spencer Lounge.
That's right. That was an amazing shot.
Went all the way. Simpson 28 off 55.
But it'll be, you know, I say Hunt's number 11, but he's gone because he went in as night watchman. So in effect, McAndrew is 9, Carson 10, Robinson 11. There won't be many better 9, 10, 11s around in this round of games in the country, whichever division it is. It's something that Northants have back in my time had a very good low rule. Boy, did they contribute.
Short ball pulled away from Simpson. So Sanderson will have 2 deliveries to bowl at the new man.
That's the worst throw in world cricket. I've just seen there. Well tidied up by Lewis McManus.
That was a throw that could have come out of my hand, I think.
Well, there's got to be balance here. Lewis McManus went towards the fielder, which actually I'm going to keep an eye on if I'm a runner, if I'm one of the batters as well. Because once the keeper goes that distance, is anyone at the stumps? Well, there wasn't anyone at the stumps there, but the throw, I think it was Rafi Weatherall.
I think it was, yeah.
The horror show.
McAndrew, solid in defence so far. He was looked pretty comfortable, didn't he? Sounds ridiculous to say off 13 balls, but he looked solid.
Did.
Until he was caught behind off the bowling of Luke Proctor in the first innings. Big stride forward, full face of the bat.
We're going to see Northants batting today. I think that we can probably safely say that. Crikey, I've not gone early on that because we're not. If we don't, it's going to have been a long afternoon, the Northants bowlers.
Yeah, 198 for 7. 244 run the lead, just 1 run coming off the over. Simpson keeps the strike.
Yeah, and John Simpson there, hand on hip, legs crossed, looks like a man who's saying to McAndrew, get yourself in, mate. Well, back with me. I'm playing nicely. No stress.
Yeah, he looks pretty relaxed, doesn't he, the Sussex skipper? 29 off 57. Justin Barraud continues from the David Capel end. So again, just shapes away. Good carry through to McManus.
He's got some attributes, hasn't he, Justin Barraud? Looks like he's got a good wrist when he does get it right behind the ball. Often hits the seam. There's often movement. It's just he's got more in the right place. I think that's, to keep it simple. That's probably his work on. Technically, looks a nice action. He's a hard-working cricketer, so whatever ability is there, and there is some, he will find it.
Nicely played by John Simpson.
Yeah, he's looked like a man in fine touch, hasn't he? When did he pick the armband up? Was it this year?
Yeah, moved across and took over straight away. Whether that was part of the enticement to head down to the south coast.
Was
he
it
captain?
Haynes before? Was Haynes captain?
He has been, yeah. I think he might have been last season. I was going to ask you whether he was captain at Middlesex last year or not.
That's a good question.
I have a feeling it was Toby Rowland-Jones.
It certainly is now, isn't it?
Mm.
And I think it may well have been last year as well.
I think it was. So whether there was an extra kind of cherry on top of the cake for a bit of leadership down at Hove for John Simpson to entice him away from Lords.
I said yesterday, I'm not sure why he would have, why Middlesex let him go. And I've just had a thought why John Simpson left Middlesex for Sussex. I'm not being serious here, by the way. Jumpers.
Could be jumpers, yeah. You don't like a Middlesex jumper, do you?
I used to love the Middlesex jumper, but they changed them. And the Sussex jumper, which would have been my second favourite jumper behind the Middlesex jumper, is now my favourite. So,
do you have a collection of county kit at home?
Northants?
Anybody's?
I have some old Northant stuff. Yeah, why I've kept it, don't know, but I have. And loads of training gear because you get new training. I've got stacks of that still. But yeah, I do 1 year, maybe two. Certainly for 1 year, I think it was just when we pushed the boat out somehow, and we afforded cable knit woolen jumpers, old school jumpers, they were great. So I got one of them. Still got one of those. There was a young Zimbabwean bowler who still plays. I think he still plays for Zimbabwe. Blessing Muzarabani.
Yeah.
And Blessing came over predominantly to play white ball cricket for us. And he was very young and inexperienced cricketer, inexperienced young man, didn't know a lot about the world. And he joined us after the order had gone in for the jumpers. So someone ordered him a jumper, but he needed then to play, and he hadn't got a jumper. So Brett Hutton, who was closest in size to Blessing, said, "Oh yeah, borrow my jumpers for this game. I want them back washed afterwards." And Blessing wore them and brought them back washed and took them out of his bag. And they were like little teddy bear cricket jumpers because he put them in on a hot wash. We thought that was one of the funniest things we'd ever seen. Brett Hutton didn't think it was very amusing.
Did he not?
He didn't.
No, that's surprising.
It was absolutely. They were tiny. They'd shrunk so they were tiny. Absolutely brilliant. You had to be there, but it was fantastic.
She said might have been the first day Blessing Muzarabani's washed her cable knit jumper, possibly the last day as well. Sanderson continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Sussex 199 for 7. McAndrews faced 5 balls, yet to get off the mark. But as you said, that conversation between the two of them must have been along the lines of just get yourself in.
Yeah.
So much time here. It's not doing all sorts. We can play.
It is like a day one pitch, isn't it? It's doing enough.
Yeah.
It's a contest.
Oh, it's gone down.
Another drop.
Emilio Gay diving across in front of Ricardo Vasconcelos from second slip. Simpson, well, his luck continues at Wantage Road. That's his 3rd drop of the game. He placed it well between first and second slip. Both of them had to dive, one to his right, one to his left. Emilio Gay, who has got a good set of hands, put that one down. The 5th catch in the slip cordon that has gone down for Northampton. Can John Simpson make this one cost a little bit more than the 2 that he got yesterday?
It went quickly, but it was a nice height. You expect that to be caught.
Short ball from Sanderson. And a stare, I think, through to Emilio Gay afterwards.
Yeah, that's disappointing, isn't it? What's the lead there? 245. Simpson on 30. Let's see what he walks off with. But that's unfortunate. It did go quickly, and Emilio Gay kind of threw his hands at it it would have hit his hands very, very hard.
Yep.
I think that's why it didn't stick. They were just going at the ball too hard.
Into the thigh pad. That's not going to be given
that's
out.
a
There's a
run out.
chance for the non-strikers, and he's got all the time in the world. He's missed it.
Oh, no.
2.5 stumps to aim at. Justin Broad, isn't it? Stands there pondering his decisions. Did he have more time? There was nobody coming to the stumps, was there? He had to throw it. McAndrew was a distance out. How do you hit?
Yeah.
He did the right thing, Broad. He took his time. He
did.
set himself.
Yeah.
Did have 2.5 stumps to aim at, and he'll be disappointed that he didn't. But, well, it's been 5 dot balls in this over, but could easily have had 2 wickets in there as well. Last ball of Sanderson's over. Simpson defends that one into the offside. Yeah, it certainly went quickly to Emilio Gate. They both went pretty quickly to Tom Haynes in the slip cordon for Sussex as well. Difference there, Tom Haynes held on to them with a couple of absolute screamers, didn't he, in the cordon?
Yeah, I mean, it has been an obvious and marked difference in the performance of the two sides has been the catching. Sussex took 3 catches that were 50-50 at best, I would say. And they caught all 3. Northampton have dropped 6 catches, 5 in the cordon, and all of them have been in the fielder's favour, I would say.
Yes, yeah.
And that has been a significant difference in this match. It's not been the only difference, but it has been the most significant difference has been the catching.
Yeah, but it certainly would have brought those 2 first innings scores a bit closer together. Oh, it's an uppish drive from McAndrew. Times it well. A run up towards the players' rooms, disturb the pigeons, and just trickle over the boundary. So McAndrew gets off the mark. Gets his 4, and it's the 200 for Sussex as well. Takes the lead up to 249.
It was on the up, wasn't it? We'd said yesterday, looks like a man who likes a drive, and he wasn't able to get that ball down, but it was in the gap.
Are you going to add the run out down to make that 6 drop catches up to 7 fielding errors?
I'm not. It needed a direct hit. I think, he probably hits that more than he misses.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an edge for 4 through third slip.
The classical slip drive from Nathan McAndrew. Certainly went through almost at head height, didn't it, through third slip? Back-to-back boundaries for Sussex. Maybe 4th slip.
Could we have had another catcher in there at 203 for 7, lead of 250? I'm asking a lot. Justin Broad has bowled a number of 4 balls. He's also bowled some other balls. I think probably that's fair dinkum that there wasn't a third catcher in there. Just doesn't look good.
No, Emilio Gay just watches it go by. Encouragement from McManus, but it is very, very quiet out there at Wantage Road at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, I think clearly Northampton in their season hasn't, in red ball cricket, gone the way they want it to. They're still very much in contention. All the teams pretty much are in contention. We talked yesterday about how tight this division is, and I don't think it's going to end up a lot looser than it, or it's going to end up pretty tight as well, I suspect. One thing that I'll come back to that. Oh, what a shot.
A nice shot. There's the shot. There's the 4 that Nathan McAndrew would like to have hit. He's tried it 3 times. First one did the job, didn't it? But wasn't timed. Second one ended up going through or past the slip cordon, and that one, beautiful shot. All along the carpet, up towards the Comsave stand for 4.
And there have been some injuries as well. There's been an injury in this game again to Jack White. So, the sort of the rub of the green isn't going your way, etc., etc., etc. These things happen in cricket, and it's about how you respond to them. And one thing that I would say to focus on for the players is, can we do the basic things well consistently? Okay, let's take away tosses, let's take away decisions, let's take away luck, and can we do individually the basic things to a higher level more consistently? Let's focus on that. One of those things would be taking your chances. And before play started yesterday, we identified slip catching as an area for Northampton to improve. And it has actually probably been the worst game for slip catching.
Yeah, I would agree with you. End of the over, 12 runs coming off it, 212 for 7, the score. The lead of 258 now. So when Finn Hudson-Prentice departed, the lead was what, 239, wasn't it, I believe?
I think that's right.
Partnership, 14 runs off 27.
And, you know, a lot of, clearly cricket is a high skill game. These guys are all very, very cricketers. Of course they are. Kind of goes without saying to some degree. But having when you look back at people's careers in the game, people who have had 15-year careers, one of the things they've done is day in, day out, done the basic things pretty well. That's the start point, isn't it? So that's the level Northampton need to operate at more time.
3 slips for Sanderson. Just runs this one back in towards the off stump of Nathan McAndrew, who leaves it alone as it goes through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, you're right. The division, the second division, is close, isn't it? It's pretty evenly matched. 135 points for Sussex. Middlesex are 8 points behind on 127. Then there's a bit of a gap, bit of separation. 25 points back to Yorkshire. Glamorgan then on 100, 2 points behind Yorkshire. Leicestershire 1 point further behind. Northampton 2 points further behind. Gloucester 2 points further behind. It's that middle table there is very, very close. And that's not to say that Sussex and Middlesex are out of sight. This round of fixtures, though, they'll go on a limb and say there'll be 4 results across the 4 matches. So we will actually start to see a little bit of separation between the sides. It was hard, wasn't it, at the start of the year to bowl teams out twice?
Oh,
it was tough. It was difficult,
really, wasn't it, to be honest?
Even with the returning Duke's ball, it was still
still
hard work.
Yeah.
But we've got Yorkshire 340 runs ahead of Derbyshire, 416 for 6, having bowled Derbyshire out for 76. It is raining in Chesterfield, though. Gloucestershire lead Glamorgan by 75 with 8 wickets, 8 second innings wickets in hand. Leicestershire lead Middlesex by 262 runs with 4 second innings wickets in hand. But similar in this situation, short ball from Sanderson, pulled away by McAndrew. Rafi Weatherall does well to stop it going for 4. Just 1. But there's so much time left in the game. Although Middlesex were bowled out for 86 in the first innings, 262 with 7.5 sessions left is easy work, really, isn't it? If you bat well. And then, of course, this game here, there will be a result one way or another. You will naturally start to bring about a bit of separation in Division 2.
It's too early to call, though, isn't it? Sometimes in Division 2, you can kind of say, well, it's going to be Lancashire and one other at this stage, or whatever it might be. I just pick on Lancashire there because I think I've said that a few times over the years. It's going to be Lancashire and one other. It doesn't yet. We're halfway through. It doesn't yet feel like it's going to be Sussex and one other, or it may well be that way. And I'm sure Sussex listeners, watchers will be very hopeful that that's the case. But it's not quite there. A couple more rounds maybe before we get to that point. Good side though, don't they? They're like a good balanced side. I like the makeup of their team.
They certainly do. Good balanced bowling attack. And they've been able to replace the brilliant Jayden Seales, who's obviously now part of the touring party for the West Indies with that upcoming Test series against England, with someone that did incredibly well for Sussex last year, Nathan McAndrew, 31 wickets at 24s in the 2023 County Championship. So a good bit of recruitment as well.
Yeah, Seales did a great job, didn't he?
Oh, phenomenal.
He really did.
Phenomenal cricketer.
Is he a Bayesian? Do you know? Do you know what island he's from?
Trinidad, I believe.
Is he?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I can say that with some certainty.
You did. I like that.
Yeah. Can say that with some certainty.
Captain's off the field momentarily. Raffy Weatherall is back into the attack, inviting a drive. I think that's a good way to try and get McAndrew. He does commit early to a drive. He doesn't always wait for it to be a full half volley. If it's up, he's into it. He did well there. He just decelerated the bat. It wasn't a full half volley in that one. He actually did decelerate the bat and push it firmly to mid-off, but I think that's going to be the area we need to operate there and thereabouts. There we go. He does like a drive. Oh my goodness me. The shadow shot. Well, if he hits that out the middle of the bat, that goes over the players' pavilion for 6.
Yeah, it was aggressive, wasn't
If
it?
you think that was aggressive, watch this. Oh, there. Wow. There's a sonic boom somewhere. Windows are shattering around Northamptonshire.
The best way for McAndrew to go here? Just to go pretty hard at it,
Oh,
get whatever runs you can.
Play his way. Play his way. I think what I don't like to see in situations like this, guys getting bold middle stump, trying to hit the ball over the leg side boundary, just carving it somewhere. He is a number 9 for a reason, and it's important that he, as far as he can, as far as he's able to, play in his own positive way. So expect him to be driving the ball, but not recklessly, because he's in with the captain who's on 30. There's a lead to build. 259 is not a lead that Sussex will be comfortable with. They want to get as many as they possibly can. So no need for it to be a reckless innings, but positive as that. If it's up, he likes to drive.
Mm.
The captain just having a little wander down to do some gardening. Can I engage him in conversation? The answer to that is no.
Maybe at the end.
Maybe. I think McAndrew was, I don't want to talk to him, but I better. He's the captain. I better just nod. Yeah. Thanks.
Nothing silly, Nathan.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Immediately glances at the mid-wicket boundary. Is he going to think about depositing this one there? He's not. It's a good ball from Weatherall, on and around off stump, 4th stump. It very unusually for this pitch didn't get all the way through to the keeper. McManus got the long barrier in. Put that one on the thigh, I think. But the carry, particularly from the David Capel end, has been exceptionally good. We've talked I think people might say probably talked enough about the pitch, so we'll leave it there. The carry has generally been good. Raffy Weatherall, the last ball of this is his 11th over of the innings. It's short, it's pulled, it's 4. Crosses the rope at a rate of knots. It didn't just bobble over the rope, it flew up. It was traveling so fast that it flew up overhead height once it hit the rope. That's how fast it was traveling. I think that was what I might call an out of the over ball. It was a bit of a double play. I'm going to get a bouncer in. It's going to be high. If you want to have a swing at it, you've got to get it down or put it in the gap. And actually what Raffy Weatherall didn't do was get the ball high enough. So it became more of a kind of a pull. It was pulled well in front of square. So I like the idea of the bouncer last ball of the over, 2 men out on the leg side, but the execution wasn't there. So Raffy Weatherall goes for 4 off his last ball.
It's just started to get a little bit gloomy again, isn't it?
It has.
Out the window.
Let's have a look at radar.
I did see the umpires just have a bit of communication between one another in between those overs, and there was a nod in agreement. I've no idea what it was about. Could have been about dinner. Could have been about the pub later. We don't know, but it's pretty gloomy now.
But again, John Simpson finds the middle of the bat. Luke Proctor round the wicket from the Lynn Wilson end. Yeah, so I'm looking at the radar and I don't see any rain on the radar. But it does say, my app does say rain will start in 38 minutes.
Yeah, I've had a few of those pop up at different points during the day, and as yet none of it's made its way over here.
That's nicely played, nicely fielded, full length in the covers from Justin Broad. Saves 2, 3, possibly 4. I'm not sure it would have got all the way to the boundary. It was firmly driven. It wasn't quite a full half volley, and John Simpson, being the good player that he is, just recognised that decelerated the bat so that he hit the ball down into the ground. Had he gone through with it, it would have carried to cover. Nicely bowled from Proctor again. He looks a little, last evening, he bowled a spell from the David Capel end where he really had his tail up, Luke Proctor, and he ran in, hit the crease hard and hit the pitch hard. Looked angry. I think we said that at the time. And disappointed perhaps with what he was seeing. This is a more gentle, controlling approach up to the stumps. And he's just giving John Simpson nothing to hit. Just back of a length. You want to make the run in, you're going to have to come at me. He's got boundary fielders, should he need them, at long leg, deep square leg, and point. 2 catchers, 4 men in the ring, as it were. Nobody square. This one banged in. Simpson pulls it, pushing already for 2 as he does, but there's not going to be 2 there. Bretsky very quickly off the mid-wicket boundary and a good throw. There's a good throw.
Very good throw. Is it the right thing to do? Is this almost change of attitude or change of plan from Proctor the right thing to do? Is it right to let Sussex trickle their way up to 300? It doesn't really matter if it takes the entire session to get that way. It obviously won't. It's only, 37, 36 runs required to get a lead of 300 now.
Well, I think you've got to control the rate here. And this is the 68th over, so the ball is old. There is a limit, really, to what your options might be. What I would be thinking, I mean, this is without giving it a great deal of thought. I'd be probably, if I'm Luke Proctor, if I'm the Northampton captain, I'm thinking, okay, I don't want Simpson taking me for boundaries. If he wants to get off strike, he can. I'm going to protect the 4s. I'm going to bowl pretty straight. I'm going to hold my length. And if he wants to come at me, okay, good luck with that. It's not the way he has played hitherto. I want to bowl at McAndrew, get one end open, get the tail in, and have a go at them.
Yep.
But I don't want to be leaking boundaries. An over of 12, 15 at this stage, it really, it's almost doubly painful, isn't it? So I think bowling tight, bowling dry, as they say, is probably the right thing to do, in particular at the captain. And then try to get McAndrew to face as many balls as we possibly can and hopefully open that end up. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Raffy Weatherall round the wicket to John Simpson. Past the outside edge again. It's one of those again where, Northampton catch their catches and a couple of those nicks are nicked rather than play and miss. And Northampton could be batting. I mean, if Northampton catch their catches in this game, they are batting by now because they've dropped 6. And there was the 70-30 in their favour run-out opportunity as well. Does come in. He does hit the crease hard, Raffy Weatherall. He hits the gloves nicely. That's gone through nicely. Well played, John Simpson. He looks a bit cross with himself there. Going down to have a look at the pitch.
Yeah, I think that first ball of the over is just unsettled him a little bit, didn't it?
I think so. I think it has. His movements are a bit more animated, a bit edgier, isn't he?
Yeah, it was a good ball.
He's only a kid, isn't he? But as a bowler, you want to be picking up on these cues. Okay, no, he's not sure. Don't let him get away now. Don't let him get away. Join the dots up. Keep the pressure on him. Good. That's an overbuilding ball. Good line, good length, good leave. But this is, as a bowler, you want to try and line a batter up. Don't let him get away. Yes, so I'd rather be bowling at McAndrew. He'll be thinking, but I'm bowling at Simpson. I'm going to get this guy out. He's not getting off strike. I'm not giving him a drive ball. I'm going to make life very hard for him. He's clearly not as happy as he was previously. He's played and missed a couple of times. These are little conversations that you might have with yourself during the over to keep you going. Unfortunately, for Raffy Weatherall and for Northampton, Simpson has got off strike. Matt Bretsky can throw a cricket ball fast.
I was just about to say that one came into the gloves as Manus with a bit of mustard on it, didn't it? But the other thing as well, it was so effortless.
Yeah. He's got a rocket launcher in his shoulder. He's only a little guy, isn't he? But
Yeah.
wowzer. Got fast twitch muscles. This is a good matchup for Northants. Weatherall to McAndrew, back of a length. There's a fine line. There's fine margins in this game, isn't there? Because I want, and I'm sure all Northants supporters will want to try to encourage McAndrew to be driving. That seems to be where he is most vulnerable. The problem with that is that it also seems to be where he's most successful. It's about just getting that perfect length where he can't get the ball down. A little bit of movement. It's not there. He square cuts that for 4. And again, it's the last ball of the over, and Rafi, who's bowled pretty well, he's bowled some good deliveries, has not finished his overs well. The last over of his, the last ball of his previous over was a long hop that got smashed for 4 through the leg side. The last ball of his 12th over was a long hop that got smashed through the offside. He bowled well in that over, and it's gone for 5. And that kind of, to a small degree, I'm not hammering Rafi Weatherall here. He's finding his way, and he's going to be a beauty, I'm sure. But it kind of indicates where Northants are. They're kind of close, but they're not doing, so sorry to be boring on this, Dan, but they're not doing the basic things well. We've won that over, and now we've lost it from the 4th ball, from the 6th ball. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that, well, doubly as well. That lead nearly 270, 269.
Which puts us on the back foot as Proctor starts the next over. It's hit through mid-on. He's going to pick up 1. He's going to pick up 2. Nicely timed again. The fielder at mid-on, who's a 12th man, Michael Finnan, moved to his left. And I'm sure initially thought, I'm going to cut that off. It's going to be 1. I'll get a dive. Oh, no, actually, just run away towards the boundary. Simpson has timed the ball well, both sides of the wicket. This partnership now, 28. The lead, 271, John Simpson, 34. Yeah. And there's a nick. He has got that down. That's going to go away for 4. Ah, that's what happens, isn't it? You know, Mother Cricket. I haven't mentioned Mother Cricket for a while. Mother Cricket looks at you doing things well, doing the basic things well. Mother Cricket tends to look after you. You don't. And then when you do find the edge, it goes down. The diving slip fielder doesn't get a paw on it, and it goes away for 4.
We've tried to remain pretty positive throughout this, I think, and we've spoken about the time length in the game, and there isn't going to be a number that Northant's going to look at and go, "Oh, we've got no chance of chasing this down." But when that ticks over 300 for a team that was bowled out for 97 in the first innings, how much psychological baggage do the Northants batters then carry back into the dressing rooms? Do people start looking at each other going, blimey, 278 looked a bit better than 312?
Yeah. The bad news for you is that you've asked me that question, because I am a bit of a lunatic on these things. I think we can always, I think teams that I'm supporting can always win. I always think that. I think we can win this game. We can win this game. So for me, there isn't a number that we can't chase. I mean, clearly there is, but it's not how I think about the world. I think we can win this game. What you will know, and what Northampton know, is there will be a number of the lads in the change room who don't think that way. And nicely played for a single by Simpson, square of the wicket. The fielder is on the fence protecting the 4, which is quite right at this stage. There'll be guys that you want in the trenches with you, because we're in the trenches now, okay?
Yep.
And there'll be guys that you'd rather have a beer with, by all means, but you wouldn't really want them in the trenches with you. Have we got enough of those guys? We'll find out. And the other thing is, we do have, as I said this earlier, we do have 2 international quality batters. Well, that's out. That's going to be, oh no, don't collide. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh no, that Luke has hurt himself. Luke Proctor's hurt himself there. So what happened there was a back of a length ball. We'll see on the replay. It's a leading edge from McAndrew. The bowler is going to his left. Extra cover has come in. I think Luke's got one on the end of the nose there. There's been a collision between the extra cover fielder and the captain, Luke Proctor, going away to his left.
I think Luke Proctor as well has just said to the umpire that I did make the catch and put the ball down because of the injury. That was the conversation that the two umpires are having together. So McAndrew will be out. That was the conversation between Proctor and the standing umpire, was that I did complete the catch, but because of the injury, I got rid of this fairly sharpish. And it does look like he's in a bit of trouble, doesn't he? It's the Northants physio has made his way out, but McAndrew will go and he'll be
let's have a look
judged caught and bowled.
Yeah, okay, good. That's exactly, you called it perfectly, Dan. So it would have looked to Nathan McAndrew and probably to John Simpson, it would have looked as though Luke Proctor dropped that ball as he dropped to his knees. What we could see on the replay from our position and where the camera is, behind the bowler's arm, is that he places the ball out of his hand under control. So that's the test for the umpires, is did he have control of the ball? Did he have control of his body? We'll see here. The ball goes up, catch, connection, places the ball on the floor. He'll wish he hadn't done that now because it looks weird. But that was under control for me. I wasn't sure. I was, as you probably saw from my, I was quiet for a while. I thought, really? But
famously, wasn't it Ben Stokes last summer or the summer before? Took that catch, was deemed not to have control with it. There was the catch by Mitch Stark at Lords that took it.
Well, that was just
gained control because of using the floor, but it could have been a very similar story.
Yeah. As soon as you said that Luke Proctor had indicated to the umpire that he caught it, I was happy, because Luke Proctor is as honest as the day is long, and he's never going to claim that he's under control if he's not. He's just not that guy.
No.
So that was fine. I just hadn't seen it myself.
It becomes subjective though at that point, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
The umpires have sided with Luke Proctor in this instance, and I think, given the benefit of the injury, I think it's right. I think if Luke Proctor had done that and nobody was around, that Nathan McAndrew's still batting. Sorry, Luke, you should have held on to that.
Yeah, and I think, I think if I'm Nathan McAndrew out there, I'm going to let the umpires decide that. I'm not going to offer to walk off. It's fun for the umpires. I think, Luke will be in good standing in the game. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
And we saw that he does literally roll the ball out of his hand onto the floor, because he wants to check his noses in one piece.
Yeah. Am I right in saying that he and John Simpson are pretty close friends?
I'm not sure.
Both Lancastrians, aren't they? I think
they are. Yeah, they are.
But I did see John Simpson engaged in conversation with the two umpires after McAndrew had made his way off. Didn't look particularly heated or animated, but
no.
I think obviously just wanted a little bit more clarity. And I'm sure with the context of the two Northants players colliding with one another, that was taken into consideration.
Do you know, I actually, that has bounced. I'm often critical of umpires, and sometimes too much. I'm aware of that. But I think they got that absolutely spot on. I think that's brave umpiring, because it would have been very easy to say, well, the ball's on the floor, right? So you were still moving and the ball's on the floor. So there we go. Whatever you think happened, I don't care. The ball's on the floor. And they didn't.
It wasn't like Luke Proctor gave himself chance to get to his knees, stop, and then put the ball down, was it?
No.
It was.
Oh, that's an absolute peach of a delivery.
He released the ball whilst on his way to the ground, which I think on another day and another set of umpires would have turned around and said, sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Hope your nose is okay, but that's not out.
Yeah. And I think we had the benefit of the best seat in the house with the camera from behind the bowler's arm to see exactly what happened. And I think that's good umpiring, because I think justice has been done. There may well be people looking at it saying, well, the letter of the law is you have to have control of the ball and control of the body. If he rolls the ball onto the floor while he's still moving, he clearly didn't have, and there's an argument there.
Yeah.
But I think on balance, and I hope I'd be saying the same thing from a Sussex perspective as well.
I think so.
But by the same token, if the batter stands still, he's got every right to do that, because it wasn't exactly clear. I think there was a little bit of taking the fielder's word as well, which is sort of gone out of the game. to some degree, because I mean, certainly on did it carry catches, the fielder doesn't always know. They think they know, they don't always know. The ball can hit the finger and the ground at the same time, so you don't know.
Yeah, well, it certainly carried. We can say for certain that it definitely carried.
Yeah, and Proctor's ready to come back on the field, so he's okay. I think Proc has done some white collar boxing in his time. He's certainly had some sparring bouts. So
was it Bretsky that
no,
they collided?
I think it was one of the 12th men.
Was it?
Yeah.
So for a moment, one of the 12th men was going, oh dear,
I've just killed the captain.
I'm in a spot of bother now.
Roughy Weather, I do like his approach, full of intent, goes past the outside edge of Carson's bat. We should have mentioned the wicket did fall. It's now 8 down. Carson has come to the wicket, played well in the first innings, played some really inventive shots all around the ground.
In a good spell as well, this, isn't it, from Rafi Weatherall, 2.5 overs, none for 10, but he looks like he's been able to take a wicket nearly each delivery. Yeah,
he's just leaked at the end of his overs, but 5 balls have been good. Lost his run there. Take your time, take your time, take your time. That's good. Pulled out, that's good. Take your time. Northants 2 ahead on the over rate, according to the scoreboard. That's impressive, given that there's been very few overs of spin bowled. We're normally close, even when we're bowling spin. So we have got round between overs well. Drop down for an easy single. There are 2 men out on the leg side. Should Jack Carson want to have a pull at that ball, but he doesn't. He just knocks it down. Runs up the other end. So a better finish to the over. And you're right, I think he's bowled well, Rafi Weatherall. He's just not joined the dots together, but he's bowled well.
Yeah, well, I would imagine this will be a very different Jack Carson to what we saw in that first innings now that he's batting with his captain. Will show us why he's got those first-class 50s and that innings that you recalled that he scored the runs.
Roughly recalled, yeah.
Against Northants.
It could have been a dream.
It could have been. Could have been. Good news, though.
Proc's back. Yeah, if you're going to run into anyone, you probably don't want to run into Luke Proctor. He's not the biggest guy, but he's wiry.
Solid.
Tough as old boots. And he's back on the field. Good leadership, lead by example. He'll want to get rid of Carson ASAP. There was a bit more intent in that ball.
Surprised.
Yeah. He's had a bloody nose, isn't he? Oh, how awful for the lad. I don't know who it was.
No, I'm not sure.
I don't think it was Michael Finnan, who is now at extra cover. It might have been. I think it was.
It was one of the cricketers without a number on the back of their jerseys. We've got Prithvi Shaw, we've got Matt Bretsky that are both numberless at the moment.
I think it was a 12th, 13th man, I should say. I think.
Yeah.
And he looked
sheepish.
Sheepish. That's exactly
Some might say.
He did look sheepish. Oh my goodness, what have I done? I've just broken the captain. And possibly cost a wicket. He'd have had that on his mind for quite a while as well. Thankfully, neither of those things came to pass. It's okay. Breathe. But that has certainly perked up the captain. He's hitting the wicket a little harder. His line's been really good. I'm looking across at the scoreboard. I'm surprised to see that he's gone for 44. I mean, about 14 and a half overs. I thought it was a little more. It's only just over 3s, but I thought he was a little more economical than that. More, perhaps closer to 2s. He has picked up 2 wickets and he has bowled very well, as he's done most of the season. In my opinion, that's going to be out. That's LBW, pitched up, nipping back in, going with it offered to swing in, went with the movement, as it often will do, and it catches Jack Carson bang in front. Oh yeah, that's absolutely, as Nick Cook would say, LBW plonkers. And Carson departs for 1. That's a nice wicket. It is gloomy out there again. Pitching the ball up has been important, hasn't it?
It has.
It has been important in this match.
And I mean, with the overheads that we've had over the 2 days, it's not surprising the ball has swung about, and that's done exactly that. It swung from the hand, didn't it, from Luke Proctor, to be
Yeah,
fair?
it
But
did.
it kind of carried on after it seemed as well. But you're right, it's gloomy, and it would be one of those days that if the floodlights were available, and if I had a fiver in my pocket, I'd stick it down on the fact that I reckon they'd have been on most of the of the fixture.
Yeah.
And also, I don't think I'd have been hugely surprised if the umpires had taken the players off at points as well.
Well, this is, and we talked about it yesterday. It's sort of very similar now, isn't it? Again today, and it's both times been 9 down for Sussex in that situation. So we know what we need to do in order to get the best out of the captain, which is bop him on the nose.
Yeah. I will caveat that as well. That's not speaking from a Northants live stream perspective going, wow, we don't want to see Northants bat in these conditions. I want it to be fair for both sides.
Of course
I'm just commenting the fact that it's, I think, on another day of the week and another game, we could well have been
fair for both teams, but especially fair for Northants.
Extra fair.
Extra fair. Okay. So Robinson is in. He is on a king pair. Proctor will know that. Oh, and bowls one at knee height on leg stump. And Robinson says, thank you. The pair is now removed from his seat in the changing room.
He was a man yesterday that didn't look like he was enjoying the sport of cricket much, was he?
I think, yeah, correct. And totally understandably so. He showed a bit of ticker because
came back really well.
I wasn't sure how Ollie Robinson was going to respond to all the events of the recent events, including the way that he started his spell. And actually what he did was captain got him off quickly. That was a really good bit of captains. It was the right thing to do. Got him back on quickly, which was even better. And Robinson responded well. Good on him.
Yeah, it was 3 overs, none for about 30, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then 6 overs, 3 maidens, about 4 for 12.
Yeah.
As the comeback.
Yeah.
So it was a fantastic response from the England seamer.
Yeah, that was it. I was impressed with it. I wasn't sure, and genuinely wasn't sure. I'm not just going to hide him behind that. I wasn't sure which way he was going to go. Was he going to look at his shoes and decide, actually, I've got a side strain, I'm not bowling the rest of this match, get me back to the hotel, get some room service? Or was he going to stick his chest out and say, actually, come on, I'm here to do a job. Hey, I'm a professional cricketer. I'm good at what I do. Give me the ball. I can do better than that. And he did the second of those two. And when he does that, he's very, very, very good at what he does. He's also a handy batter. From a Northants perspective, I've seen enough of Ollie Robinson. Weatherall will want to take him with him at the end of this over. Oh, and that's nicely bowled in the business area, but very nicely played in defence.
Yeah, there's a bit of an unwanted batting stat with Ollie Robinson, isn't there? His career best, 110 of 112 balls for Ollie Robinson. So he has a first-class 100 to his name. He has one first-class 100 to his name. Came on his debut back in 2015 for Sussex against Durham in the first innings as well.
He backed away from that and ran it down to the vacant third-man area. That was interesting.
But 110 on debut.
Yeah. That's...
And a first-class average of 19.
Okay, yeah. That's interesting.
Absolutely. I think Prithvi Shaw there was just indicating that that he didn't actually pick that up.
Okay.
Didn't see it.
It was interesting cricket. It was Ollie Robinson started to kind of back away from that delivery. Creating room on the offside, let's put it that way. He's gone away again, and he tries to ramp that ball. He misses it. There is no appeal. So as we were, yeah, and John Simpson's coming down, and he's perhaps inquiring, are we going to play that way, Ollie? We're going to play that way. So the last 2 balls Ollie Robinson has backed away from to create room to score through the offside. First one he hit for 4. And the second one he tried to ramp over the slips of the slip. Vasconcelos on his own there and missed it. Okay, so there's been a change of plan here, which is interesting. Hitherto, in this innings, throughout this innings, Sussex have played kind of what you might call traditional 4-day cricket in the way they've approached their innings. Obviously, each player plays to their own strengths, but in general, they've played that way. Respected line and length, climbed into things they can hit, been positive in their movement both ways. Ollie Robinson is now really getting his body out of the way of the line of the ball, or has been, looking to score through the offside. He's just trying to maybe put weather all off his line of length a wee bit, because that one he stayed pretty still to. It's been an interesting little passage of play there, and certainly took the captain by surprise. A Sussex captain is at the non-striker's end and wandered down and politely, I think we're really all right there, Ollie. You got a plane to catch.
He's 40 not out, John Simpson, isn't he? And he'll be thinking there's a few more runs that Sussex need and want
absolutely
at this stage of the game.
And there's no need to do this.
I mean, Robinson wants the extra runs. He just wants them yesterday.
The field has spread far and wide for this last ball of the over. And it was a nice ball, nipped away and beat Robinson's attempted little push into the offside. So John Simpson will take strike for the start of the 74th over of the innings.
It's funny, isn't it? Darren Gough, I remember, I don't know how long ago, but listening to a story when he was talking about his career. And obviously he was a handy, better than handy lower order batter, and started his career further up. And as his career went on, got lower and lower and lower. And he said, admittedly afterwards, he said, well, they batted me at 11. I batted like a number 11. Ollie Robinson at number 11 is low, isn't it? He's walked out and he's had a flash at pretty much all of them that he's faced. He's a better batter than that.
Yeah, correct. And there's no, Ollie Robinson hits one up in the air. John Simpson will be livid.
Yeah, but he is at number 11 today.
No, I'm not at home to that conversation.
Okay. Just thought I'd add a bit of garnish to it, that's all.
Yeah, people say that, don't they? I just don't buy it. Just go and get runs and just play properly. Doesn't matter what number you put in that. You've got a job to do. Very simple. My world's very simple. Keep it simple. Proctor around the wicket to the confused John Simpson. So confused is he that he runs down the wicket, tries to slog it over the leg side and gets bowled, which is the first time he has done. And that's unfathomable. That dismissal is unfathomable. I'm here to try and fathom things. And how many balls has John Simpson faced?
87. That was his 88th.
Okay, so on the 88th ball that he faces, he completely changes the way that he's playing. If he was batting with me, I could understand that. But things changed quickly once Ollie Robinson came to the crease. And what also changed was the way John Simpson went about his business. I just don't get that. He's gone anyway. That completes the Sussex second innings in the 5th session of the match. Sussex 237 all out. That's a lead of 283. Luke Proctor, the Northampton captain, blooded nose and all, finishes 15.1 overs, 4 for 45. And for once, I think Luke Proctor can say, I've got just reward for how well I've bowled. It doesn't always look that way on the scorecard. He's bowled well this year and he's due 4 wickets, so good on him. Simpson batted nicely until that aberration at the end. Ended on 40 and Robinson 5 not out.
Yeah, it was peculiar. Very, very peculiar. He did not play the shot of the man that was batting with a chap who's got a first-class 108, first-class 50s. And Sussex have been pretty sensible all the way through that innings to get up to 237, which in the context of this game is a lot. It's a big score. They've got a lead of 283, as you just mentioned. The heavy roller makes its way out to the middle. And Emilio Gay and Ricardo Vasconcelos have made their way up the stairs to put their pads on. So,
do you know, if I were in the Northants dressing room as a coach now, I don't like to talk at this stage of the game really, but I would, if the opportunity arose, I wouldn't create it. I would be indicating to my players that the way that Robinson has played there, they think they've got enough. You know, they've taken a liberty there because it appears to be, we've got 280 lead. Anything else is a bonus and we'll get them as quickly as we can. I don't agree with that. We'll see whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong. I think Sussex are still favourites clearly with a lead of 283, but you know, there was 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 more runs available to them if they continued to play the way that they had been playing. And they decided to try and change the nature of the way they went about it. So I'd be saying to my batter, they think they've got enough here. Let's prove that that's not the case. Come on, just a little bit, just a little 1%er. They've taken liberties there.
Yep. Well, we'll find out in about 10 minutes. The heavy roll is doing its work. The ground staff are out there brushing the wicket ends, and Sussex are warming up. We'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Just a quick coffee and snacks during the second break. You can really catch your coffee and all of that light on the center pavilion, and the ladies ice cream is available to the right of the sunset. Umpires, Harris and Adam coming to the field. Sussex field being led out by Johnson. Thompson's also keeping wicket. The goal to the batting, and we've got Northamptonshire second innings. The final back themselves, and Amelia.
Well, here we go, folks. The fourth and final session of the championship fixture between Northampton and Sussex is about to get underway. Sussex have a lead of 283. So Northampton required 284 to win. There are 4 slips in place. Ollie Robinson will bowl from the David Capel end. He's got the ball in hands. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay will open the batting for Northampton. Vasconcelos on strike. Stream is powered by Daffabet, and Ollie Robinson makes his way into bowl. And is on the money. And there's plenty of noise out there from the visitors who find themselves top of the table. And they'll be eyeing up another win in Division 2 this year. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. And Phil.
Hello, Dan.
Where's your windies at the moment? Where are your percentages?
Oh, geez.
I love this stuff. I should have asked you in the break, shouldn't I? Then you could have done some numbers and stuff.
And got it horribly wrong while thinking about it a long time. I'm just making a quick note of something. My win viz is currently 58-42.
So fairly close between the two sides. In the favour of Sussex.
Yeah. Where's yours?
I think based on how this game has gone so far, and it's not talking about the fact that the 22 yards that we've spoken at length about, because I think it's got better as the game's gone on.
Yep.
But I think I'd be slightly closer to 65-35. A lot of that's going to be the highest score of this match so far from an individual is 45 runs from Tom Haynes at the top of the order for Sussex in that second innings. If Northampton are going to chase this down, but they're certainly going to need somebody to get a 50, which hasn't happened in 3 innings so far in this game. And if they need someone to get a 50, dare I say, probably going to need someone to go get 100 here as well. 283 runs to win.
Well, yeah. I'm encouraged by, bearing in mind, I'll refer you to my earlier answer, is I am a lunatic on optimism in teams that I'm involved in. I'm not involved in this team, but, I've got a vested interest in it. But I always think we can win. The last innings of the game was 237 with power to add when they were all out.
It's the first runs of the 4th innings. Vasconcelos turns it round the corner, gets off the mark. So Emilio Gay will have 1 delivery left of Ollie Robinson's opening over.
That innings lasted 73.1 overs, the Sussex second innings.
Mm-hmm.
Northampton batted 20 overs in their first innings. If we bat 73 overs, we're very close to having won the game. If they can do it, I think we can do it.
Squared up, big leading edge from Emilio Gay as he tries to work it through the leg side. Put Hudson Prentice under a bit of work. He does the fielding down on the boundary rope. Stop, it goes for 4. Saves his team 1.
And a nice throw.
And Emilio Gay will keep the strike. The last thing you want to do is throw that brand new Dukes back into a wicket end, isn't it?
I think it might help. Be interesting to talk to Lewis. If I get the chance to, Lewis McManus, I mean, I will do this. I mean, obviously he knows what he's doing, right? And I've never kept wicket at any level in any cricket ever. So, but what I see from Lewis, he runs towards the fielder in the outfield. And I think personally, I think it's easier if you know where the keeper is. Constantly, he's going to be at the stumps. I'll throw it over the stumps. But Lewis runs towards the fielder to try and make the throw shorter, and therefore more accurate and keep the ball off the floor. I understand why he's doing it, but I wonder if that is a factor that the lads don't quite know where he is at times.
Possibly.
Maybe they just don't know at all where the stumps are. Maybe that's right.
Sean Hunt gets a change of ends. He bowled from the David Capel end yesterday. Will bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end today, the left armour. So I would run towards my teammate because I know that they wouldn't have an arm to get where it needed to be. And I'd rather try and take that catch on the full rather than on the half volley or worse. But I don't necessarily think that's the same reason in professional cricket.
Wow.
Emilio Gay just has a little fend at that one as it goes past the off stump. Nice shape from Sean Hunt to start with. 4 slips in place for Sussex, who caught very, very well in Northampton's first innings. Tom Haynes in particular with 2 absolute screamers in at third slip. 4 for no loss. Nicely played by Emilio Gay. Just opens the face-up, runs it down through backward point. It's a couple of runs added to his total.
Interesting. That was a very similar shot to the one that Vasconcelos was out to, wasn't it? Vasconcelos raced to 30 in the first innings, and then with a short wide ball, in an attempt to run it down through the offside, just gave catching practice to the slips. Really bizarre dismissal, that. It didn't appear that he was trying to get the ball down. He probably was. It just didn't look that way.
Appeal for LBW. Started a bit straighter. I wonder there was a bit of an inside edge or glove there into the pads of Emilio Gay. That'll be a dot ball. Sussex are going to be up for it though, aren't they? They're going to be telling the Northants batters that it's not a great day to have a bat. Pretty dark out here, lads. The pitch is nice and green. It's still doing plenty.
It is dark. It's green. It's a new ball. Also, Sussex went for 450 the last time they bowled last in a game.
Very true. Emilio Gay takes the quick single. Takes on Finn Hudson-Prentice.
So certainly I wouldn't be reminding him of that in the middle. I would not be engaging them at all. But in the changing room, probably don't need to say too much. The lads will be aware of that. It feels like to me, I've got a feeling for Prithvi Shaw. He is a remarkable player, and he's due.
I think we'd all enjoy watching it for sure. That's a nice shot. Vasconcelos holds the pose as he runs it up past Ollie Robinson at mid-off, and it's going to be 4 to finish the second over. Northampton move to 11.
Yeah, beautiful cricket shot, wasn't it? Absolutely beautiful cricket shot. Did not move after contact. Sometimes Vasco can fall across the ball a little bit there, but he held his position beautifully. I've no problem with the ball either, although it was a 6-ball boundary, which I don't generally like. Left arm has got to get the ball up, get them driving, try and swing it. Just got that one a little bit over pitch, but I'd rather that than a banged in ball on the hip, turned square leg for a dot ball, to be honest.
Yeah, as you've said, certainly with the amount of wickets that we've seen caught behind, you don't particularly mind seeing your opponent driving. 11 for no loss, 273 required.
Well, that's good news. Just got a message from my phone telling me that I spent less last month.
Oh, fantastic. Congratulations.
I thought I'd share that with everyone. Thank you.
That's because you weren't here on championship duty. You had a few less roasted vegetable quiches and cups of coffee.
I do like my coffee.
That was the difference.
Yeah. Well, I've got some holiday coming up, so I probably need to squirrel some money away.
Where are you off to?
We're on the train again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're going on the train to Portugal, Spain, France, Italy.
Can you take your golf clubs?
Yeah, I could.
That's a no. They don't count as carry-on luggage.
No.
Good leave by Emilio Gay. Big stride outside off stump. That's that one go through to John Simpson.
Predominantly, that was a straightish ball, but predominantly so far, Robinson operating around the wicket to the left-handers. He's looked to move the ball away, hasn't he, from the lefties, angling in and going away. It means that the left armer is bowled, obviously, from the Lynn Wilson end, and the breeze is really good for the left arm from the other end. But Robinson obviously gets choice of end.
Fires the Yorker and Emilio Gay digs it out. It's a surprise ball that Emilio Gay wouldn't have been expecting this early in the piece, or potentially at all in a 4-day game of cricket. Well, it was a change of ends for Robinson, wasn't it? That brought about the success.
Yeah. Did Emilio get done first ball with the Yorker in a game?
He did, didn't he?
Yeah. Gloucester? Shaw, who Yorked him first.
Yeah, it
ball?
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you saying that you'd spoken to him after the day's play. I think he asked the question, could I have done anything? And he responded, no.
No, it was a brilliant ball, wasn't it? In swinging Yorker at the base of leg stump first ball.
Yeah.
And it looked like a plan as well. So the way it didn't look like, oh, we've just got one there. Missed your mark by 6 meters.
An accidental Yorker.
Not wasted many balls, has he, Robinson, so far?
No, he hasn't.
Everything's been thereabouts.
On the money. Emilio Gay goes for a big drive on the up. Inside edge that falls back safe in front of Ollie Robinson.
I think it's dark.
I was just about to say, if this cloud cover continues, we are having a shortened day of cricket today.
Yeah.
But Sussex batted all morning under pretty similar conditions. Hasn't been bright really at all day.
Oh, well bowled, Ollie Robinson.
There were moments yesterday, weren't there, where cloud just broke up a little bit and there were the occasional patch of blue sky above us, but it's been pretty thick, blanketed cloud across the ground for the entirety of the day.
I mean, if the song was accurate, the fields are green, the skies are grey, doesn't work, does it?
Got less of a ring to it, hasn't it?
The line is, for anyone who doesn't know what the heck I'm talking about, the fields are green, the skies are blue, the river Nen goes winding through. But I don't know what rhymes with grey. Fields are green, the skies are grey, the river Nen winds away.
You're so talented, you are, Rowie.
You know. I like this guy. I like Hunt. Not seen him before. He couldn't find his way into the Surrey squad. He was on their academy, so moved down to the south coast. And it's been something early days in his career, but yeah, it looks like he's found the right place, and Sussex have done well to pick him up.
It's a beauty, isn't it? That first one was just a little bit too wide, but it shaped away from Vasconcelos. That one, the line much better, brings about a full shot from Vasconcelos, the man that he got out in the first innings, caught by Jack Carson. She said just opening the face on it, wasn't he? Offering a bit of catching practice to the slip cordon. Only 4 overs in the first innings, but that can be forgiven because the entire innings only lasted 20. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. Big drive from Ricardo, shaping up through that vacant cover region.
For me, that anyone can play and miss, and that's, you know, but the way that shot was played was not in control. There was an element of a small element, but there was an element of desperation about that. I didn't enjoy that. Even if he hit it for 4, I didn't really enjoy that. It wasn't a good shot. Bob.
Yeah, Vasconcelos covers that one up. No, you're right. It's not the most optimistic sign coming from a man that's faced 10 deliveries in this innings.
And as we've continued to say, it's not a snake pit out there. It is dark, though. Did I mention that?
You have a couple of times. So have I, to be fair. Another expansive drive from Ricardo Vasconcelos, who just gives the Sussex slip cordon an opportunity to warm their vocal cords. Cries of encouragement for Sean Hunt as he makes his way back to the end of his mark. I think fair's fair. Sussex batted through all of this. I have no issue with it whatsoever.
No, quite right.
But throughout the course of the day, and whether because the floodlights aren't available, whether it's taken into consideration, but I'm quite surprised the umpires haven't had a conversation at any point.
Yeah, agreed.
Turn through the leg side. Ollie Carter tidies up. So it's going to be a maiden for Sean Hunt, his second over of the afternoon. It's 11 for no loss after 4. Emilio Gay on 6. He'll be on strike. Vasconcelos on 5.
It's a good over, that, wasn't it? Went past the outside edge a couple of times. One was a bit of a boomy drive that it really wasn't entitled to drive at, and the other one was a genuine play and miss. Vasconcelos on the second occasion looking to push the ball, a firm push into the offside, but it swung and seamed, and thankfully for Vasconcelos and Northampton, it didn't find the outside edge, but another good over from Hunt. They've started really well with the ball here. 24 balls bowled, and most of them have been play balls.
Yeah, they've been on the money, haven't they? Robinson continues, and as you'd expect, is on the money. Emilio Gay forward. He's a tall man. He gets a good stride and drops that one into the offside.
Talked in the break about people in the players in the change room and how some of them will relish this and some of them will be looking at their shoes a wee bit. And certainly Emilio Gay is one who will relish this. He'll be thinking, I can win this game. I'm going to walk off with a big 100 not out, bring the stump in, lead the song. I can do that. We can do this, lads. Which is that's a great attribute to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's very well disciplined by Emilio Gay. I think in the first innings, that's probably would have chased that from Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
Tried to flay it between Jack Carson at fourth slip and Finn Hudson-Prentice at backward point. Emilio Gay, as so far anyway, a slight change in approach. He was 7 off 16 balls in the first innings. It's just quiet, isn't it, out there? It's just a hush. There's a healthier crowd than what we had yesterday. It's not warm by any stretch, but it is pretty quiet out there.
You wouldn't know that from the way I'm dressed.
No, you do look like you're ready for a pina colada on a sun lounger somewhere.
Yeah, which is true, but I'm also underdressed significantly. I've underclubbed.
But it is, isn't it? There's not a huge buzz about the Northants crowd that are in. The few Sussex supporters as well.
Bit of nerves, I think, in the crowd.
It's reminiscent of that Friday night here against Leicestershire. That was quiet, wasn't it, for a Friday night? There were both Leicestershire and Northants supporters in the ground, and all of them kind of fixated on the cricket to see which way this game or that game was going to go. And it feels, well, to a smaller number, but reminiscent of that.
Yeah, you can, without being too poetic, that you can sense there's tension around, can't you? Because it's not a big number, is it? It's a biggish number. It's not a big number to chase.
Down the leg side, nicely played. Is it going to beat the man? It's not. Ollie Carter does really well to get round in front of the ice cream van. Cuts that one off for 4. I thought for a second that might have beaten him. Timed it that well. It skipped away across the outfield. It's just going to be a single. Rotate the strike, and Vasconcelos will have 1 ball of Ollie Robinson's third over to contend with.
Was very well fielded, wasn't it? Great bit of fielding. Saved 3 runs on the boundary, Ollie Carter.
12 for no loss, or 4.5. And that one's left confidently by Ricardo Vasconcelos. So 12 for no loss after 5. Vasconcelos 5, Gay 7.
Yeah, it'd be interesting here. The two batters, Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay, are both left-handed. Obviously, there's also there's a big difference about them, which is their height and the way they get forward. So Emilio Gay is a tall man and gets well forward with the front foot, and then Vasconcelos is a short man who doesn't get as far forward, even relatively doesn't get as far forward. So what that means is that the bowler's got to find the length to each of these. He was a fractionally short of getting the edge when bowling at Vasconcelos. And Hunt, if he bowls that same length, that will be dangerous to Emilio Gay. And he's bang on the right length there. That's good bowling. And that difference, that'll be a significant difference in terms of the length that Sean Hunt will want to land the ball to catch the edge of the bat. As I say, the balls that he bowled that went past the outside edge of Vasconcelos' bat just moved just fractionally too much, or had moved too much by the time the ball passed the bat. If he bowls those same balls to Emilio Gay, they might catch the edge.
It's a shot by Emilio Gay that I suggest wasn't in complete control of. Almost looked like he tried to withdraw the bat there at the last minute, didn't he?
Bit of an afterthought, wasn't it? Yeah. He looks focused though, Emilio, as you would expect him to be. An intense cricketer, Emilio Gay. Cares passionately, loves batting, loves scoring runs.
That one through the leg side.
4 runs there.
It's a beautiful shot. Just lent on it, isn't he? He's worked Sean Hunt through mid-wicket for 4.
He just gave himself a little reminder. I don't know whether you saw that. Just as he hit the ball beautifully. That was too straight. Looking to swing the ball off too straight a line. And Emilio Gay did play across the front pad. He does do that, doesn't miss many. And just as he turned to go back down the wicket, the ball had gone for 4. He just gave himself a little reminder about not playing too square. That one went straight. That's fair enough. Any squarer than that, I start to worry that he might miss it. But he got his head forward, got his hands in front of his pad, so he's got good access to the ball, and the ball crossed the boundary rope past the line of the bowler's stump. So he's hit that pretty straight, and he hit it well.
And Sean Hunt responds. 3 balls left of the over. That's flicked behind square by Emilio Gay. Just get the single. So good batting, gets the boundary, gets off strike. Guess they possibly didn't want that one to go as fine as what he did. Interesting. I think that's Paul Farbrace, isn't it? Leaning up against the advertising boards.
It is.
What would be behind the bowler's arm at the David Capel end, having a keen eye on the events unfolding here at Wantage Road.
There he is.
There he is. A long, hard watch, isn't he? Seeing the movement or the way that the ball's behaving. That one down the leg side. Hunt not getting it right. Vasconcelos turns it into the leg side, picks up the single.
It's interesting in a bowling perspective. Hunt bowled almost exclusively his first 2 overs at Vasconcelos and was all over him. Line length, almost perfect. Bowling at the different left-hander, he's gone too straight, and he's just lost his line a wee bit. He's got 1 ball to put that right. He's bowled too straight this over and got tucked away a few times. He's overcorrected and then drags that one wide. So that's not a good over. And simply a change of batter has led to that, I suspect, more than anything else. Knowing that he's got more margin for error, Vasconcelos, because he's got more margin on length than he does against Gay, would have been a factor. He'll have known that might have been a factor. Went too straight, got hit for 4 and never really recovered.
Mm. Yeah, it was good over the over before, wasn't it?
It was a good over.
Sean Hunt, but wasn't able to get it right that time around. Change of bowling. Early change of bowling. Well, it worked particularly well for Sussex in the first innings, replacing Ollie Robinson with Nathan McAndrew after 3 overs. Change of ends for Robinson, you think?
I would say.
Yeah?
I want Robinson bowling. if on Johnson, I don't care which end it's from particularly. He started, as you say, today at the David Capel end.
Yeah, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5 for Robinson. McAndrew came into the attack in the first innings with an instant impact. 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 25. Was on a hat-trick, wasn't he, after he dismissed Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor in consecutive deliveries. Vasconcelos covers that one up well, defends up to Ollie Robinson at mid-on, who wipes the sweat from his brow to give his Dukes a shine. Jack Carson rolling the shoulders over in front of us at 4th slip.
That'll be interesting if Jack Carson has a ball before tee, because I think it is known. I think around that these two guys, Vasconcelos and Gay, their game against spin is work in progress.
So there's an appeal for OBW, and that is out. That arm of the umpire just started to twitch as Vasconcelos looked back up, and he's been given out LBW off the bowling of Nathan McAndrew.
Just out, isn't it?
It's just looks incredibly adjacent, and the bowling exchange has worked. Robinson was taken out the attack after 3 overs. It's happened again, and McAndrew picks up the wicket straight away. This time it's Vasconcelos. Last time it was Emilio Gay. And it's going to be Luke Proctor. Is it? Or is it going to be Prithvi Shaw at number 3?
Prithvi Shaw.
Be Prithvi Shaw at number 3.
I mean, it's absolutely stone cold out. It was a very full ball, wasn't it? And from round the wicket to get LBW, it needs to be fairly full. And didn't look to do a whole lot, that ball. I just think Vasco just missed it. I think it was a pretty straight delivery. I didn't pick up any discernible swing or seam movement. It was very full, so it didn't have to go very far after pitching. So he's missed that ball, trying to hit it, I think, fairly straight. And I don't think there was a lot of foot movement there. If we could see another replay, that would be great, just to see what quite went on there. But because it looked, as it left the hand, my instinct was half volley. I thought half volley length, he'll look to drive that. Thank you. We're going to see a replay of the dismissal there. So his back toe is just on off stump. He just falls over it a bit, doesn't he? You can see there's a balance in stride. His back foot goes across to the offside. So his head has just gone across a little bit. And that led to the bat coming across the line. That was enough to miss the ball. Well bowled, didn't leave the stumps. And as you say, then the bowling change definitely has worked.
Yeah, brings in Prithvi Shaw at number 3, who, similar to Vasconcelos in the first innings, had a pretty enterprising start, didn't he? 31 off 22, had it for 53 minutes, and 7 fours in that innings of 31. Northants have got a left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease. But McAndrew, who's been very good throughout the game so far, is back into bowl. Prithvi Shaw covers that one up on the bounce. It's kind of the moment here, isn't it, for Prithvi Shaw, is the overseas, the big ticket for Northants to stand up for his team and go, come on then, come with me, let's chase this down. Because as you said, as we've said several times, it's not a huge target. It's not going to be easy. The pitch is offering enough for the bowlers. The overhead conditions obviously helping. The outfield's quick. It could be chaseable. Yorker from McAndrew. Prithvi Shaw plays that back, and a sign of aggression, sign of fight from McAndrew there as he shapes to throw the stumps down. Prithvi Shaw gets back in his grounds.
I thought he was going to throw that. It did me. I thought he was going to throw that. It was hit nicely, wasn't it? Yeah, I think Sussex will obviously regard this as a very big scalp. They've got to get all 10 to win the game. But they will regard some wickets are more important than others. Not all wickets are born equal. This is a big wicket for obviously for both sides. And that's why, because he does things like that. What a cricket shot that was.
Prithvi Shaw off the mark.
Wow.
Back of a length, wasn't it, from Nathan McAndrew? And it felt like, or the way that Prithvi Shaw played it, it looked like it stopped in the pitch.
He doesn't really move his feet.
No.
In fact, he doesn't move his feet at all.
Push the hands through it, picks up 4 through the covers. I think, not only is it Prithvi Shaw the man with a list A double 100 for Northants last year, amongst a couple of others that he's got in his career, and a Test match 100 as well. It's the impact and the shockwave that then sends through the Northants dressing room if Prithvi Shaw goes cheaply.
What a cricket shot that was.
Better from McAndrew. On the money on that fourth stump, top of off stump if there was a fourth. So 7 overs bowled, 22 for 1. Northants require 262, and there's 4 overs left in this session before the tea break.
There's a drill that you sometimes will do with a batter, which is no foot movement drill. Okay, so you throw the ball, and the idea is that they let the ball come to them.
Yeah,
because they have to. And actually, what you're trying to encourage is letting that happen, and also just a bit of weight transfer between the feet. So that's on the front foot, and I can feel my left foot taking weight, but you can't move your feet. And that one's on the back foot, and I can feel my weight shift more onto the back foot. So it's a bit of awareness, etc.
There's a big drive from Emilio Gay. Well, it's not a change of ends for Ollie Robinson. Sean Hunt's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and it's a good start to the over. And if he can bowl an over like he did for his second over of the innings, then he's going to ask plenty of questions for Emilio Gay, shaping the ball away from the left-hander. Doesn't particularly like being bowled at, does he, Emilio Gay? He wants to take the fight back to the bowler. That's left well alone. That was too wide, wasn't it?
And the Prithvi Shaw, I'm banging on about coaching drills. God, like people are switching off in their droves. But it's a drill that you do for that reason, to encourage the batter to let the ball come, and also to that's the feel of weight transfer. I need to get my body weight over the front foot, even though I'm not moving the front foot, and so on. So it's a good little drill on that. The Prithvi Shaw boundary was that drill, wasn't it? It reminded me of a guy who's just celebrated his 70th birthday, Alan Lamb, who used to play in that very same way, just transfer weight between the feet.
Oh, it's a big Yorker from Sean Hunt that Emilio Gay digs out and manages to run past the slip cord and then goes for 4. But
I wondered whether there was any foot in that,
Did he go back into the boot?
Oh, no, it's just wide. It's wider than I thought. It
Outside
wasn't
edge,
straight,
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Do you know, with that success that Josh Shaw had, and the fact that Emilio Gay's had 2 big Yorkers early doors here, that says to me that Sussex have
definitely
spent some time looking at Emilio Gay, and they've seen that wicket and they've gone, okay, there's enough here to have a go.
100%. That's an analyst's dream, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Good discipline, Emilio. Good discipline. It's not all about the shots you play, is it? It's about the shots you don't play sometimes. Good leave. Love a good leave.
You do, don't you?
I do. I love a good leave. Well, it shows a lot, doesn't it? A good positive leave, get your body into that space. Tell the bowler he's got to do better than that if he wants to bring a defensive shot out of you.
You can tell how low of a score this is that Sussex have got to work with, because they've already lost the 4th slip. That's a beauty, isn't it, from Sean Hunt?
Yeah, the ball has gone past the outside edge quite a lot, hasn't it, already? We're in the 8th over. I reckon it's gone past probably 6 times, something like that.
Interesting that Simpson sees that slightly differently and has elected to strengthen that cover region. Jack Carson, the man that's gone from 4th slip into cover. You'd think, wouldn't you, with the ball going past the outside edge with a few overs to go before tea, be a great time to get another 1, if not 2 wickets for Sussex.
I wouldn't argue with that, Dan.
That's an absolute seed, isn't it, from Sean Hunt? That's perfect. Perfect bowling from the left armour. 26 for 1 off 8. 258 runs required. Umpires signalling towards the dressing rooms there, weren't there, for something?
Are they signalling for a light meter?
Quite possibly.
Might be.
It's always difficult, I think, when you spend all day looking out the window as to whether anything has kind of noticeably changed.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
But the one thing we can say for certain is we've got like I don't even know what you would call this in the trade, a box with glow up buttons on it that we use to control our audio levels. And the buttons are Well, you can see them, can't you? They're fairly well illuminated.
What, you mean the Roadcaster Pro 2?
That's exactly what I mean. Yeah.
Looks like that to me.
Shot. That's a square drive. It's going to put the fielder under a bit of pressure, and he's not going to win. Prithvi Shaw picks up another boundary. I'll ask you what the Roadcaster Pro 2 does next.
Well, it does everything the
Does many
Pro 1
things.
did, but,
Yes.
but better.
Twice.
Twice. Twice. I like that. Yeah, it does them twice. Yeah.
As I say, the buttons that you can't normally see on a nice bright day here at Northampton are pretty well illuminated.
It's a graphic equalizer is what it is, Dan.
Thanks. What, have you just read another sticker somewhere?
No, I haven't, but I've been in the music business.
In the biz. Oh, it's a Yorker. Wow, Prithvi Shaw has timed that well, isn't he?
That's remarkable.
That is a fantastic bit of fielding by Ollie Carter at mid-wicket. McAndrew speared in a Yorker that Prithvi Shaw has tried to work through mid-wicket. Flown off the face of the bat.
Ollie Carter did he saved 4 runs there, didn't he? And his
Yeah.
hands have gone straight into his pockets where I suspect he's got hand warmers because that would have stung.
Yeah, he was scrambling, wasn't he, to pick that ball up at mid-wicket. Did incredibly well. Wicket keepers normally make pretty good outfielders as well.
Oh, it's always about the keepers, isn't it?
Always.
Change the record.
No,
honestly.
keepers union. We've got to look after each other. No one else likes us.
You're right, though. Keepers are generally good fielders, apart from the throwing bit.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I've got an absolute custard arm, I can confirm. It's not good.
Sam Billings is the great example for me of a very, very, very good keeper and an amazing fielder. He can throw.
He certainly can. McAndrew, 4 off the first ball of the over, 2 dots after that. That's, oh, wowee, that was close to carrying back to the big Australian overseas on his follow-through. Prithvi Shaw's just pushed at it, hasn't he? He's just taken a wander out towards square leg and attempt to gather his thoughts. Here's one for Captain Obvious. Last thing Northampton need here is to lose another wicket before tea.
Oh, my goodness me.
It's good, that, wasn't it?
Dan.
I'd be good on catchphrase. There it goes again, out square off the wicket and well fielded on the boundary this time. So it is just going to be the single. So Prithvi Shaw, well, he's certainly going to play his shots here, isn't he? He's 9 off 9.
Yeah, I mean, with Northampton chasing a score, it's now 252, 253 to win. But you need, for Northampton to win, you think, I've thought for a little while in this game that Prithvi Shaw's going to have to rock up and put his hand up. And he's got to play the way he plays. He won't succeed otherwise. So if he does get a score, it'll be a very attractive thing to watch. Well played, Emilio Gay. That is a forward defensive shot.
Covers that up really well. Do you know Louis Kimber? You heard of him?
Yeah.
Sussex fans will remember the name from last week. Well, 25 minutes ago, Leicester have just posted the fact that he's hit 4 sixes in a row today against Middlesex.
Wow.
Is it Henry Brooks or Ethan Brooks that moved to Middlesex? I think it's Henry Brooks, isn't it? That
Henry
moved to Middlesex. But geez, he's in some form, Louis Kimber, isn't he?
Are you watching a video of that now?
There was a clip of it. I can get it back for the tea break for you.
If you can have a look and see where they go, because
out of the ground.
They go for 6. Okay. Yeah, it was kind of implicit, wasn't it? He is a very, he's clear. Yes.
Clean striker of a cricket ball.
He is an amazing striker of a cricket ball.
Sean Hunt to bowl
round the wicket.
Yeah, change of angle. It's it first time bowling to Prithvi Shaw, I think.
It is.
That one dropped into the offside, so he'll only have 1 ball at the right-handed Prithvi Shaw. Dare I say, I suspect he's going to come back over the wicket.
I'm slightly surprised. I mean, I don't know much about Sean Hunt's bowling, right? So very little, in fact. But I'm slightly surprised to see him starting around the wicket for Prithvi Shaw, given that the ball is swinging. from over the wicket, he can swing the ball back and trap the LBW. Doesn't move his feet a lot. I would have thought that would be plan A, but obviously not.
Oh, Emilio, that's the cricket ball you want to leave, isn't it? It's not a shot you want to be playing with 10 balls to go before the tea break.
Yeah, one down at tea. Northampton will be around 40. The lead will be, the chase will be down to under 250. This feels like a great opportunity for the first win of the season and to beat league leaders as well.
Yeah, it'll do wonders for Northampton's promotion aspirations. That's a beauty again, isn't it, from Sean Hunt? But he bowls his best ball. It is absolutely stunning. Certainly offers a bit of width, doesn't he, when it doesn't quite come out right, which I think probably causes that little bit of panic that you think, oh, it's a bit wider, I'm going to have to score here.
He's gone past himself. I reckon he's gone past 6 times, maybe 7 times. Bowled very, very well.
Squares up Emilio Gay, gets the edge and runs down all along the ground to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was down on the backward point boundary for a single.
Nicely bowled that, because that one went off straight. A couple of times he's gone straight. The ball hasn't swung from there. And he's been worked into the leg side. That one held its line. But it was nicely played by Emilio Gay. Just did enough.
33 for 1 off 9.4 overs. There's 2 balls left in what will be Sean Hunt's last over before tea. It's played nicely out to Ollie Carter at point by Prithvi Shaw again, as he did off the first ball of Sean Hunt's over.
A very, very, very hard man to know what a length is, Prithvi Shaw. And as his innings hopefully progresses, we'll see more of that in the distance, because he doesn't really move his feet. He just shifts his weight. So he can hit a ball on the up and he can hit the same ball off the back foot and doesn't really move between the two, just shifts his weight one side. He's a difficult guy to know what my length is, the bowler.
Solid defence from Emilio Gay to complete the 10th over. 34 for 1. Emilio Gay on 17 off 33. Prithvi Shaw 11 off 11. He will be the man on strike for what will be the final over before tea, and it's going to be bowled by Nathan McAndrew. 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9 for the Australian. Interesting, isn't it, that Ollie Robinson didn't come back at the other end? Not to say that Sean Hunt's bowled badly. He's bowled well.
No, I think that's good captaincy. I have to say, they wanted to get McAndrew on before tea. Clearly, they think he's got an ability to get people out, and he has, and he's proven that again. And also back in Hunt, so actually you're going well, Hunter. You keep going. And what is remarkable is he's wicketless, 5 overs, 0 for 20. Wow, he hit that hard.
Yeah, half stop by Hudson-Prentice at cover. It's gone through the all-rounder's fingertips, and Prithvi Shaw gets down the other end. Doesn't absorb many deliveries, does he, Prithvi Shaw?
He doesn't. He doesn't.
12 off 12.
I mean, he's played at pretty much every ball as well, hasn't he? It may lead to his downfall, but he half an hour. If Prithvi Shaw's in at the close of play, Northampton are very much in this hunt.
Yes,
because he will get there quickly.
That's a very nicely timed cricket shot by Emilio Gay. McAndrew again spearing in that Yorker. Emilio Gay times nicely through to mid-wicket, and as Ollie Carter again does the fielding.
He's been full, hasn't he, McAndrew? He's only bowled, 14 balls, but he's been very full so far. And that length accounted for the wicket. The LBW of Vasconcelos has been over length a wee bit, but better that than too short on this pitch.
It's a big drive from Emilio Gay, who only gets an inside edge on it. Runs down to Sean Hunt. Fine leg. Down the other end, adds a single. 18 now for Emilio Gay. 36 for one.
Do you know what's a good ball here? To Pretty Sure. Slower ball. Slower, right, drivey length ball. Because he wants to hit the ball, doesn't he?
Particularly if you're right in what you've said about the pitch, where it could be a little bit too paced as well. Maybe cross seam from McAndrew, but do you want to waste the new ball doing that? It's off down the other end again. It's only 10 overs old, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you run the risk of scuffing up one side if you...
I just fancy I mean, it's the over before tee. We want to get him out. I would just mix pace up and see if he probably does pick it because he's quite good at this game. But he's a little impulsive at times, I think, Pretty Sure, in terms of his shot selection. And actually, we talked about the ball, and the ball is being brought into question.
John Simpson being called towards the umpires just to be part of the conversation, isn't he, I think? Check whether it goes through the gauges. Should go through one and not go through the other one, shouldn't it? And
that's right.
It looks like it's passed.
Yep.
Would that be a bit of what do you call it? A bit of show maybe from Sussex there. 2 balls to go before tee, and they've just gone, do you know what? Let's have a couple of minutes or 30 seconds here to have a look at this, see if we can distract Emilio Gay with two to go.
It was Ollie Robinson, wasn't it, who knows a thing or two about Duke's cricket balls, who wondered whether there was something wrong with the shape of the ball. I mean, it may well be that the chat amongst the Sussex bowlers, stopped swinging quite early or on a little soft. Let's see if we can change it. But he was trying it on a wee bit there. Not sure why the captain was alerted to that. It seemed a bit odd.
Last ball to go then before tea, which will leave us with 32 overs remaining in the day. Good news is it's got a bit brighter as well, isn't it?
It has.
Out the window.
Yeah. Well, that's a good way to finish.
Wow. It continues to get a bit brighter for Northants. Emilio Gay leans on that one through mid-wicket for 4. And the home side, Northants are going to walk off for tea. 41 for 1. Punch of gloves between Emilio Gay and Prithvi Shaw. Emilio Gay's on 22. Prithvi Shaw on 13. It is 41 for 1. Yeah, just making sure that I was paying attention. Right, it's tea. Northants require 243. Sussex require 9 wickets. Let's have 20 minutes and we'll be back for the evening session.
Superb coffee and snacks, visit Max Street Coffee and the catalogue by the Spencer Pavilion, and below is ice cream and available to the right coffee sunshine.
showing people what we do. Oh, okay. So random.
With just over 10 minutes until play starts again, here's a reminder of more cricket playing this summer at the County Ground, Northampton. Vitality basket times under the lights on Friday as the steel back host with Lancashire Avenue. You can save by buying your tickets in advance at ncc.co.uk/blast. Then the World Championship of Legends is coming to the County Ground next Sunday. The 8th to 12th of July sees some of cricket's finest return to some epic T20 trip. With only 2 days left to purchase your early bird tickets. And for the young ones, our still active community summer camps are now available. We have a variety of camps for your kids so they can have a great time and enjoy the summer holidays playing cricket. To find out more, go to ncc.co.uk/community-care. As we get ready for this evening's final session, our umpires, Sam Adler and Alice, are returning to the field. John Simpson and the Sussex team returning into the field.
Welcome back, everybody. I will wait for the flag to drop, I think, before I start describing as to what's going on. But it's the evening session of Northants versus Sussex, day 2 of the County Championship Division 2 fixture. Looks like Finn Hudson-Prentice will open the bowling in the evening session from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. The stream is powered by Daffabet here at Wantage Road. My name's Dan Jadzovics. I'm joined, as I have been throughout the duration of this game, by Phil Rope. And you're going to lead us away, Phil. My first question is, you're now kind of siding towards the Northamptonshire.
I think it's 50-50. I think I said earlier in the day, if it's 250, it's 50-50.
Yeah.
And it's 242. So it's close to 50-50. There is one wicket down. Obviously, Ricardo Vasconcelos is the man who's not out there. He was out LBW to McAndrew for 6, but the two guys in put on 23, Pretty Sure and Emilio Gay. So 41 for 1. Northants need a further 243 runs to win. And obviously, Sussex need 9 wickets. There are 32 overs left in the day. Hopefully, we'll get the vast majority, if not all of those. And it'll be fascinating to see where the numbers lie at the end of that period. For now, it's going to be Hudson-Prentice's first ball. He's on the money.
He got the wicket at Prithvi Shaw, didn't he? In the first innings, was caught by Jack Carson for 31. I don't think this would be considered a matchup. I don't know. Well, Hudson-Prentice would have bowled at Prithvi Shaw last year in that one-day cup, but Prithvi Shaw wasn't hanging around, was he?
That's
I don't know whether he would have done or not, but
he's been a bit early on some balls that he's faced from Finn Hudson-Prentice. I think that's what led to his downfall. I think he was a bit early on it from memory in the first innings. But that one he's tucked away. Gets himself off strike. So, yeah, I mean, look, make no bones about it. I am optimistic in terms of whether I think, inverted commas, my team can win. I am. Some people might call that lunacy. But, for me, I'm trying to be bad. I think it's pretty at best, but I think it's 50-50.
Mm.
And these two are very important to Northants, to the Northants run chase. That one bounced a wee bit on Emilio Gay. First ball that he's faced after tee, he has had a cut at that one. And it did bounce on him. And thankfully for him, it bounced enough that it bounced over the top edge.
I think it's been an intriguing 5 sessions of cricket. I don't know whether peculiar is the right way to describe it or whether it is just a bit of an outlier in the season so far where runs have been a little bit easier to come by. One thing I think both of us can agree on is that Sussex would have liked a few more than 280 as a lead.
Oh, what a shot.
Even with everything that's happened before, the pitch, the overheads, all of those factors, they would have liked more than that.
Yeah, for sure. I'll come back to that in a moment because there was one bit of cricket in particular that did surprise me. That is a beautiful straight drive from Emilio Gay. Yes, it was over pitch, but it was tucked away beautifully. Yeah, you're dead right. And the lead was 280. And it was the last wicket, really. There were other bits as well, but in particular, the way that John Simpson, who had played perfectly, and then ran down the wicket and tried to hit one out of Northamptonshire and was clean bowled, was bizarre cricket, really. Well, that's not bizarre cricket. That is high quality cricket. Having over-pitched, Hudson-Prentice then over-corrected and was back of a length. Emilio Gay rocked onto the back foot and played that beautifully square of the wicket for 4. That's how you play that shot. What a cricket shot that was.
50 up for Northants as well. The first of those ticks in the right box, isn't it?
It is, so currently now it's 2-3-4 to win. And if you offer Northants at the beginning of this game, before a ball is bowled, 4th innings, 50 for 1, you need another 2-3-4. Do you want to take that, or should we play the game to get to that point? You probably take that. That was not out. It was given not out. It was never, for me, a convincing appeal. It was wide, it was full. It was never a convincing appeal from Sussex. Oh, yeah, look at the keeper. He's not interested at all in that.
Just a little click, wasn't there, through the effects mic?
It was one of those where I'd say all at once or not at all as an umpire. It was not a convincing appeal.
Whether Emilio Gay just nicked the ground on the way through. Emilio Gay did turn around and look where that went, though.
Wow.
It doesn't matter. The umpire said not out, but...
Yeah. I mean, I think John Simpson was, for me, the key man there, that he had no interest in that appeal at all. But yeah, I mean, look, we may well talk about this one more time, which will be at the end of play, but that was a bizarre change of gear from Sussex at the end of their innings. If John Simpson was batting with an absolute numpty, then fine, but he wasn't. Anyway, we shall see if that does become important. But Ollie Robinson has returned to the fray, started well from the David Capel end, bowled 3 overs, 0 for 5, bowled very nicely to the 2 left-handers and bowled exclusively around the wicket to the 2 left-handers. Obviously, too, Prifty Shaw is starting over the wicket. Didn't waste a ball, I think, in those 18 balls that he did bowl. He didn't waste a ball. But what a good bit of captaincy from John Simpson to take off Robinson, bring on McAndrew, who pretty immediately picked up the important wicket of Vasconcelos. Good bit of captaincy from the Sussex captain. And as he's prone to do, he's going to try and push for 2 there, Prifty Shaw. But the man on the boundary, who's just hurt his shoulder throwing that ball, who is Jack Carson, moved electric pace to his left. The Sussex outfield now has been very impressive. There's another example of it there. But most teams would be running 2 there. But Northampton were only able to run 1, and that was entirely down to the way that Carson attacked that ball and released it very, very quickly. It was a good bit of running from Northampton in that they did run 1 with the intention of running 2, but they weren't able to. Interestingly, Robinson staying over the wicket now to Emilio Gay. Having bowled exclusively, I think, around the wicket to him earlier in his first spell, certainly. And he's now going to go back around the wicket. Perhaps he forgot. Who knows? Who knows what goes on in the mind of Ollie Robinson? Who knows?
Well, I'm sure he does. He's a very, very intelligent bowler, isn't he?
He's a very, very good bowler, that's for sure.
He certainly knows how to get people out. It'll be important for Emilio just not to get carried away, won't it, really, in these circumstances?
Well, I think that's a really good point.
4-4, and there was a big drive, wasn't there?
There was. And it's very, when you're batting, I think when you're batting with someone like Prifty Shaw, who is playing like he does, attractive, both sides of the wicket, both feet, and sort of plays a lot of shots, you can get caught up in that momentum and your decision making goes out. When you get on a roll, as you say, 4-4, there's one, oh, Snick, I'm gone.
Yeah. He's
played a lot of cricket now, Emilio. Hopefully he's able to bat at his pace. That's a beautiful ball from Ollie Robinson round the wicket, angled in to the off stump, pitches and leaves Emilio Gay. Should Northants win this game, they will have had to miss the ball well. So far, they've done that. The ball has gone past the outside edge, probably up to around about 10 times, I would think, something like that, 8 to 10.
Yeah.
And they haven't nicked them. And that's important that they keep doing that, because the ball is going to move consistently, as it has done. Nicely played in defence. So a good start to his spell after tea from Ollie Robinson. Nothing is added to the wickets column, importantly, from a Northants perspective. Paul Farbrace returns to his chosen vantage point, which is long stop effectively. So he is standing right where the two sight screens join at the far end of the ground, immediately behind the stumps.
And would that position there that Paul Farbrace occupies at the moment, is that for anything in particular? I assume it's for movement.
Yeah, I would say for line. Yeah. Line movement. Yes, exactly. There'll be, I mean, knowing Paul Farbrace a little, there might be more to it. I don't know many better thinkers about the game of cricket than Paul Farbrace. He is a man that's very, very much worth listening to. Just a lifelong cricket man for sure, but also not everyone who's been in the game that long thinks about the game as much or as deeply or as well as Paul Farbrace, that's for sure. Down the leg side, turned away powerfully, skillfully by Prithvi Shaw. And there are two men who could have intercepted that ball. The only way that ball goes for four is if it absolutely bisects them right in the middle, and it was inch perfect. There are two men there. They're probably 30 meters apart, probably 35 meters apart, and that ball was absolutely between the two of them. They both converged on it. Neither of them could stop it. That's 4 more to the total, 55 for one. Nice partnership building here, 37 between Shaw and Gay. Another hip ball, turned away for a single. It looks very much as though the tactic from Sussex bowlers is to not give width to Shaw, and I think that's a pretty good tactic.
Certainly with the way that he went about his work in that first innings, he threw his hands to anything, didn't he, that was wide of off stump.
Yeah.
And really, in the context of an innings of 97, punished Sussex. I know that sounds a bit of a silly thing to say, but he certainly did. I find it fascinating with the Sussex coach at the moment. You don't really see coaches almost on the touchline, do you, so to speak?
No, you don't. No, and as I said earlier, there may well be more than. I'm going to stand here to what it might be. We've got a plan here. I'm going to make sure you stick to this plan. The plan is straight. We're going to bowl straight. It certainly looks from tee. I mean, I think they bowled pretty straight before tee as well, but certainly from tee, the plan looks absolutely gun barrel in terms of tactics. And perhaps Paul Farbrace is looking to reinforce that by standing there. I mean, something didn't go well last time they were defending a score, right? So because they went for 450. So whether that was people went off piste or just didn't bowl well, whatever it might be. But certainly if I'm Finn Hudson-Prentice or any other bowler for that matter, and I'm running in and my head coach is standing straight behind the stumps and he's told me to bowl very straight, I'm probably going to try and bowl very straight. So it might be positive reinforcement, perhaps.
Yeah, it's a change of plan for Emilio Gay as well, isn't it? They're bowling outside, almost fifth stump, I think, to Emilio. They're quite keen and quite enthusiastic to get the left-hander driving.
That's nicely played in defence. Yeah, we talked earlier about some of the Sussex lads and quite tall, big guys. And Coles, I think, in particular, we pointed out, is a big presence at the crease. And Emilio Gay has that about him as well. You know, when he gets forward and his head is over the ball, he is a unit. Cannot see the stumps. All you can see is a big bat coming down on the line of the ball. It does really send a message. It's quite imposing. Positive in defence and positive in attack. This is the session, isn't it? I think, you know, whichever side wins this session probably wins the game.
Yes. It feels like this is the matchup as well, doesn't it?
It does.
Your England seamer against your Indian overseas batter. The two big fish in the two ponds, aren't they?
Yeah, they certainly are. And there's something here about Prithvi Shaw, and it's going to test his application a bit, because if I've read this right, and Sussex are going to bowl very, very straight at him, you know, he will find boundaries harder to come by that way. And it's a matter of if he's going to grind through this and just pick up what he can, knock it into the holes in the leg side and get off strike, or does he want to take the attack, take the game to Sussex? shut up, says a Northampton supporter. I picked up in the effects mic. There was a half appeal. I think Coles at second slip genuinely thought that was out. He thought that he's off. He's thinking that's out. I think he then convinced others that it might be. It was a bit of a nothing shot, wasn't it, by Shaw? We know he doesn't move his feet, so I'm not going to keep commenting on that, but he just kind of wafted the bat in the general direction. It wasn't a authoritative square cut or a rundown shot. It was a bit pushy, a bit jabby. Got away with it. Covers up nicely in defence. And the issue is when someone's bowling, when a team is bowling very straight at you to a very clear plan, and at this level they should be able to land 5 balls pretty straight, to be honest. Probably 6 if I'm being absolutely honest. They should be able to bowl pretty straight. But when you do get one that's in your area to score, you know, do you just time it away, or do you want to cash in and make a mistake, run it too hard possibly? That one's turned him round. Shaw looking to play that into the leg side. It bounced, and that extra bounce was a little sort of tennis bally. By the time it got to Prithvi Shaw, his shoulders were rotating. He was looking to sort of ride the ball into the leg side. Another day, the bottom hand comes through, and you leading edge it back to the bowler, and you think, game's horrible. But he just decelerated enough, got enough the front of the bat on it rather than the edge. Exciting cricket, this. And that's going to happen a lot, I think, that ball into the pads and just tucked away for a single. And Shaw is going to, you know, for me, he's played a lot of cricket and he will know what the plan is and he will know why. They're going to try and dry him up. And in drying him up, make him force something and make a mistake. And he's got to be good enough and patient enough to say, okay, that's your game. We'll play that game.
Yeah.
And occasionally I'll find a hole on the leg side and get a 4. Occasionally you will bowl me a bad ball and I'll tuck that away, but I might need to score a bit slower. That's nicely bowled again by Robinson. I think I'll give Emilio Gay a bit of credit. I think he withdrew the bat. He certainly intended to strike the ball as it was coming out of the hand. And then I'm not certain whether he played at it or whether he left it. I think whatever happened, it went through to the keeper without catching the edge of the bat. But another good delivery from Robinson, who at this point I'd say looks happier bowling at the left-hander than the right-hander.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna kind of talk about Prithvi Shaw and see if we can have a hypothetical conversation. Really, he's played cricket at the highest level, probably not as much as what he would have liked to, and there would be a lot of people that would probably say not as much as what he should have done. 5 Test matches, 6 ODIs, 1 T20. Obviously, a lot of IPL cricket in there as well. I don't know what motivates him, but I would have thought there's an opportunity here to kind of make a statement against the England seamer, Ollie Robinson, and he'd be up for that challenge, that battle. Whereas you kind of see against Finn Hudson-Prentice, respectfully, does he look to be a little bit more aggressive against the man who hasn't played international cricket? His first class strike rate is 83, just to add.
Sort of repeat, we're going to see this a lot. The ball just going too straight. Sussex trying to bowl straight at Shaw, just getting a stump too straight and being worked into the leg side. I would hope that, the first thing is Shaw will know that if he gets 100 plus, Northants are likely to win this game. Okay, so that should be his ambition, win the game for your team. And then in terms of individual battles, firstly, I would think Hudson-Prentice got me out in the first innings. He's not going to get me out twice. Would help concentration. Overpitched, driven to mid-on, no run. And also just maybe watch the ball. There's a great Sachin Tendulkar quote. Well, that's not a quote, it was a response to a question. An interviewer said to him, how do you decide what shot to play? You've got all the shots in the book. I mean, surely that's a problem. How do you decide what shot to play? And Tendulkar looked confused at the question and said, well, the ball decides which shot I play. And I thought that was a lovely answer. And for me, that's where Shaw should be right now, is just watch the ball and respond to it. Don't worry about who's bowling it. And I think he's done that. I think he's played honestly so far. He's only on 22. He's getting in again after tee. The partnership's nice. It's worth 40. Northant's first wicket fell at 18. That was Ricardo Vasconcelos, pinned on the crease by Nathan McAndrew, departing for 6. But these two have played nicely. They're both in again after tee, I would say. And certainly the ball is still nipping, but it's not going past the edge as much as it was. Sean Hunt can count himself unlucky. I thought he bowled a lovely 5-over spell. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 20 does not reflect how well Sean Hunt bowled. Another day picks up 3 for bowling that because he bowled very, very well. Fortune favoured Northants. The ball past the outside edge rather than catching the outside edge. And I think, the field as I look out there now, 2 slips, 6 men in the ring, tells its story, doesn't it, about where Sussex feel they are in this game right now, which is about even money. That's a beautiful shot for 4 through the offside from Emilio Gay. Finn Hudson-Prentice over pitching and a little bit of width. Those 2 facets combined, and Emilio Gay said, well, I'm having some of that. I'm jumping on that, and just a beautiful punch drive through the offside for 4. A nice way to finish the over. The runs required now, as Richie Beno would say, 2-2-2 to win for Northants at 62 for 1. Where's your win viz, Dan? It's a question you ask me from time to time.
It is.
I know where mine is.
I've stitched you up a few times, and you've done exactly the same there, haven't you? Because it's not something I've been thinking about. I think it feels like a game of cricket that if you're defending a total here, your head could drop quite quickly if you're not getting the movement that you believe you're entitled to, or the movement that you feel that you've been subjected to as well.
Oh, so you go, oh my goodness, gone flat now, that kind of thing.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I understand that. Yeah.
I will say that what you've just said, Sean Hunt could have had 3 for.
Yeah.
Without doing anything differently.
Yeah, he bowled beautifully. Yeah, he was unlucky.
Northants were very good in missing the ball, as you've said. But yeah, 2-2-1 to win on a pitch that appears to be getting better with 9 wickets in hand, you'd say would be sliding in the favour of Northants. I think I was about 65-35, wasn't I, at the start? Maybe I would be about 50-50. Just because there's these deliveries, there's so high-class operators.
It's just lovely bowling, isn't it?
In this Sussex side. Ollie Robinson will bowl a spell here and will be replaced by Nathan McAndrew, undoubtedly, who is another fantastic operator.
What a delivery that was. Now, I wonder if you keep going past the out, if luck happens, days happen where it just doesn't get a nick. If as a bowler you continually go past the outside edge and it's not nicked, I'll come back to that. And I mean, not in one game. This is a more general point. If over 4 games you're honest and you say, look, I'm being honest, I'll just keep going past the outside edge. I keep going past the outside edge and I don't get the nick. There's a reason for that. It'll be line or length, and possibly a bit of both. So you have to be on some pitches, the movement is greater than others. So you have to work out at what length I need to bowl or land the ball in order to catch the edge. And I think it's probably slightly fuller than about that length, I would say. So it's almost half volley length. The problem with that is if it doesn't move, or if it is a half volley, then it's going to be driven because these guys are very good. So yeah, you've got to be brave to get that edge, I think, on this pitch. It is moving, but it's moving a little too much from the regulation length. So you need to be a bit fuller. Did that make sense?
It did indeed.
Thank goodness for that.
With a low score on the board, though, you'd be pretty brave, aren't you, to push it up there any further?
Got to. It's true. Oh, Emilio Gay will think he's missed out there, or feel he's missed out there. It was down the leg side, a rare loose delivery. Emilio Gay rehearses a flamboyant shot off his pad. Actually, what would have been good there was a little nick, just to miss the keeper and miss fine leg. But a rare know if that was a slower ball maybe from Molly Robinson. It bounced twice before it got to the keeper. It was a slower ball. It might account for the error on line as well, possibly. Last ball of Robinson's 6th over. Driven firmly into the onside. They're going to pick up a couple. The fielder there could maybe, I think, have gone to his left and intercepted that ball, but turned and chased it out to the boundary. He picks up 2. That takes him to 36. 65 for 1, the score. The partnership is 47. I think I said it in the break, 2 good partnerships. I mean, one of them has to be very good, but 2 sizable partnerships makes a big dent in this total. It's now 2-1-9 to win. There's a conversation between Captain John Simpson and, is that Tom Haynes?
Number 89. It's Daniel Hughes.
Daniel Hughes, thank you. I could see it began with an H, but my eyesight wasn't good enough to work out. It's like, can you read these letters? H, no, I can't. Is it Haynes? No, it's Hughes. But what it also is I think Hudson Prentice is being replaced. Yeah. We've been bigging up Sean Hunt. Maybe someone's been listening. We've been bigging up Sean Hunt, and he's back on early, I think. I think after tea, that was only a couple of overs there for Hudson Prentice, but he's been given the shepherd's crook. And Sean Hunt, who bowled beautifully at the start of this innings with the new ball, 5 overs, got for 29. Interestingly, I was surprised it didn't bowl over the wicket to Shaw. He is now bowling over the wicket to Shaw. I think he should have started that way. And immediately causes a play and miss. It wasn't exactly what he was intending. Yeah, when he started, he didn't bowl many balls at Shaw because it was towards the end of his spell, but he bowled around the wicket. And I was really surprised at that. Shaw is a left-arm seamer. He swings the ball away from the left-hander and therefore back into the right-hander. There wasn't an extravagant swing on offer. The breeze is coming sort of anti that across the ground, but there was enough swing to consistently go past the outside edge of the left-hander's bat. No reason why he can't line himself up and swing it back into the right-hander. A rare bit of mistiming from Shaw. He was a little bit uncertain there, wasn't he?
Yeah, you've mentioned that he doesn't really use his feet much, but actually that instant
was
a big step forward, wasn't it?
It was.
It just kind of maybe upset the balance or the equilibrium of Prithvi Shaw.
Yeah, certainly that was an unusual movement. I agree, yeah. And it led to a bit of a cloth. He mistimed that. Quite sure what he was trying to do with it. So the left arm over's asking questions, a different angle. That's nicely played. It bounced as it was going across the right hand. Got his hands up quickly, got the ball down quickly.
Just waiting really for Prithvi Shaw to try and line Sean Hunt up over the leg side.
Yeah, it feels like top of the bales. The stay at home, top of the bales. I'm going to pick you up for a big. Yeah, it does feel that way.
He got a fielder down at long leg, mid wicket and a mid on, and anywhere else land it. Well, if Prithvi Shaw connects with it, it won't matter anyway. But not many fielders on the leg side.
And that was again a stride forward from Prithvi Shaw, which is really interesting, isn't it? As a man who doesn't really move his feet. We've talked about that. And that sounds critical. It's not critical because he's a very, very fine player. And there's been lots of very fine players who don't move their feet. And I mentioned one earlier, Alan Lamb. But since the left armour has come on, he has decided that he needs to get closer to the ball.
Yeah.
And therefore a bit of front foot movement. Doesn't look natural, does it?
No, it looks quite forced.
Yeah, it does look forced is a good word. It does look forced.
Almost looks like a man telling himself that I have to get my front foot to the ball.
Yeah.
But actually hasn't quite got the timing of it right.
Yeah. Nicely played.
It's possibly not the greatest kind of way to describe it, but almost looks a little bit like Bambi kind of taking the first strides for the first time, doesn't it? It's like, oh, okay, this is what this feels like.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's something that he would want to continue with.
I would like to see him come down the wicket and take guard considerably outside his crease. I think I'd like to see that. So you're saying to the umpire, you can't really give me that LBW here. Well played, Emilio Gay. I think that would be a really good move. Hughes is, he's not slow, but he's not going to worry anyone for pace particularly. So batting well outside your crease might not be the worst move.
Yeah.
From Pretty Sure, even if it leads to the keeper up. Okay, well, it's changes things for a couple of balls, and some bowlers don't like bowling with the keeper up. So just, I think, make it a personal battle, because what I've seen, it's early days, in those 3 balls from over the wicket that Hunter's bowled to Shaw, Shaw didn't look particularly sure.
Good one. One of your best, actually.
It dawned on me halfway through that was going to happen, but I wasn't backing off.
Couldn't stop yourself at that point.
Accidental pun. I'll take that every day. Here's the big threat. There's other threats available. This is the big one, Robinson. And that's the big threat to Robinson, is not getting the ball in the right place to Shaw, who says, oh, really? Do you want to bowl that there? Well, I'll hit it through there. 50 partnership for Northants, 52 the two of them have made. And again, not a great deal of foot movement, just rocks his weight onto the back foot and smashes it through the offside for 4. But smashes it with style rather than with violence.
He's got a very unique bat path as well. That kind of cover drive off the back foot. That kind of came inside out, didn't it?
It did.
And again,
that's beautifully played. So as a result of the previous ball that Shaw hit in front of square for 4, cover went back to deep cover. The next ball is a similar line, probably a little wider. And Shaw said, okay, well, I'll wait for that to come, and then I'll just hit it behind square then for 4, because I know you haven't got anyone there. So 4-4 to Shaw, get the heart rate back down now.
That there was a shot reminiscent of the One Day Cup last year.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Several times teams had a backward point and a gully, and Prithvi would just guide it straight through the middle of them.
He never missed, did he?
No. He might have scored 120 of his 200 against Somerset through there, I think.
Yeah. I mean, if that game's available, if that innings is available on YouTube, I'd encourage any cricket lover to watch that innings. I watched it here. I was very lucky to be here watching it. And it was in the One Day Cup. It wasn't a full strength first team attack from Somerset, but that doesn't take away from how good an innings that was. There are now 2 men back on the offside boundary. And Shaw says, yeah, 1, which is exactly the right thing to do. Could we? Could we, Dan? Could we?
We could. We certainly could. Partnership worth 57 now. He said we needed at least 1 decent partnership, and this is the start of one of them. Gay 36, Shaw 33. Robinson's gone for 9 off this over so far.
Pulled into the leg side by Emilio Gay for 4. That's a nice way to finish the over. 13. Wow, the scoreboard's quick. It's not the end of the over. That was the 5th ball.
Still 1 left.
Wow, the 13 off the over so far is what I was trying to say. I thought that was the end of the over. The scoreboard is very, very quick. Yeah, 13 off the over to date. And Northants need 205 to win. They get that under 200. That's psychologically very important at 1 down. No, that's not out. That's come off the leg. That convinced nobody, really. So the end of that over from Ollie Robinson, he's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 23, rather lost his way in that over. The plan had been, I feel confident in saying the plan had been to bowl very straight at Prithvi Shaw. And Robinson bowled 2 6-stump line balls to Shaw. He hit them both for 4, 1 in front of square and then 1 behind square. He then took a single into the gap. 2 men went back onto the boundary, and the next ball was just a long hop, really, from Robinson. I think it was an attempted bouncer. It didn't get up. And Emilio Gay hit it between 2 men back on the leg side. So a very good over from Northants. At the end of that, the partnership now 61. Pretty sure on 33. But he hasn't looked well bowled. He hasn't looked comfortable, particularly comfortable in the short matchup against Sean Hunt, who for me, has looked as good as any of the bowlers so far in this inning. Robinson has gone past a few times. McAndrew obviously picked the wicket up and offered threat. He's got a lot to say about this game, I think. He's still to really feature heavily. He's got the one wicket. He hasn't bowled many overs, but Hunter's bowled very, very well, and he's troubling Shaw, not lining him up well. And again, that ball was a drive ball, and Shaw uncertain in his movement. So looking at his studs there, did he get his front foot stuck in the crease and just not lining him up very well?
No, it's an awkward angle, isn't it, for a right-handed batter?
And he stands very closed, doesn't he? He's very side on, Prithvi Shaw. Well, he's just opened up a bit there. So that's good. I like that. He's opened up to the left armour. Hits it very hard. Could have easily gone for 4 either side of the mid-wicket fielder. Went straight to him.
Do you think spin has any impact to play in this game? Carson and Coles? Or do you think it's all on the seamers?
The issue for the spinners will be when do they come on, really. It's really fine balancing act, isn't it? They're good bowlers. So, yeah, I mean, Carson in the side as a frontline bowler, isn't he? Batting at number 9. So, well, that's nicely played. It was well bowled. The bowler will feel hard done by. The batter will say, I'm entitled to that 4. There is no third man. It caught the thicker part of the outside edge of the bat. But the good news is he wasn't pushing at the ball and managed the ball with his hands and his skill, ran it between the slips and the gully before. This is a very good matchup, and I wouldn't necessarily have said that at the beginning of play, that the inexperience relatively so Sean Hunt is providing real good questions, challenging Shaw, and Sussex will know they get Shaw. They go equally. Oh, what's not out? Oh, he can't give that out. LBW. He smashed it into his leg. But it was a good ball. It was full, very full. It swung. Shaw hit it into his pad. He was trying to hit it through the leg side, but it swung and beat the middle of his bat, but he did get enough bat on it.
Yeah, jammed it back on, didn't he?
He did.
Squeezed the ball between bat and boot. He almost had both arms up there just to kind of tell us, oh,
yeah,
what are you appealing for?
What's that for? Yeah.
But it's good from Sean Hunt.
Yeah, he's bowled. It's incredible. No one said the game was fair, did they? 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 25, Sean Hunt. And another day, he could have picked up 3 for, including the very prized scalp of Prithvi Shaw. But Emilio Gay wouldn't be a bad scout for Sussex. They'll take a wicket either end if they can get one, because Northampton are now short by 200, so 201 to win. We said earlier that if Shaw is in at the end of play today, then Northampton would become favourites. Clearly, if it's 9 down and he's not out, that's a different story. But realistically, one would think that if Northampton Shaw can be there at the end of play, let's put another wicket on, and it's 2 down. Shaw still there. The total required will be 130, something like that, I guess. There's 23 overs left in play, so probably about 130 to win, 8 down, and Northampton then are strong favourites. So Shaw is a big, big wicket.
Yeah, well, we've got 23 overs remaining in the day, haven't we?
And we've got a bowling change at the far end. Robinson is off after that last over. It was expensive. And the impressive Nathan McAndrew, who has picked up the only wicket to fall so far, he only bowled 3 overs, so he's going to be fresh as a daisy. He's coming bounding in from the David Capel end. And he's immediately hit for 4 through the leg side. 2 straight. And Emilio Gay, lovely balance. Hits it. He does play that shot so well. And again, something to watch for me is where does the ball cross the boundary rope? Because that tells you how straight he's hit it. I've talked to Emilio about this a lot over the years. The straighter he hits that ball, the better he's playing. And the ball crossed the boundary rope past the bowler's stumps, so he's hit it pretty straight. He's trying to hit that 2 square. That's when he's in trouble. But he didn't. 4 off the first ball. And again, we've seen this. I mean, he's only bowled, what's that, 20 balls now, Nathan McAndrew, but he is prepared to go very full. Talked about what the right length was on this pitch. I do think it is very full. And we've seen a lot of pretty bowling, haven't we, where the ball has hit the wicketkeeper's gloves on the rise and so on, that have not really threatened to take a wicket. It's been the fuller ball which has been the dangerous one. And McAndrew has shown that he's prepared. He might get driven now and again, but he's prepared to get it up there to beat either edge of the bat, as he's done there. And Gay, for the first time, maybe just trying to force things. It looked to me that he was trying to whip that through the leg side, and the ball beat the outside edge of the bat.
So it's a shot of indecision, really. I don't particularly think I've seen the ball do a huge amount today. But
no, it's nipped. It's nipped, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's fine. I mean, the bowler's allowed to move the ball off the cut bit. The overs bowled are 20.3. It's a 20 over old ball. It's still pretty hard, new. Nicely played, Amelia. Get in your, stay in your lane, son. Stay in your lane. They bowl your half volley, hit it. Don't go searching. Amelia Gay's just walked across to sort of where short leg might field, just to compose himself. He come back into the ring. He's twisting his bat. He's touching his cap. He's having a bit of a moment. Just settle it down again. Get the heart rate down. McAndrew is making things happen. He nearly made a wicket happen there. Goes past the outside. It was a big drive from Emilio Gay. The ball was wide and went wider. It swung away after pitching. But it's very quiet out there, Dan.
It is. You can just hear, can't you, through the effects mic, the support from the Sussex cordon for their fast bowler, Nathan McAndrew. But in terms of buzz or hum or chatter around the ground in the stands and the supporters, not really anything, is there? You could hear a pin drop, I would imagine, if you went and sat out there.
Yeah, and we talked earlier in the game and earlier in the day as well today about the fact that Sussex set Leicestershire 450 something, 460 something to win on the fourth day of the last round of championship matches, and Leicestershire nearly got there. They fell 18 short in the end. So, is there some scarring from that? Are they thinking, well, we nearly went down last week. Maybe this is the week we do go down. They're top of the table for a reason, though, because they know how to win cricket matches. And Sean Hunt knows how to bowl a cricket ball. He's surely staying over the wicket. Yeah, he is. This has been a good and interesting matchup, and Sussex want to keep this matchup going as long as they can, because Shaw is uncertain against the left arm Hunt. And even there, a longish delivery was mistimed by Shaw. Is there another coach?
Yeah, I think that's James Kirtley now, isn't it?
Right.
Down, having a lean on the boards in front of the side screen.
That looks a bit like, well, my boss did it. It must be a good thing to do. And that's out. And that did look likely. That always looked. Sean Hunt troubled Pretty Shaw throughout many balls in, maybe about 12 balls, and Shaw never really lined him up well. We said his foot movement was inconsistent. He started to try and get a stride in. He didn't really quite know where his off stump was. He didn't move his feet at all there. It was a full ball. It swung back in and off pole goes back. And that did look likely, I have to say. It did look the way that Shaw might get out, and well bowled from Sean Hunt, because he's bowled beautifully. That's a very, very big wicket in the context of this game, with Northants needing now under 200 to win. And there was an inevitability about that.
Yeah, Sean Hunt deserves it as well.
He does.
He's been brilliant. Once he bowled 7.2 overs, now 1 for 25. And as you said, he's challenged Prithvi Shaw every single delivery that he's bowled. We've said Prithvi Shaw doesn't really use his feet too much, and it definitely looked like he just got little bit trapped on the crease there as Sean Hunt run it back in to the pads and disturbs the bails. It's the very top of the stumps. But yeah, massive wicket for Sussex. Northants under 200 to win. Sussex are, well, certainly not going to give up, are they?
That game, I think the game is now very much back in the, well, it's always been in the balance. Of course it has. Either team could win this game, and that'll be the case for a long time yet to come in this run chase. But that one, for me, puts the swingometer back towards Sussex. Probably just gone above the 50% really on my win viz. And as you say, you know, we talked a lot about Shaw. Sean Hunt has bowled beautifully there. He's bowling at one of the best players in this match, if not the best player in this match. No disrespect to anyone else, but he is a fine player, Prithvi Shaw. And basically he troubled him and eventually got him out. And it didn't look like he was bowling at the international overseas, did it? It looked like he was batting at the guy on debut, bowling at the guy on debut, because he was all over him and eventually has seen him off. So well bowled, Sean Hunt. The benefit to Sussex now, not only do they not have to bowl at Shaw anymore, is that they've got two the same in. They've got two lefties in. The ball is offering still to swing for Hunt. Not extravagantly, but enough. You don't want it to swing extravagantly because that's then too much generally, but it's enough.
Yeah.
And plenty at that. And Proctor isn't a big driver of the ball. So the margin is in the bowler's favour. Get it up there, get it swinging would be my 2 words. If I were talking to Sean Hunt right now, get it up and get it swinging.
And he's on a pair as well. Luke Proctor, golden duck in the first innings, wasn't he? Caught by Tom Haynes in the slip, cordon off the bowling and Nathan McAndrew.
Yeah, that was a very full ball as well, wasn't it?
Could you look here if you were John Simpson and Sussex to maybe take, was it Finn Hudson-Prentice out of cover, put him in at gully and stop that run down from Luke Proctor that he enjoys playing so much, particularly if the ball's shaping away from the left-hander?
I like the thinking there. You know, behind that thinking is, I guess, let's not let him get away. I like that. But I don't want him to drop it into the offside either. So, and run at the other end. So extra cover probably prevents that drop and run. But I like the idea of a gully man. I'd probably push third slip wider, and that would probably do it. But yeah, I think that's right. Build pressure, line him up. Don't let him get away. Hunt's been impressive. He's bowled very, very well. And that is very full. Proctor punches it down the ground. There's no chance of a run. So what a good over. We said earlier that Hunt had bowled beautifully and had not had any luck. And he's now picked up the big wicket of Prithvi Shaw. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25, and thoroughly deserved. He could have many more than one. But it's not very often you'll say this about someone bowling at Prithvi Shaw. There was an air of inevitability that if that matchup could maintain and Hunt bowled enough balls at Shaw, he was likely to get him out.
Yeah, it felt like it, didn't it? 21 overs remain in the evening. It's going to be McAndrew to continue from the David Capel end. The score's 87 for 2. Sussex require 8 wickets. Northants require 197 runs. It's a nice shot by Emilio Gay. Can't get it past. I think that's Daniel Hughes, isn't it? At mid-on.
The only thing about that shot that I didn't like was Emilio Gay finished almost off the cut strip. So to the offside. So his weight was coming across the stumps. I'd like to see his weight going back to the bowler a little bit more. And that's not just being coachy talk, you know. Well, it is, but you know, there's a reason why it's coachy talk, because he's got to play across the front pad a wee bit there.
Yeah, it's a lot of body language there to read into as well, isn't there, for Nathan McAndrew? He thinks Emilio Gay is just falling over outside off stump, might change his plan. He's got 3 slips to bowl to. Emilio Gay on 44 off 70. Yet to have a 50 in this match. There's been no batter gone past a half century. Northants will need at least 1, if not 2, if they're going to be successful here at Wantage Road with 197 runs remaining. He enjoys batting with his skipper though, doesn't he, Emilio Gay?
He does.
that innings of 200 against Middlesex, he had a massive partnership with Luke Proctor, and he spoke so highly of his captain at the end of the day's play as well.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing about Proctor, man of few words, and he's a very nice guy. Luke Proctor's a very intelligent, nice man, but he will tell you, if you're taking liberties, he will let you know about that, very quickly and without any complications. He'll let you know. And I think just keeping Emilio honest, keeping him focused is not a bad thing.
On the leg side, flick through mid-wicket for just a single. Jack Carson, the man on the boundary in front of the cinch stand. It's down the other end, and that matchup that was successful for Sussex in the first innings will recommence in the second. Change of ends, the only difference, but Nathan McAndrew got the Northampton skipper in his sights. $196 to win. It's just starting to go a little bit grey again, isn't it? Overhead. Into the hip. Proctor turns it into the leg side. All eyes on the umpire. I think he's going to signal that as leg byes, isn't he? He is indeed off the thigh pad of the captain, so still yet to get off the mark. Still on the pair.
That would have been a dead ball from the other end.
Yeah, that was a peculiar moment, wasn't it?
It was.
There was, with everything that did happen yesterday, I'd almost forgotten about that.
Yeah, no, I just remembered now because it was a similar looking shot, wasn't it? John Simpson played a similar looking shot to Luke Proctor just there. The ball hit him fine and went for 4, and the umpire said dead ball, no shot played. John Simpson was surprised. Oh, wow, that's cricket.
That's a proper shot by Emilio Gay. The on drive, not many better ones. Not sure about James Kirtley's fielding there down on the boundary either. It took him a few goes to pick that one up, didn't it? Anyway, 4 for Northants. Emilio Gay moves to 49. 191 required. 8, of course, for Sussex, and Sean Hunt will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre ends.
There's been a lot of 6-ball boundaries. A heck of a lot.
From both sides.
Yeah.
In a game where we had 143 and 237, plays 97 and 93 for 2.
I'm going to do some working out here because it feels. I'm going to put myself on the line. It feels that the boundary percentage has been quite high.
Yes.
Does it feel like that to you?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to try and work things out. Bear with me. I'll be back.
Luke Proctor gets off the pair, times it nicely through mid-wicket. We'll give Daniel Hughes some work. He will cut it off, and Luke Proctor will come back for a 3rd. Did you need some pen and paper? Have you got pen and paper? Have you got enough pen and paper? He's concentrated now that he's... Lucky I'm not the worst bloke in the world and haven't just started saying numbers at you through the headset.
Sorry, Dan, I'm just in the zone.
No,
mate.
that's all right. I was just making sure you had enough paper.
Can't upset me. I'm just in the zone. when I focus, honestly, it's laser-like.
Have you got a calculator?
What was I doing?
Emilio Gay on 49. Thought for a moment there Tom Haynes was going to make his way out of the slip cordon, but he isn't. He's going to go back into his position of 3rd slip. Tries to run it down through the offside and can't beat the man. Backward point.
Oh, well, yeah. You're going to be so excited when I come back on and tell you all about this. It's brilliant.
Don't keep us waiting too long, Rowie, please.
Sorry, Dan.
Christmas is coming.
Do my best.
Emilio Gay on 49.
Oh,
it's gone down.
Dropped.
That's the first one from that impenetrable Sussex slip cordon from the first innings. It was low, wasn't it, to John Simpson? To be fair to him, He had to go one-handed and couldn't quite scoop the glove underneath it and then hold on to it as well. Emilio Gay looks distraught with himself. He's doing a bit of TLC on the cricket bat. Everybody's just going to have a little bit of a reset, batter and wicketkeeper included. Wow, that would have been a huge moment in the game. Sean Hunt continues to ask questions, just swinging the ball away from Emilio Gay. That's flicked through backward square leg, and Emilio Gay will come back for a second, and we'll go to 50, 51 for Emilio Gay. The score 98 for 2. Round of applause for those in the ground. To their opening batter, 51 off 76, 9 fours. Makes his way down with a handshake with his skipper. Still a lot of work to do here, Emilio, if Northants are going to be successful. In fact, they've ticked it down under 200 required is a big psychological boost. It's another cracking shot. That's his 10th four of the innings. The on drive, we thought the one before was pretty good. That one was even better. Straight as you like from Emilio.
What a beautiful shot that was.
How much is that drop catch going to cost Sussex? 100 up for Northants as well. 102 for 2.
I'm getting there, Dan. I'm getting there, and it's going to be fascinating for everyone.
I hope it's worth the wait.
Well, it won't be.
Okay. Last ball of what's been an eventful over. Sean Hunt makes his way into bowl, and that beats the outside edge of Emilio Gay through to the wicketkeeper Simpson. It's going to be 9 runs off the over. 102 for 2. Emilio Gay past his 50. The first 50 of the match between Northants and Sussex.
Okay.
Hit me.
Got some numbers for you. So the premise was it's been boundary heavy.
Yes.
In terms of all of the innings. And we'll see what you think to this.
Well, if before you go into it, I'd have said about 60 to 65% have come from boundaries without giving it any thought or look or anything like that. But am I close?
Do you know when someone grabs your thunder?
Well, am I actually close?
Well, you are close. That's beautifully bowled, isn't it? So let's get these out of the way, then we can watch the cricket again. Okay, so in the first innings, there were 18 fours.
Yep.
Out of a total of 143, and almost exactly 50% of the runs scored were in boundaries. You'd normally work at around 44% on average, I would say.
Okay.
Around about. Okay. In the second innings of the match, which was Northants 97 all out.
This could be a high number.
60 of those runs were in boundaries.
Wow.
Which is 74%. And in the third innings of the match, which was clearly Sussex's 237, 142 of those runs were in boundaries, which is 60%. You'd be a fool to average those percentages. That's not the way to do it. I'm not an idiot. So the total boundary count, excluding this innings, is 274 runs. The total runs scored is 477, which is 57.44%.
Wow.
So about 10 percentage points higher than normal. There you go.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
You can put the calculator back and have a bit of a breather now. You must be knackered.
It's hard work. I mean, the other thing is some of those numbers might actually be accurate.
Yes, that's also a very good point. You said it with a lot of confidence, though, Rowie. So I'm going to suggest that you are exactly spot on. It had the feel of it, didn't it?
Any discrepancies due to rounding?
Yes. Please send your complaints through to phil.rowe@northantsccc.co.uk.
Which doesn't any longer exist.
It's a beauty again from McAndrew. It feels like this ball's just started to do a little bit more again, doesn't it? As this cloud cover, it's drifting its way over the ground. It's coming down from the northwest, isn't it, today? Yes. And there is a shower about further up over our shoulder. I don't know whether it's going to hit us or not. One radar says it will, one says it won't. But if it doesn't, we've certainly got the edge of the cloud anyway that's drifted its way over, and it's pretty gloomy again. And McAndrew and Hunt are just getting this Dukes. I can't swear on the live stream, can I? this Dukes, this 24.5 over Old Dukes, just to talk a little bit more than what it had done whilst it was a bit brighter.
Oh, okay. There's a bit of cloud. Well, there's a bit of rain on its way. In half an hour, a band of cloud will pass through Northampton. There's kind of like, what would you call it? It's like there's a fat bit, a thin bit, and a fat bit. And it looks currently that the thin bit is going to go over Northampton.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
we might catch some, but it won't be a lot. If the wind changes, then we'll get a bit of the fat bit and we'll get a bit more. That's why I don't work for BBC Weather.
Proctor covers that up well. Navigates another maiden for Nathan McAndrew. 1 for 25 off 6 overs. It's 102 for 2 off 25. Luke Proctor's not going to be phased by this at all, is he? 3 off 12, doesn't matter.
Certainly
Plays his own game.
Yeah, he tends to, doesn't he? He plays that way, doesn't he? It's set up for a Luke Proctor innings. He doesn't tend to be worried by dot balls. He doesn't tend to be worried by scoreboard, by playing a miss. Not a lot seems to worry him. Who knows what's going on between the ears, but he certainly in his demeanour and his body language and the way that he bats, he doesn't seem to be affected by too much, which is a great outlook to have if you can get there. 2 men back for Emilio Gay on the leg side. And he clips that one off his legs. He's going to find one of those two. It's McAndrew down at fine leg. I've just realised then I've started commentating. And
that's all right.
I mean, I've overstepped the line.
It's what you're here for.
I thought you were doing some lovely work there, so I thought,
well, there's no way I'm going to risk following up your boundary count percentage analytical data.
It's good, wasn't it?
Consultancy work.
Consultancy
could be.
Oh.
Why not?
Well,
put anything on your name tag if you want. Emilio Gay picked up the single down to a big appeal from behind the stumps. No interest from the bowler at all into the thigh pad of Luke Proctor. Does Luke Proctor's innings on a day that it's offering a little bit, does it add any pressure to Emilio Gay? Does he think, oh, blimey, I need to score a bit quicker here because the bloke at the other end isn't? He's had the benefit of Prithvi Shaw for a while in that partnership and actually knew that scoreboard was going to keep ticking.
I think it's a great question. There's what you'd like to happen, and then there's human beings, isn't there?
Yeah.
So, what you'd like to happen clearly is that Emilio Gay decides that the one to concentrate on is the next one to him and plays accordingly, and nothing else matters. It's something that Justin Langer reckons he was good at that. Not patting himself on the back. He was asked about mental strength, and they said, "Well,
yes,
you're renowned for your mental strength." He said, "I have no idea what that is." And he said, "I have no idea what mental strength is." Do you mean I watch the ball? I watch the next ball better than people because I think it's quite important that I do that, and kind of dismissed it. And certain players are better at that than others, aren't they? I think it would be fair to say that Emilio has improved that aspect of his game, his decision making, his ability to focus. We've seen that during this season in particular. And pretty much every season, he's generally improved year on year in certain aspects. And I think his decision making, well, from what I've seen this year, has been fantastic.
Yeah, he's got a challenging Sean Hunt to contend with. Short ball down the leg side, and that's not the way that you want to tickle one down the leg side, is it, to John Simpson? Fortunately, misses everything through to the wicket keeper. Luke Proctor, the ball before, did dig out one of these Sean Hunt Yorkers. Get down the other end. This spell for Sean Hunt, well, because it's been so challenging, it's felt like quite a long one, but it's only 4.5 overs now, 1 for 16. So he's got a couple left in the tank, I would imagine. And I'd be surprised if John Simpson takes him off. Short ball, pulled away from Emilio Gay, just rocks on the back foot, puts Ollie Carter under a bit of pressure, who is
fantastic fielding,
brilliant in the deep, covers the ground incredibly quickly, gets the throw away in the same motion that he picks it up and restricts Emilio Gay down to a single. 105 for 2 off 26, 179 runs to win. Obviously 8 wickets for Sussex as well.
I want to talk about the bowling change, but I can't do that without complimenting Ollie Carter on that bit of boundary. Yes, it is going to be Jack Carson. Yeah, that was an amazing bit of fielding on the boundary. He moved sort of 25 meters to his left. It was he got around the ball and got it away. The running between the wickets was not to blame for the fact that they ran really well that first run with every intention of coming back and couldn't. That was a fantastic bit of fielding. He has fielded incredibly well, hasn't he?
He really has.
Yeah, so you talked about spin, and we are going to see some spin. It's going to be Jack Carson from the David Capel end. As we mentioned earlier, generally off spin we'd see from the Lynn Wilson end because of the prevailing wind that blows across the ground as we sit here from our right to our left, which would help the off spin to drift the ball away from the right-hander. But there are two left-handers in, and Jack Carson is going to operate from the David Capel end.
Yeah, 20 wickets so far this campaign for Jack Carson. It's in 14th on the list of Division 2 Championship bowlers.
That's impressive, isn't it?
An average of 32.4. Ooh, starts with a big leading edge from Emilio Gay. That indicates a bit of turn, doesn't it? A bit of bite into the surface for Carson. Yeah, 20 for 648 if you looked at the entirety of the stats. Better from Emilio Gay, covers that one up. Not the leading spinner in the division, but the leading finger spinner, if that adds any value. Mason Crane at Glamorgan on loan from Hampshire has 24 wickets.
Wowzer.
Jack Carson, as I say, the 20. Yeah.
Oof.
Okay, looks to... I think you said not let the finger spinner settle.
Yeah, no problem with that. Because Emilio Gay's come down the wicket, but he can play a number of shots from there. He did meet the ball on the half volley, so it's like playing a half volley from the crease. The key thing is you get down there, don't think you have to play a big shot. You don't have to. That's close.
That out?
That's close.
LBW, there was a catch at short leg by Ollie Carter as well.
That's very, very, very close.
Clearly no bat involved.
So it's been given not out for outside the line, I think. Yeah, you're having benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt there. It was close to off stump though, wasn't it, when it hit the pad?
It's been great by Jack Carson, these first 4 balls. One just looks a bit quicker, doesn't it? Just throws the shoulder over a touch quicker. Well, it turns out then that spin might have a part to play in whichever way down this result falls come the end of the game. They got Coles as well to bring in if they wanted to. That's nicely played by Emilio Gay. Drifts 2 straight by Carson. Emilio Gay turns it into the leg side for a single and keep the strike. 1 run off the over. Emilio Gay moves to 58, 106 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, you raised the question earlier, and yeah, Carson is not in the side to bat number 9 and not bowl. He's a frontline spinner. He's been picked as a frontline spinner. Clearly, the nature of the pitch and dismissals means he's come on for the first time in the 28th over the second innings, but already has shown why he is frontline spinner. He's got decent stats this year already. For a finger spinner, that's not a bad return, and he's got them at a decent average. So he's going to ask a different question, and another day that could have been given out LBW. I think it would have been umpire's call on review whether it hit in line or not.
Yeah,
but he's already challenged. Not all about spin. He can run it on and get an LBW.
2 straight from Sean Hunt, although I don't think he'll mind that too much. With a leg bye added to the score and Emilio Gay down the other end, he'll get the new man, Luke Proctor, to have a bowl. He's only faced 15 balls. And as Sean Hunt has throughout the entirety of this innings, he's asked questions, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's bowled absolutely brilliantly. And it's quite something, you know, having seen a little bit of Prithviraj, I've never seen anyone worry him at all. And almost every ball that Hunt bowled caused him issues. That's nicely run down by Proc.
There is that rundown that we spoke about, wasn't it? I don't think it's going to reach the boundary, though. Carson gets out the over and then does the fielding as well. Hauls it back in, so it's only going to be 2.
That's a throw as well. Look at that, right over the top of the stumps. Good basic standards. I'm going to keep saying this about the throws because I think it's important. it's a bit of a barometer of individual standards and team standards. Not just throwing it anywhere, just get rid of it. It's no, I'm going to throw a good throw. You know, it's part of my professional standards. I like that. Nicely bowled again.
Yeah, Proctor just turns it into the leg side. He certainly looks like he has a lot of time to play cricket, doesn't he, Luke Proctor?
He does. Thinking, you know, just thinking about Carson. If Emilio Gay gets hit there again, I think the decision might go the other way. He needs to make contact. His first instinct has got to be play the ball.
Yeah.
He's unlikely to get done on the outside for me. Well bowled.
Good Yorker from Sean Hunt. Sussex, Sean Hunt in particular, very aggressive with the ball. Prepared to go Yorker length in 4-day cricket. It's a unique 4-day match of cricket, isn't it? With how the game has played out, and certainly in the context of this summer anyway. Appeal again, but that's going to be too high. No interest from Sean Hunt.
It gathered off the wicket, didn't it? Yeah. I don't know if it nipped back in him a wee bit, and it just seemed to hurry or beat. Just hurry. It beat the defensive attempt of Rock. It was a little bit high, as you say, but it looked like it gathered off the wicket. Yeah. So I don't know. You shouldn't really coach during innings, really. But if Proc says to Emilio Gay, just hit it, just hit the ball, that might not be the worst advice. As I say, I think he's unlikely to get done on the outside edge in terms of gripping, turning, catching the outside edge. So if he's playing for too much turn, the ball slides on, it will hit him on the shin. That happens, he's got to make clearly sure that he's outside off stump. So the better approach is really to get your leg out of the way and play, make contact with the ball absolutely in the middle of the bat. One turns and goes past your outside edge. I think you've been a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
On this pitch. That's not to say Carson can't spin it, because he obviously can. He's a bowler. But I think the bigger danger is the run onto the front shin.
Yeah, maybe just slides off the shiny side of the cricket ball. Emilio Gay goes downtown again and doesn't get it. Simpson there, brilliant, wasn't he, behind the stumps?
He was.
Sprints out, tries to flick it back, doesn't get much contact on it, but Emilio Gay was quite a long way out of his crease, actually. Got back, no harm done. It's causing problems, isn't he, Jack Carson? Emilio Gay defends that one.
So a little hand signal from the captain to Nathan McAndrew. He's going to be bowling the next over from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end. So Hunt is off. That's no bad thing for Northampton, although McAndrew is on.
Nicely played. Square of the wicket. There's going to be a bit of work for Sean Hunt, who's been, well, working incredibly hard for Sussex, and he can't cut that one off. So it's going to be 4, and Emilio Gay moves into the 60s. 62 off 91. This spin of Carson's just creating a bit of uncertainty for Emilio Gay, isn't it?
I think that fielder's in the wrong place there. It's got to be square, and he's well behind square. When he hit it, I didn't look. I thought it's going to be 1, and he's nowhere near it.
I think that boundary from Emilio Gay should help, should settle him down a little bit.
Yeah. No need to premeditate here. Just play what's in front of you. Get your right leg out of the way. Well played.
Yeah, nicely played again. Sean Hunt back into work. It's just going to be that single this time. Whether he did go a little bit squarer there or not, I'm not sure. I didn't see where his starting position was on the boundary. That one was, of course, just the single. So Luke Proctor be on strike. I think this is the first ball of Carson that Proctor would have faced. Emilio Gay dealt with the previous 11. And Proctor, full face of the bat, dead bats it straight back down the track. Dot ball to finish, 5 runs off the over then. 113 for 114 for 2. Northants require 170 to win. And it is going to be that bowling change. Sean Hunt is out of the attack. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19 in that spell. 11 overs, 2 maiden, 1 for 39 in the innings. Going to be replaced by Nathan McAndrew. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. The wicket of Vasconcelos that he picked up for 6. He trapped the opener LBW.
The rain is 17 minutes away. We may not get any. It's like a handlebar moustache of a cloud. And there's a thin bit in the middle under the nostrils. And at the moment, it looks like the nostrils are going to go across Northampton. So if we do get some, it won't be much. About 20 minutes away. He's bowled well, McAndrew, hasn't he?
Yeah. Brilliant guy to bring on and back up Sean Hunt, isn't it?
It is. 3
slips still for Sussex. Again, just offering to shape that one away from Emilio Gay, and it does. And Emilio Gay happy to leave it.
Yeah, it's very much an in-outfield, isn't it? 3 slips, but 2 men on the leg side boundary. The long leg has been there throughout, and a deep forward square leg, deep mid wicket. I think it's more square than mid wicket, isn't it? He's doing 2 jobs there, really, isn't he? On the boundary and the mid on. They're the only leg side fielders.
It's a beauty, isn't it? That's pitched on about off stump and just left Emilio Gay, who has a quizzical look back at the pitch as he makes his way down to do a bit of gardening. I think that was just a good ball.
I think it was a pretty ball. I think it was if I'm going to be really critical, it was a wasted ball in terms of length. You can't really hit that ball. It jagged and moved significantly. You have to be playing brilliantly or terribly to hit that, really. McAndrew's generally been a bit fuller than that. I expect this one will be fuller. And is well left alone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been disciplined, isn't it? By Emilio Gay. He's played and missed, of course, but on a day when it is doing a little bit, you're allowed to do that, aren't you? Particularly if you play the line of it rather than follow it, which is what Emilio Gay has done well in this innings of 63 off 96. Well, it's one of the things he's done well in this innings of 63 off 96. 170 runs were required. That one left alone again, just angling in on off stump, and an ooh and an ah, which prompts a wander off the square leg by Emilio Gay. Is this a field that Sussex have set here because they've got one eye on the fact that there's only 170 runs left to play with?
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking, the plan appears to me to be round the wicket, attacking the stumps. He does shape the ball away from the left-hander. There's 3 catches there. If he nicks it, if he gets 2 straight, gets tucked into the leg side, you can have 1. Yeah, in out. It's good. Shot.
Driven from Emilio Gay. We'll pick up the single. Sean Hunt tidies up. Moves to 64. 169 now required. There's 13.1 overs remaining in the day if we get them all. Which, as it stands, as we look out our window, you'd say we will, because it is as bright as it has been all day.
Yeah.
The clouds and the weather are coming in behind us, though, so we can't really see.
It's been just back of a length so far this over. That's all where it needs to be. Yeah, that's what bowled.
Dot ball to finish the over. So 13 overs remain. It's 115 for 2. Just 1 run coming off the over. The first over in this spell of Nathan McAndrew.
Yeah, I like the introduction of the off spinner. I think it's been well timed, and he started well as well. Each over so far he's only bowled 2, but in each of those 2 overs, Emilio Gay has, on 2 occasions, one in each of the overs, run down the wicket.
Yeah.
Or advanced down the wicket. He hasn't run down the wicket. Advanced down the wicket and tried to drive straight. Mid-on has gone back as a result of that. So he's now 2/3 of the way is mid-on.
That's the first one really that Carson's just dragged down and allowed Emilio Gay to play off the back foot, cuts it down to the man on the deep point boundary. It's down the other end. But again, this means Jack Carson's going to have 5 to bowl at Luke Proctor.
He's a good player of spin, isn't he, Proc? Very good player, very patient.
It's an appeal for OEW. Obviously, no shot offered, so no bye can be taken, no leg bye can be taken. Worth a review of this, not a review, a replay of this, won't it? Simpson was pretty convinced. Was that just going to slide on?
It was interesting, wasn't it? Proc doesn't pad up a lot, does he? It generally wangles about somewhere near the pad when he does kick it.
That one there. There's the Luke Proctor that Northants need. Delicate, really, forward defence, wasn't it?
Yeah, he certainly dead bats well, doesn't he? There is a short leg in. He's quite close, actually. So he needs to be because the ball won't firing its way into him with Proc batting. They'll get there slowly. Short leg is to catch one off Luke Proctor. I suspect he'll be coming forward to do so. Luke doesn't put any energy into the ball when he defends it.
168 runs required. 2 balls left of Carson's 3rd over.
Nicely bowled.
Just sounds so soft, doesn't it, coming off the bat face of Luke Proctor. Again, just gone quiet again, isn't it?
Very.
As I say that, there's a chuckle from somewhere, isn't there?
Cackle. I'm saying a cackle.
Okay, being a bit more polite, but
yeah, no, you were. You were.
Solid defence again. So 1 run off the over. First ball of it was cut away by Emilio Gay for a single down to the man at deep point. Takes the score to 116 for 2. Partnership worth 29 and Emilio Gay on 65. Luke Proctor on 6. And there is the score, the equation.
12 overs remaining. You feel that there's going to be a chance because, I mean, that's not really Mystic Meg. There's been plenty of chances. So I strongly suspect a chance will come. Northants are 3 down overnight. They'll be pretty happy, I think. 4 down, not so much, but 3 down, obviously 2 down would be Christmas. Oh, what a delivery that is.
Wowee, that's lifted, isn't it? And gained pace as it's gone past the stumps. Almost caught Simpson a little bit by surprise.
It must have wobbled in the air because Simpson got his head out of the way, didn't he? And ended up taking it fingers up, knees down. It was. Yeah. He's a lovely wicketkeeper, John Simpson. I think he's underrated. He's a lovely, lovely wicketkeeper. He dealt with that one.
Yes, yeah.
He caught it and it didn't hit him. I think that's what we can say about that.
It dealt with it well.
He did.
Big stride forward from Emilio Gay. That's the shot that excites Phil Rowe, that.
Love that. There's a lot, there's a lot going on with a good block, isn't there? And that was a good block. It's great, isn't it? I mean, the fact the game's moved forward, so this is a proper 4th innings situation. It just happens to be in the 6th session of the game.
Proper 4th innings situation on day 2.
It is.
With about an hour left in the day as well.
What are you doing on Wednesday?
Emilio tries to run it past Carson at backward point. Can't get it past the big off spinner. Maybe a dot ball. Sussex, these last couple of overs have been really good, haven't they? Not really a case of having to build pressure. Pressure's there, it's on the scoreboard, but there's just been 2 runs off the last 2.5 overs.
Well, the off spinner brings that extra element of control, doesn't he? As long as he bowls it well, and he has bowled it well, he's bowled beautifully in those 3 overs. 1 slightly short ball out of the 18 he's bowled.
Nicely played. It's just going to be 1 though. And running in off the leg side boundary. Ben Hudson-Prentice keeps it down to a single. Continues his movement in from the boundary, so they're not going to allow Luke Proctor that easy flick off the hip or flick off the pads into the leg side for one. 6 off 27, the captain. He's been in good form this year, hasn't he?
I'd be tempted to, if I'm Ollie Robinson, he's at mid-off, I think, and he's obviously the attack leader. I'd be tempted to say to McCann, bowl him some drive balls. He's not a punishing driver of the ball.
That's a beauty, isn't it?
It is a beauty, and it's a great delivery. And it is. There's a book coming. It's still slightly too short on this pitch. I think you've got to get the nick, got to be a little bit fuller than that. It was a wonderful ball.
Yeah.
But there's a reason that it passed the bat before it got to the bat. And it was just, I'm talking marginally here.
Yeah.
But enough. It's a game of fine margins. Fourth slip goes in. I think that's a good move.
Yeah. That play and miss was obviously encouraging enough to bring about a change in the field. A switch of Robinson with Daniel Hughes as well. No, sorry, Sean Hunt with Daniel Hughes.
Yeah, I thought that was Robinson, but it's not, is it? Where is Robinson?
Is it him down at fine leg? Long leg?
It is, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Got a ball then to finish the over. Proctor covers it up well, single off it.
Yeah.
17 for 2, the partnership worth 30.
And so there's a bit of sort of suffocation going on from Sussex, which is good. There's a number of ways to get a wicket, great deliveries, etc. Building dots is another way of doing it, and that is what they're doing here, whilst attacking the stumps. So they're kind of they're executing a simple plan very well. There's a lot to be said for that. That's been aided by the way the off spinner has started.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to frustrate Luke Proctor, are they?
No.
Luke Proctor could go off 6 not out overnight, and I don't think he'd be bothered if another 11 overs pass and he doesn't add anything to his score. Emilio Gay, on the other hand, I'm less convinced by that statement. I don't think he'll be enamoured if he walks off 66 not out at the end of the day's play.
Some very deliberate gardening going on from Luke Proctor, whether he's trying to bring something to the umpire's attention. Very deliberately done. Yeah, there was a big LBW appeal, wasn't there? It was, I think, just outside the impact of the front on the ball on the pad was just outside the line. Good decision from the ump.
Tempted to be worked through mid-wicket. Emilio Gay looked at a single and said no. I don't think Luke Proctor was interested in responding. He was resting firmly on his bat handle, wasn't he? That bit of gardening again from Luke Proctor.
It was for a reason, wasn't it? That's nicely played, Emilio. Emilio's just having a little look at the mid-wicket boundary. Is he thinking about a sweep in front of square? Sweep is a dangerous shot on this pitch. He doesn't need to play it.
No, just flicks it off the hip instead. A bit quicker from Jack Carson, wasn't it? And a bit shorter as well, allowed Emilio Gay to turn it round the corner past Ollie Carter at short leg for a single. The last 4 overs with 1 ball left. They've just gone for 4 runs now. So the scoreboard is ticking, but just. Carson with his last ball of the over. Proctor just follows it, nibbles it through to John Simpson. That's the wicket. The bowling change worked. The spinner came in. He asked questions. There was a big LBW appeal, wasn't there, for Emilio Gay? And Luke Proctor's just had a bit of a fiddle at that one outside off stump, isn't he?
Yeah, Luke just tried to run that down, didn't he? It's a very unlike Luke Proctor shot that. It was a bit of a nothing ball, really. It was a decent length, but it was on about 5th stump, 6th stump, something like that.
Yep.
Didn't really offer a lot in terms of wicket-taking threat. But Luke Proctor decided that he was going to run that down into a gap on the offside and pick up a couple. And he ran it straight to the keeper's gloves. It perhaps bounced a wee bit more and got a thin edge, nicely caught by John Simpson. That's a bit soft, that one. Having left the ball very, very well and covered up very well when the stumps were challenged. He's just kind of tried to pinch something out of that ball. And that can only be because of the amount of dot balls that Sussex have joined together.
Yeah, I was wrong, wasn't I? He wasn't going to be happy, 6 not out, absorbing that pressure. He looked for that single, looked for that run down, and didn't execute it well. But the skipper's gone. Last ball of the over. That's another. Well, it feels like they're all big wickets for Sussex when they've got such a small number to play with. It's still 166, which in the context of this game is still a decent number that they've got to play with. And it's brought about the Northants number 5, and it's going to be Matt Bretsky making his first-class debut for Northamptonshire. He wasn't thrilled by the LBW decision that he was on the end of from Nathan McAndrew in the first innings. He went for 4 off 10 balls. He's going to be at the non-striker's end anyway, so Emilio Gay will be the man on strike.
Yeah, a bit of a softie, but well done, Sussex. They built pressure. As I said, you can bowl unbelievable balls that miss the edge, but building pressure by dots is another way of achieving a wicket. And it did bring a false shot. So good tactics, well executed, good cricket.
Short ball from McAndrew, which Emilio Gay just nods underneath. Seen many of those, have we, from Sussex throughout the course of the game so far? But then again, why would you when you've had the assistance that's been there on a good length? Those drive balls and Emilio Gay's favourite pigeons. Well, there's some brave pigeons, aren't they?
Well, it's ridiculous. What are they doing? Get out of here.
They're on a length, Thumps. Surely that's a warning. You can't just walk straight down the middle of the pitch like that, can you? Umpire escorts the pigeons
One
away.
There's one coming back. It's a season for pigeons to get friendly with each other.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we have a lot of them in our garden.
Ah.
Yeah.
Not the place to do it on the live stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, though. That's nipped back in, isn't it?
Yeah, that hit a bit of flesh, didn't it?
Yeah. The universal high knees there to go. Oh, that's tickled a touch.
It's from a Northampton perspective, clearly the captain was a big wicket. He's a very solid batter, isn't he? He's a bit of a wall. But he's gone, but it's kind of it's nice to see that at 5 in comes an international cricketer.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, he's not played first-class cricket for a long time.
Yeah,
Matt Bretsky.
Yeah,
obviously he's been in good form in the blast. But... oh, there's an
That's
appeal
close.
for LBW. It's close and it's given. It's very close. And Emilio Gay is given LBW. He can't believe it. He's down on his haunches. It's going to take an age to walk back to the dressing room. The opener is gone. He was dropped on 49 by John Simpson. He's had to go for 67. LBW by or off the bowling of Nathan McAndrew, and Sussex have gone bang, bang. They've got 2 wickets in 2 overs. And all of a sudden, Northampton 4 down, needing 166, and that feels like a slightly different equation.
Well, yeah, I said earlier that 4 down, it's very much in the balance. It probably swings a big swing to Sussex. I'm just looking for a replay of that one. It was a big appeal. It had a good look about it, didn't it? Emilio Gay, it was down on his haunches for a while after having been given out. Whether he was disappointed to be out, disappointed to have been given out, I'm not sure. McAndrew had been slightly back of a length, back of the right length. That one was a bit fuller. I think Emilio Gay was looking to work the ball into the leg side and didn't make contact. And it had a good look about it. And that brings the end of Emilio Gay. That's a big wicket because he does generally score quickly. He's a man who's capable of going through the gears. And also, as I look at the scoreboard, it says 118 for 4. It says 166 still to win. But it also says 2 batters in on 0. In fact, neither of them have placed a ball yet. So 9.3 overs remaining in the day. And it's imperative from a Northampton perspective, that wicket column remains on 4 when they all walk off together.
Yeah. Rob Keogh, the new man. It's good carry, good pace from McAndrew. Keogh in the first innings was caught by James Coles off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 2. Just followed one, didn't he, really, outside off stump?
Yeah, he did. He did. He was one of the procession, really, wasn't he, Rob?
Yeah.
When McAndrew's got his tail up here, he's running in hard.
118 for 4. Good carry again through to the wicketkeeper. 2 for 27 now for McAndrew. 1 ball left in this over.
It'll be interesting to see, Dan. The last ball of Carson's over was a wicket. At that point, there were 2 left-handers in as he bowled that ball. If he bowls the first ball of his next over, he'll have 2 right-handers in. It'll be interesting to see whether they leave him on or whether they go back to Robinson to bowl 4 overs from the far end.
Keogh just front press, triggers towards McAndrew, defends it successfully. So it's a wicket maiden for Nathan McAndrew. Very good spell for Sussex. The scoreboard has gone nowhere other than the wrong direction for Northamptonshire. There's another 2 added to the wickets column. 118 for 4. As you said a moment ago, it's still 166 runs required for Northants.
Yeah. And 2 men in on 0, which is a key thing, I think, there as well. We don't know what's wrong with Jack White. I don't expect him to be batting tonight, by the way, but I'm thinking about should he be required at some point. Hasn't been at the ground today, so we believe. Anyway, let's concentrate on the guys that are at the ground. This is Matt Bretsky, who will not want to pat back off spin. The problem with that approach will be there are only 9 overs left. We're already 4 down. Sussex have just gone bang, bang. You're under a bit of pressure. He will normally want to strike the ball, get after the off spinner. Thought that was a single there, just dropped out square of the wicket on the offside. There's often a run there. There wasn't. There was no real call, no real intent. Bid on has just gone back to a longish on position. 15, 20 yards in from the boundary. There's a short leg and a slip. Slower delivery, that one, from Carson. Over the top of the ball, just dropping it in. He certainly bowled well. 4.2 overs, 1 for 8. He's bowled very, very well.
Yeah, it's been a good addition to the attack. As you said, he's here to bowl, isn't he? He's not here just to bat 9.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'd love to be able to provide you with a bit more information or a bit more thoughts about Matt Bretsky with the bat in first-class cricket, but other than being able to read out some numbers to you, can't tell you much about how he goes about it.
I think he normally opens the batting, I believe. I think I'll pick that up on the grapevine. So he won't be used to starting against spin, that's for sure. Sweep by Rob Keogh. It's it's done the fielder at square leg and it's gone for 4. When I say it's done the fielder, it was sort of slightly mishit by Rob Keogh, and the fielder was moving to his left and the ball spun the other way on about the 3rd bounce. You know it's going to spin at some point, or you suspect it will. You just don't know which bounce it's going to go at. So he looks a chump. But I always have, well, not always, because sometimes fielders run past it. But that was a slightly unlucky. He lost his footing as well. So all in all, it didn't look great, although I don't think he did heaps wrong. But Rob Keogh will be happy. He's off the mark with a 4.
The cries a catch, weren't there, for a while?
Yeah.
I wonder it maybe kind of popped off Ollie Carter at short leg, maybe, and maybe hung in the air or changed direction, maybe.
Yeah. A reverse sweep followed the sweep. The Rob Keogh is not going to be bowled at. That's what he's communicating. Can't do a lot with that one apart from block it down the pitch. But Northampton do need to score. They have to score, in fact, 161 more runs to win the game. But what I mean by that is wickets have fallen throughout this game. There's not, well, there's been 150. Emilio Gay, he's just gone. And so, whilst it's not a pitch that's got your name on it, you do have to take advantage of anything loose. And when Sussex are bowling as well as they are and not giving you anything loose, you have to try somehow to put a bit more pressure on. Hence, Rob Kerr comes out and sweeps his third ball and reverse sweeps his fourth ball. He's just trying to show an intent to score, trying to force Carson into bowling a loose ball that he can jump all over. McAndrew has not bowled many loose balls. He's going to bowl his first ball to Bretsky. Punches that into the offside nicely.
The other thing as well that these two will know, and I think probably Sussex will know, listening by the change of decibel in the noise coming through our effects mic, is the fact that actually Lewis McManus is next. Justin Broad is no mug with a cricket bat, but doesn't really have career statistics yet to say, well, he can go out there with 100 to win and we'll be all right. It's a long tail for Northants.
It really, yeah, there is a tale to tell between the two tails, isn't there? I mean, I think nice cover drive for 4 from Matthew Bretsky. I mean, Ollie Carter is lightning, and I nearly had to check myself there, but it was well struck, and even Ollie Carter can't reel that one in. So another boundary for Northants takes them to 127 4. I thought I had a point to make there, Dan, and it just escaped me. Not to worry, it'll come back to me. Possibly.
But there will be pressure on these two.
Oh, there's a lot of pressure on these two. Oh, yeah, we'll talk about the tails, won't we? Yeah, I mean, Hunt played nicely as night watchman, and 10 is Robinson.
Yes.
It's a strong batting card throughout.
Yeah, Northants, I don't think, can afford to lose another one tonight.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I would agree with that. And if they don't, they're still in the game. I mean, even if they do, they're still in the game because there's a lot of cricket still to play. But you think, yeah, there are small swings and there are bigger swings, aren't there? And this 5th wicket, with still 157 needed, feels like it would be a big swing.
Yes.
I like the way these two have started, Bretsky and Keogh. I don't want to put the kibosh on them, but they've both started positively. They're recognising that we have to try to score, put a bit more pressure on. We can't keep absorbing dot balls because they're bowling very, very well. That has bounced and hit the thigh pad. Still movement available, isn't there? The ball is into its 36th over now. There's going to be movement throughout. Just bounced a wee bit. It's going down the leg side.
Yeah, the movement on offer for the 2 days so far has been kind of, I guess, what you'd call classic county cricket. Bit of a green top.
Yeah.
Some good overheads. And it's nibbled about, isn't it, throughout the duration of the game.
And that one nipped back. It's one of those leaves that was a good leave. I mean, it was a good leave. It's not just a good leave because it didn't bowl him, although that helps. It was good judging. We're going to see the line of the ball. There was a lot of noise from behind the stumps. The keeper took the ball down the leg side eventually, but it passes over what would have been about 5th stump. So it's a good leave from Matthew Bretsky. It was an elaborate leave, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Certainly a bit of showmanship from, was it James Coles, isn't it, in second slip with the floppy hat on, that I think gave it the oh my word. Again, it's any little percentage you can do just to distract the batter, make him think it was closer than what it was.
There's going to be a bowling change. I thought it might not be long. Carson had one over at the 2 right-handers. He's now out of the attack, and it's obviously the right thing to do is to bring Ollie Robinson back. He will have, if it goes the duration, he'll have 4 overs this evening from the David Capel end.
Harry Cavallas has got a sprint on, hasn't he, to get off with those fielding pads?
It's good that
shifting.
Well, I think that, that recognises there's a bit of rain maybe in the area as well. Let's get as many balls in as we can tonight. It's just good basic things, isn't it? Teams don't always do those things well. The 12th man has tuned in to what's required. Get on and get off as quickly as you can. 3 slips for Ollie Robinson to Rob Keogh. That one bounces and nips back in off the seam. It's well left by Rob Keogh. So 3 slips. There is a man at backward point, a man at cover and mid-off. There's a mid-on and a man sort of straight mid, well, no, a square mid-wicket or sort of 10 yards to the umpire's left. A fine leg and no third man. A nice start by Ollie Robinson. First ball back. That's another nice ball, and it's very nicely played too from Rob Keogh. Challenging ball, net with the full face of the bat and a good stride in. Head right over the ball, well forward, well played. Yeah, I've enjoyed the way Sussex have gone about the vast majority of things they've done very, very well. Certainly caught better than Northants. So far, you'd have to say they've batted better than Northants have done so far. There's still cricket to play. And they seem to have changed bowlers at the right time. Not always predictably, but they've whipped people out of the attack. There's been a change and there's been a wicket. So John Simpson's had a good game so far as a captain. It's no gloomier than it has been, but it is gloomy again.
Yeah, I think it would be wrong for the umpires to start looking at one another now. Unless, of course, it does start precipitating. But
well, that handlebar moustache of rain cloud is coming this way, and it's here now apparently. So there'll be a number on this. Rain will start in. Oh no, it's going to miss us. Okay, that's what my app said. 12 minutes. And then it says no rain expected. So something's happened upstairs.
It's vanished.
It's vanished, gone. Someone's had a shave. The handle moustache is gone. Well played, Rob Keogh.
Or somewhere just northwest of Northampton is very, very soggy at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my radar currently says the entirety of Northampton is currently getting wet, but
okay,
can confirm that it certainly isn't.
It's as it's been, isn't it, really? It's cloudy and overcast and dull and grey, and you think it might rain, but it hasn't. And I hope that's the case. I don't want the weather to stop the entertainment. Oh, Rob Keogh has edged that, but he's managed to get it down. A good over, wasn't it, from Ollie Robinson? The first ball was the only ball that Rob Keogh could leave. It was still a sort of a challenging ball. He had to make an informed decision to leave that first ball of the over. The other 5 were there and thereabouts. And he's not going to give you a ball off, is he, Ollie Robinson? And nor is Nathan McAndrew.
No, you commented and complimented John Simpson's captaincy, didn't you? And to have one over of off spin to the 2 right-handers who looked to be busy. Keogh in particular swept, reverse swept. Simpson's gone. Nah, we'll go back to the seamers. And there was a call there of you always get one away, Macca. I don't know who it came from, but Sussex thinking that their work isn't done yet tonight. Still 6 overs to go.
Falls heavily, McAndrew, on his follow through. You do see that happen from time to time. Mark Wood is a classic faller over after he's released the ball. That was a heavy fall. Tumbled, didn't he, and rolled.
Doesn't look to be any lasting effects from it, does there?
No.
Doesn't seem to be a limp on. He seems to be striding back to his mark.
I do think he kind of hurt himself a bit there, but he's an Aussie, right? So, mate,
double odd.
It's not a cricket field, mate, that I can get myself hurt on. Oh, mate.
No, what you don't know is the wicket was quivering. The wicket was scared.
He looks a good cricketer, this fella. hits the bat hard. Bretsky takes his bottom hand off. They've all bounced. Look to straighten a wee bit. Bretsky takes his bottom hand off, sort of fends at it, gets it down. Bretsky's walked to square leg and he's thinking, the white ball doesn't do that. Why on earth did I say I'd play red ball cricket? He's surely not thinking that. He won't be thinking that. He's a Safa. He'll be thinking, let's get through this and win the game at lunch tomorrow. That's what he should be thinking. They've bowled very straight, haven't they? Or McAndrew in particular has bowled very straight at Bretsky, giving him no width. There was one ball on about fifth stump. Bretsky punched it off the back foot hard, but straight at the fielder. Otherwise, everything has been over the bails.
I mean, you don't know. We both don't know Matt Bretsky that well. You mentioned that a few of the people that you know have kind of spent a bit of time with him and said that he's a really nice lad, but we don't know what his career aspirations are. There's an opportunity here to make a massive name for himself and potentially have a conversation about a contract extension to play some more red ball cricket if he wants to. If he's got aspirations to play Test cricket for South Africa, then a bit of county championship cricket's not going to do his CV any harm at all, is it? So
not at all.
If he puts together a good performance here, potentially a match-winning performance for Northants, then potentially once the blast is finished, there's a tap on the shoulder to John Sadler to say, fancy keeping me around.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and that's exactly what he should be thinking. Do wonder whether Northants need to go into the loan market for bowlers. I'll come back to that maybe. This is pitched up, very full from McAndrew. It's clipped into the leg side by Bretsky. That's a pretty ordinary throw from Ollie Robinson on the boundary. It's very, very well backed up by two Sussex fielders, not one, but two. And they managed to prevent any further damage to the scoreboard. Had they not backed that up, that was going to be 4-6 effectively. They'd run two. A wild throw by Ollie Robinson.
That would have run away, wouldn't it? Down towards the covers. Yeah, I mean, the other option for an overseas cricketer for Northants would be to look for a seam bowler.
Yeah. Last ball of the 11th over of Nathan McAndrew just goes through wide of off stump. He's 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. And I said earlier in the day, Sussex side's got a good balance about it. And I meant the whole side. But the bowling attack is lovely, isn't it? A lovely balanced bowling attack.
Yeah, it's got pretty much everything you want, isn't it? Left arm, right arm. Ollie Robinson, a little bit slower than Nathan McAndrew. You've got a bit of balance there with Finn Hudson-Prentice as well. So he can extend that batting lineup, as obviously can Jack Carson, as we've seen his exploits with the bat, only for a short while, but nobody's really batted for a long time, have they, in this game?
But he scores as well, doesn't he? That's the thing. He does score. He's got shots. Robinson splicing up Rob Keogh, almost jackknifed a bit there. Sometimes Rob Keogh gets his head significantly outside the line of his body, and that's what happened there. He wants to get into the business areas rather than his head going back down the wicket towards the ball. Sometimes it goes a little bit towards the offside. It was there. The ball jacked back, and Rob Keogh good enough to get some bat on it. But it does show there's still bounce, there's still movement. The ball's 39 overs old, and you wouldn't want too many other people bowling with it than Ollie Robinson. Wow. Drama. That was extravagant bounce and movement back into the right-hander. Rob Keogh was always leaving that ball on line and a little bit on length, but it bounced and jagged back, and he had to get his hands out of the way pretty quickly, and he did that.
It's not what you're after, is it? You're thinking, I'll have a relaxing end of the day here. The ball is, how old is it now? I can't see the overs off the top of my head. 38 overs old, and you think, I could just get through to stumps here and we'll start again tomorrow.
Well played.
And you've got a bowler with the ball in hand who will have a point to prove, won't he? He'll want to make the England selectors think he's unignorable with that second tour of the summer after the West Indies. And obviously I would be able to be added to that England squad for the West Indies well, it's only the first 2 tests, so there would be a third test there as well. And then Sri Lanka, I believe, are the other visitors.
Oh, that's unusual. One kept very low. I haven't seen many balls at all do that through the game. Keep low, that is. That did keep low. Nicely picked up by John Simpson. Good judgment by Rob Keir. The ball didn't threaten the stumps. He's not interested, really. Now there's, 26 balls maximum left in the day. And if the score goes nowhere here, if it stays on 129 for 4, Northampton will be happy with that. It'd be weird if that does happen, but Northampton would be happy nonetheless. There's a strangled appeal. That jagged back. Hit Rob Keogh far too high and would have missed leg stump. Other than that, it was a good appeal. You'll see on replay, it's not hitting another set, this. But you also see where Rob Keogh finishes, which is well outside off stump. So Ollie Robinson will have picked that up. He'll be thinking, okay, so he's looking to get outside off stump. He's triggering that way and his head's falling over a bit.
It's a challenge, isn't it?
It is. There's going to be a helmet brought onto the field for Ollie Carter. He's going to go in where it's short leg. I guess so, because the ball's jagging back in. I think that's a good move.
Yeah.
That's a smart move.
No shin pads for Carter this time, though. Guess logic there would say that your shins are in less danger from the sweep off against the spinner.
I think it's just a case of they don't want to waste any time.
Yeah,
To be honest, he took his shin pads off when Carson came off, and there wasn't going to be a thought of short leg, but Robinson's got the ball to nip back significantly, and Rob Keogh has jabbed at a few there. So I like it. It's a good tactic. Yeah, Ollie Carter will not want to wear one on his shin, that's for sure.
No. 4 overs left, Phil. It just doesn't feel like the day's done, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It feels like there's something else that's going to happen.
Yeah.
You said, I think off air, didn't you? Said Northants won't do this easily.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not what Northants do.
It's not in the blueprint. It's not part of the script.
I'm just thinking where my win viz is right now. It's
Slightly favouring Sussex, I would think.
yeah, I think it is. I think it is. I think my win viz started before the innings at 58.42.
Yeah, it did.
I think it's fairly close to that now.
Yes.
55.45 probably.
Yeah, I think it changes again if Northamptonshire can get through to the close and they start again tomorrow. Then I think it changes again. But
yeah, I think it's about there. I'm pretty happy with that. Having just sat on it for a few seconds. 55.45. If Northampton remain 4 down. Oh, that's a beautiful cricket shot. Missed him. Beautiful off drive from Matthew Bretsky. It is going for 4. It has just gone for 4. It was a big dive, a great effort from Daniel Hughes at mid-off. But he wasn't able to get a mitt on it. And Bretsky cashed in on the over-length delivery. It wasn't a lot in it. It was a good stride forward. Bretsky made sure he capitalised on that. Hit it nicely for 4. Didn't try and over-hit it. Struck it very well. We know what a good timer of a ball he is from what we've seen in the T20. Gee whiz, he looks a good player in that format.
it feels like a big moment in this period of play that got past Hughes. Northampton have struggled to score, haven't they, for the last, well, probably hour now. Score's not really moved a great deal. I think when Sussex started that squeeze, the score was about 114, I believe, for 4.
Yeah.
No, for 2, wasn't
2,
it?
that's right, yeah.
Lost the 2 wickets. So they've only added, 19 with the loss of 2 wickets in the last 45 to 60 minutes.
Go straight here looking for LBW. It doesn't. Go ultra straight. A good line and a good length. Very elaborately, the umpire, the standing umpire, looks at square leg and confirms there are 2 balls remaining. Daniel Hughes has not touched the ball very often, has he, in the field? Barely mentioned him.
No.
Other than me calling him Tom Haynes at one point, we've barely mentioned him. Long may that continue. McAndrew again. Nicely bowled, pitches up, challenges the defence of Matthew Britsky, who says, yeah, I'm up to that. Nicely played back down the wicket. I've really enjoyed this game. It's been a weird game so far, but I've really, really enjoyed it.
It's been odd, hasn't it? Yesterday was confusing and exhausting. And I think both of us felt almost lost for words by the end of the day with some of the cricket that we've seen. But now it's tense, isn't it? Now you can...
Good.
Now it's kind of edge of the seat, peer over the top of the TV.
Well, you know, you find out stuff about people when they're up against it, don't you? You find out about them. And what Sussex have done very, very well here is they kind of changed their plans a wee bit. Not you know, they haven't gone off piece. They've just said, okay, we're leaking a few. We haven't seen a lot of spin. Carson's here to bowl. We're going to give him an in-outfield. He's going to put the brakes on. Don't expect it to spin and catch the edge. It didn't. He did get a caught behind, but it was almost off the face of the bat. Luke Proctor trying to run one down into the offside. But what he did do was he built a number of dots. Dots were joined from the other end as well. The scoreboard was going nowhere, which led to the error of Luke Proctor trying to run a ball down that he might another day have left alone. And then 1 brings 2, as the keepers are prone to shout, "Go bang bang!" Ollie Robinson.
There's no need to change from the classics, is there?
1 brings 2.
Yeah, 1 for drinks as well. That's another good one.
Let's take one with us. Robinson's found a yard here. He's getting the ball to carry. I mean, the ball's carried well, as I've said a few times, all game.
Yeah.
But it's carrying even better now. Robinson he hits the seam a lot. We know that.
Tom Haynes going to have a bowl.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Is he going to have the 1 over from the Lynn Wilson centre end? Maybe as a lapse of concentration option for Bretsky and Keogh?
Oh, Rob Keogh twitches at that ball. It was a ball that he could have, he's now thinking about that. He's thinking, could I have left that? I think he could, but it was angled into the stumps. It pitched and left. Robinson's getting extravagant bounce and movement here. There has been bounce and movement available to all bowlers all game, but this has gone up a notch.
Well, he's a tall man anyway, isn't he? And then when you get on those tiptoes at your release point, you can add another 1.5 or 2 foot to that.
And he's hitting the middle of the seam, I suspect, as well. That's good from Rob Keogh, getting forward there. Forward nice and nice and early. Good stride into the ball, well played.
Do you think Haynes comes on? Or do you think it's a bit of a mind game here? I mean, he's what's he bowled? Well, he's bowled a lot, to be fair. 2,690 deliveries in first-class cricket for 26 wickets.
I think it's worth a go, isn't it? He slides one on LBW, hits him on the shin. That's what they'll be looking for. Yeah, why not? Why not? It's 50-50 call to me. I don't... Personally, I wouldn't do it. But if if I'm in a team and the captain does it, I'm not going, what are you doing? It's like, yeah, okay, I see that. I wouldn't do that. But yeah, that's fine.
Worth trying.
Yeah, I think.
Because you could look brilliant at the end of it. It's not going to be an over where you're going to end up looking daft.
No.
But you could end up looking like a tactical genius to throw your part-time seam of the ball.
Yeah, that's possible, isn't it? Might skid one on. 2 balls to go for Ollie Robinson in the day's play. Oh, that's a good delivery. He has caused real problems for Rob Keogh.
He's got another over to go after this one, Rowie.
Oh, it's 2.1, isn't it? When I looked at 2.1, I read 1.1 because I wanted Ollie Robinson to stop bowling.
You wanted it over.
Would you mind terribly not bowling anymore?
They're the nerves that the tenseness. That's what we've been talking about. It's down to 149 to win for Northants, but
Well played, Keaty. Oh, that nearly took Nathan McAndrew by surprise at mid-on and nearly crept through. It didn't. He was good enough to field it. So there is going to be a bowling change for the 1 over remaining from this end, the Lynn Wilson end. At least it looks that way. He hasn't fully taken his jumper off yet. He has now.
Yeah, this is definitely, it's definitely a, can we pick one up whilst Matt Bretsky's thinking about tomorrow morning, isn't it?
It is.
I've done the hard work. Oh, hello. There's a bit of part-time seam coming on.
Interesting. Being a good team man, I'm sure Nathan McAndrew will not be making his feelings known to the captain. But he might also be thinking, Struth, because that's Australian, isn't it?
Yeah.
Struth, Copper, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's a mental game though, isn't it, cricket?
It is. No, there's as I said, there's arguments for it. And, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's kind of,
It's not going to affect anything, is it?
not really.
Bretsky's not going to hit this for 36.
No. Keeper up. Trying to trap him on the crease. Oh, that's gentle, isn't it? That's like Matthew Bretsky bowling at Matthew Bretsky, isn't it? I think he's not as part-time, to be fair.
Yeah.
To be fair to Tom Haynes, he's not as part-time by any means as Matthew Bretsky.
I like it as an option. I do like it. Coles could have been another thought.
Coles was on my mind, sliding it in. Left arm spin. Oh, that swung. That did swing. That went quite late as well, did it not?
It certainly did.
So this is LBW, isn't it? This is the LBW plan. He's smiling away to himself. He's loving cricket. Never had so much encouragement. That ball swung late. And Bretsky got a third of a bat on it. But if he missed it, he's now walking off because that was hitting middle and leg, I suspect. Oh, no ball.
It's not what you want in the
Free
penultimate
hit.
over of the
Free
day,
hit?
is it? Not in this format, unfortunately. I'd be stood there as a batter going, you just didn't need to do that, umpire. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll take the dot.
No. Yeah, that's right. Have it back.
Haynes has got an extra one. That's another club cricket classic, isn't it? Use the extra one.
Use the extra one. Make it. Is the extra in the next one or the seventh one? I think.
Well, not in this instance because it was a dot ball into the offside.
Yeah.
But if it's successful, it'll be the seventh ball.
I
won't it?
kind of look at it as the seventh one. I mean, it's kind of either or, isn't it?
6 of one, half a dozen of another. He looks like the happiest man in Northampton, doesn't he, Tom Haynes?
He does. He might well be. Not many of them around. He's causing a lot of noise. 2 balls to go from this end, the Lynn Wilson end, to be bowled by. Scoreboard still thinks it's Nathan McAndrew. I can't believe that they haven't noticed the change of ball. There's plenty of evidence to suggest to people around the ground this is not Nathan McAndrew, and it's not. But he's made the batter play at every ball he's bowled so far, as he has with the 5th ball. You kind of get the feeling Matthew Bretsky's hating this because he wants to hit every one of these balls basically back into our commentary position. And could well be able to do that. But, cricket doesn't allow him to do that just now. Mother Cricket would not thank you for that.
No.
Last ball of this one and only over is another nice ball there or thereabouts. Bretsky drops it into the offside. He's alert to the possibility of a single. I don't think there was one there. Rob Keogh had his back to him when he was looking to call him through, but Ollie Carter would have run either of them out, I suspect.
6 balls left. And Rowie, this is huge for Northants if they can get through this over.
It is.
It will be absolutely massive. And I think we'll probably just knock a little bit of wind out of the sails of the men from the South Coast if Northants start tomorrow morning 4 down.
Yeah.
I don't know what the weather forecast is going to be. We could turn up tomorrow under blue skies. It might not do as much through the air as what it has done. Rory reaches for the phone.
Well, I'm going
It'll probably
for
be the same. It'll probably just be cloudy. It is July after all.
Oh, I've got some rain,
Oh no.
but not a lot. It's kind of, yeah, I mean, it's very similar to today. Well played, Robbie. Well forward. Yeah, the balls that have troubled Rob Keogh have really been balls that wouldn't hit the stumps, haven't they? They've been back of a length balls that have jagged back into his thigh pad and his rib area, his low rib area. And Rob's been trying to get a cross outside off stumps, so he's not been able to really deal with them too well. That brought into play the short leg, so he's still there. Robinson, with that first ball of this last over of the day, targeted the stumps more, as he has there. That's naughty, Rick, was the shout.
That's an absolute peach, isn't it?
And I thought there might be more oohs and ahs about that ball because it jagged back. John Simpson took it so far down the leg side that he was not in the width of the strip by the time he caught it. That tells you how far it jagged.
Yeah.
So it must have been at some point close to the stumps, I suspect, but it wasn't quite the oohs and ahs that I was expecting. But he has got extravagant movement, particularly in this last few overs that he's bowled from the David Capel end. Wide on the crease there.
It's been an emotional 2 days of cricket, hasn't it? Haven't really been able to kick. I think we spoke about wicket keepers for about 5 minutes. And other than that, it's been all action. It feels like everything has been about to happen.
It's been the opposite of those games we did with the other unmentionable ball when we were
Yes.
trying to talk about everything other than cricket for a while. There are 3 balls left in the day's play, the second day. That is one of Ollie Robinson's poorer balls. It wasn't a poor ball, but it was relatively poor because he's bowled almost immaculately from the David Capel end in this spell in particular. 2 balls to go. Our monitor tells us it's going to turn itself off in a minute. We're not having that. So Dan does what's necessary. It also tells us that life's good.
Not when we're not paying for the electricity bill, that's for sure.
Life's good. Life would be even better from Northamptonshire perspective if these 2 balls are just left alone outside off stump. I suspect Ollie Robinson will not bowl them there. He doesn't. Challenges off stump. Rob Keogh's up to the challenge. A fielder has gone back on the offside to deep backward point, I think. Oh, he's back in again. That was interesting.
Yeah, could be one of those things that Rob Keogh just looks up and goes, oh, that's a bit, oh no.
I think it was about, let me bowl one at Britsky.
Yeah.
But it didn't get dropped in on the offside. I think that's what it was about.
Yeah, he has almost...
It's clever thinking, that.
He's bowled exclusively to Keogh, hasn't he?
Yeah, that was clever thinking. I like that thinking. And I like that thinking, and I like that batting. There's a lot to like. What an enthralling day of cricket. What an enjoyable day of cricket.
Yeah, I didn't have views of these 2 days when I drove up to Northampton at 6 or 7 o'clock yesterday morning. We are into the 4th innings at the end of day 2 of County Championship fixture. Northamptonshire will come back tomorrow, requiring 147 runs to win with 6 wickets in hand. Matt Bretsky not out on 11. Rob Keogh not out on 6. A lot of the work done at the top of the order by Emilio Gay. He made 67. Sussex, of course, require 6 wickets to win what would be their 5th match of the championship season in 2024 as they make their way off the field. And round of applause from the Northampton staff on the balcony. But other than that, you can tell how nervous it's been and how tense because it's still very quiet outside.
Yeah, it's even Stevens, isn't it? I think it's 50-50 for me, straight down the middle. What I wanted to see in this 4th innings from Northampton was ticker. I've seen that. What I want to see tomorrow is more ticker. I think the game needs more than that. I mean, ticker is one thing, but it needs that. And then it needs calculated attack from Northampton, because if they just have ticker and no shots, they'll lose.
Yeah.
They've got to score, and they've got to score in an intelligent, calculated way and back that up with absorbing deliveries when they need to.
Yeah, and the way that Sussex have bowled in the last hour and a half, it's going to be hard work for Northamptonshire. Well, Rowie and everybody listening and watching, thank you for joining us throughout the day. We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, where undoubtedly this game will reach a conclusion at some point. Will it get through to the second session? We don't know. We'll figure it out tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. See you on Tuesday.